Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome, fellow pioneer. I've got my cool FICSIT hat on, shirt on today. FICSIT shirt hat. Shirt hat, something like that. Thanks for coming in, hanging out, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. You'll show up right over here. Look at you guys go. Look at you guys go. Dealing with the idiotic world that is our world, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Put a 2 in the chat if you've had to deal with some idiotic thing either from work or in your life this week. I tell you, it's every week. It's something, everybody. That's why I have so much anxiety and so much stress all the time. If it isn't like, you know, flat tires or cars breaking down or the air conditioning's not working or the garage door gets broken or someone installed an electrical line like an idiot and then I have to fix the problem that they created because they were an idiot, or just, you know, keep listening, everybody. I got to list it on for an hour and a half. Always some idiotic thing that somebody else does that I have to solve, even though I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do with it. These idiotic peeps, I tell you, my stupid credit card company declined to charge because I have like a medical bill, right, that I'm making payments on because my wife had to go to the doctor. And so I'm making these payments, and I've been making it in January, February, every month just fine. But last month, for some reason, nope, that one got declined because it was fraud. And I'm like, are you guys idiots? Do you not even know what you're doing over there? Well, you guys, who's in charge of this? And they didn't notify me it was declined either. Yeah, so now I have to go solve and fix that whole problem because I have it on a payment plan, and now I got to call them back, and I got to re-establish the payment plan. So I've already wasted an hour and 45 minutes of my time calling it up, figuring out what the problem is, and then now I know what the problem is. I have to go solve the problem, and you know, that's 2, 3, 4 hours of my time, of course, also making me late for the stream. So, you know, again, see, people don't take that kind of factor in when someone else makes a mistake, how much it takes of your time because they did something stupid. And this is a them problem, not a me problem. And I told them that on the phone. I said, this is a you problem. This is not a me problem. I'm paying my bills. I'm scraping by, but I'm getting it done. I'm doing what I should be doing. You guys are not doing what you should be doing. And you guys are royally screwed me over now because now you just cost me a bunch of my time, which is always your most precious precious resource, everybody. You only get so much, and when you're 54 and under constant stress all the time, believe me, I'm under stress just from walking, everybody. At some point, I got really, really ill, and every time I just walk or go up and down the stairs or do anything, I always full of this anxiety, because if I fall, that's it, everybody. I'm probably going to die, because I'm going to break something. I'm going to break my hip or my leg or my arm or something, and then bam, there we go. Now I'm really screwed. I already got enough medical bills I'm trying to pay off, let alone incur some more. So every time I go down the stairs, I'm holding that handrail. Every time I'm walking, I'm only focused on walking. I don't even think about anything else anymore. I just focus on, okay, I need to take this trash to the trash can. Okay, step one, step two, like stepping, like walking. Okay, open the trash, stand still, open the trash can, put the trash can in there, close the thing. Okay, now we got to walk back, and then we walk back. Okay, hold the handrail. Okay, hold the handrail when I go up the stairs, and so on. So yeah, I know, what the heck? It's always something, right? Always some sort of crazy thing. Hey, great emote right there, by the way. That looks like Swifty to me. Who is that? Who is that? Yeah. Swole channel. I never heard of that guy. But yeah, exactly. That whole thing right there, human. That's dead. That's a perfect emote for that. Yeah. So yeah, again, dealing with the stupidity of others is rough, everybody. When other people make mistakes and you have to, you're the one that suffers from that stupid mistake. So I leaned into him today and I told him, hey, go fix your crap, basically. The end result of that hour and 45 minutes conversation was, go fix your crap. Don't mark my stuff as fraud. Don't mark my medical bills I'm trying to pay as fraud, you idiots. Because you didn't mark it as fraud for the past 7 months. Why did you choose this month of all the months to choose it as fraud? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it is fraud. Maybe somebody over there at the medical office is trying to, pocket that money. I don't know. But I'm going to call them tomorrow and lean into them too and say, why didn't you check why it was declined? You didn't even bother to check why it was declined. You didn't try to recharge it either. So now I got to deal with that stuff. But I vented, so now I'm good. I saw that thing on Discord too, and then I had to solve a problem with Discord, people spamming you. By the way, if anybody gets on the Discord, everybody, any Discord, not just mine, and sends you, hey, I want to be your buddy, or I want to do artwork for you, or whatever, and then they give you a link, do not click that link. That link is them trying to take over your Discord. So do not click any of those links. If anybody says, oh, I'm an artist, take a look at my artwork or whatever, that's a big scam that's going on right now. They do it all the time on Kick because they're a bunch of scumbags. That's why. Again, there's some people in the world, everybody, they'll scam you out of your money. They have completely no remorse. They have no morals. They have no thing. People think that there's people in the world morals. I grew up with people who had zero morals, everybody. They'll shoot you as soon as look at you. I mean, they'll steal stuff. They'll take it. They have zero remorse for it, too. It's not like they feel bad when they go in and they steal something from the store, or they do whatever, or they screw you over. Because you know why? Because they're psychopaths, everybody, or they're narcissists. They have no emotion. They have no feeling. They have no empathy for other people. So those type of people who don't care about other people will screw you over. I recently got screwed over. Did a big project for my 25th anniversary for my wife. I got completely screwed over. I spent thousands of dollars, hundreds of hours. I was out there digging and just digging for 6, 7, 8, 9 hours a day, everybody. I mean, like I was a construction worker, and I'm a fat, old man who's partially disabled, and I'm out there busting my butt, and I got screwed over. And that's messed up, everybody. That's a person who doesn't care about you, a narcissist bastard who doesn't really care about you. That's how they tell you. That's how they let you know. When you get screwed over by somebody, don't let them do it again, though. Don't let them do it again. They do it that one time. You know that about them now. Now you can't trust them. They are completely untrustworthy because you know they will just do it again because they only think of themselves. And so when you have people who only think of themselves and who don't understand that kind of thing where you don't screw other people over for any reason because they will lose trust in you when you do that. So I don't screw over my family. I don't screw over people. I don't see people say, hey, don't do this or it'll screw me over. I'll be, okay, I won't do that. You know what I mean? But some people have no They don't understand. They think it's your fault. And they're going to blame you. They're going to blame you when they do screwed up stuff like that. So you guys watch out for that too in life. I can tell you. Fool me once, fool me twice, shame on you. Exactly, Caveman Mox. And again, I usually go by the golden rule. Treat others how you want to be treated. But if somebody treats you like if somebody acts like an a-hole and treats you badly, don't do nice things for them. That's it. That's my second rule of life. Don't do nice things for them anymore. If they can't treat you with the basic respect, they can't treat you well as you deserve as a human being, because especially if you're a nice guy like me and you're a decent guy and you're always solving problems and fixing stuff and helping people with all their crap all the time, the least they can do is treat you with respect. I think that's the bare minimum that they can do, is talk to you with respect, treat you with respect. Again, this is something I constantly tell my kids, everybody, this is the hill that I will die on, the respect hill. I don't care if they crash the car. I don't care if they spill the milk. I don't care if they break doors and do all of that crazy stuff that kids do. But I do care the way they treat other people, because that is what you answer for. And you don't get a free pass, everybody. They always say, oh, you go to church and you get forgiven. You don't get a free pass. You answer for everything. That's what I believe, everybody. You answer for everything. Everything that you do, every lie, every deceit, everything that you do in your life, you will answer for it. You answer for it all. Everything. So make them good choices is what I say. That's what I do. I make good choices. I say, you know what? You're going to try to screw me over? Boom. I don't want anything to do with you. That's it. That's a good choice, because now you can't trust that person. You don't want to be around them. You don't want to talk to them. You don't want to do anything with them. If people are constantly being negative, like I talked about the other day, if people are constantly coming at you all the time and trying to manipulate you into doing stuff for them all the time, these are narcissists. These are people, or psychopaths, like the other people I was talking about, who don't have they don't understand, everybody. It's like telling like a 1-year-old, advanced trigonometry. They don't understand it. And that's how some people are with empathy. That's how some people are with caring about other people other than themselves. They just can't understand it. I cannot understand that they cannot understand, right? But I've grown to learn that, because I've run into so many people who are like that, who will step on your face just to get past you. They will. They'll just do the worst possible. They'll be the worst versions of themselves, everybody. People will come in my stream and will be doing homophobic and racial slurs. They're like, I'm the first person to ever do this. In fact, you're about 50 years late. My parents' generation and their generation before that were horrible. They were terrible at that. Still to this day, everybody, I still, know people from the block, if you know what I mean, where I grew up. And I'm shocked by the fact that they don't know how racist they are, because the way they speak about other people, and it's really cringy when you recognize it, like me. It's like, whoa, did they just say what they said? Did they just said? Whoa, okay, well, bye. It was nice hanging out with you, but not at this point. Now I'm out. That's it. And I'm the type of person, everybody, I don't care where you come from. I don't care what you look like. I don't care about your background. I don't care about all the mistakes you made in your life. All I care about is how you treat people. If you treat people nicely, hey, and pets, animals, dogs, cats, so on. That's what I care about. It's the only good measure of a human being, everybody, is how they treat each other, how they treat other people. And if you're a horrible person, you treat people horribly, that's not on me. That's all on you. That's not my fault. It's not my burden to carry, everybody. I don't carry other people's negativity and stuff. Knock that stuff off your shoulders, everybody. You got enough weighing you down in life as it is. You're trying to pay your bills. You're trying to get up every day. You're trying to just relax at the end of the day, like right now in my stream. And you're just trying to get by, and it's a struggle. I mean, I really have a struggle now. I'm really struggling. But actually doing a lot better than I was 10 years ago. It's how you look at stuff. See, I'm always the positive side kind of guy. It was better than it was. It's not as great as it used to be before I got really, really ill. I took that medicine, which really messed me up. And probably living in this house full of asbestos, or who knows what was in this house. I took all that stuff out of it. I took the carpet out. I took everything out, because I just kept having these sinus infections, kept getting sick all the time. Had all the windows replaced. I got rid of everything that used to be here from like 50 years ago in this house, and that has really massively helped. And I have a air purifier and all of that stuff, and allergy alert. What do they call those sheets where they have the allergy alert? allergic sheets or allergy sheets or allergy pillowcases. I don't know what it is. All that stuff to help with my allergies as well. Never had allergies before I moved here in Tennessee. I tell you, this is like the allergy capital of the United States. It also gets really damn cold here, which I don't like. But then, of course, if I still lived in California, you'd be dealing with all the scumbags every day who would be doing all of these bad things I'm talking about. But such is life, everybody. I'm sure you guys already know all of that. I'm sure you guys have gone through that in your life where you've had people that betrayed your trust. Or you have people who do stupid stuff that cost you your time and your effort. Maybe somebody at work, they screwed up and now you got to take care of it. Or your boss is a jerk and your boss is screwing up, but then he blames you instead and because they screwed up and they don't want to look like an idiot, so they make you look like an idiot. Or it's your friends or your family or your spouse or whatever. They screw up, they do something stupid, and then they want to blame you for that stupid thing that they did. And that sucks, everybody. Don't put up with it. Don't put up with it. If they're treating you poorly, you call them on it. I call everybody on it. And my kids talk to me with disrespect. I say, don't talk to me with disrespect, ever. And I do it every single time. Every single time until the end of time. I will die on that hill, everybody. Absolutely. Treat people with respect. It's the base. Hypoallergenic. Allergenic. No. Allergenic. Hyperallergenic. There we go. Sleep apnea sucks, everybody. I'm amazed I can still speak at this point, everybody, because my conditions, my overall conditions are getting better. My health is getting better, but my ability to make words and talk and, recall things is not getting better. It's going to diminish for the whole rest of my life until eventually I won't be able to speak. So I'm just going to enjoy it while I got it. as much capacity as I've got now, I'm going to continue to utilize it as much as I can. But in case they have some miracle breakthrough, it's not getting any better than this, everybody. This is as best as it's going to be, is what I've tried to say. Hyperallergenic. There we go. Hyperallergenic. Yep. That's what it is. But yeah, watch out for those peeps trying to mess you up, everybody. So thanks for being my memory over there, human. I appreciate it. All right, let's say hello to chat. Let's move past that event for today, the stupidity of other people that I have to deal with constantly, and move on. I had another problem too. Well, before I move on, I had a problem with the shower. So the shower started filling up with water, right? So I told my wife, hey, go get the thing and, put the stuff down in the thing to take care of it. Well, she forgets and it doesn't get done and it doesn't get done. And so now it's starting to fill up and it's about to fill over into my bathroom. Then it's going to wreck my tiles. Then I have to replace the tiles. You know where this goes, everybody. You know where this goes if things don't get taken care of. So I go in there and then my wife tells me, well, you got to put the little thing over the drain. I'm like, the drain does not clog up because of me. I don't have long hair. I'm not taking the little thing off of the thing. This is not happening because of me. I'm a 54-year-old adult. I know what happens and how things get clogged. And I can tell you, it's not me doing that. And so she feels the need to tell me these basic things. And I say, you don't need to tell me that. I mean, I'm not all there anymore, but I'm there that much. I understand how a sink works. I understand how a toilet works as well, everybody, because I've replaced the toilet, all of the stuff on the toilet several times. I understand how plumbing works, right? That's the least you should do if you own a house, everybody. You should understand how your electrical works, where your electrical panels are. You should understand how your plumbing works, how your water heater works, where's all your shutoffs, where's all your valves. All of that stuff you should know. So if you're going to buy a house or you have a house, you should go find those things. You should know what all your switches do, too. So you got that one in the garage that you flip and you don't know what it does. Oh, I know you do. I know you got one of those somewhere. You got a switch in your house right now or in your apartment or wherever you live that you don't know what it does. So I like to know what every switch does. I also like to know everything that gets installed. If I get a TV line installed, I'm like, okay, where's this line coming from? Where did you run it to? Oh, I ran it from here and it runs into this room and this one runs into that room. This way, the next time when it's not working and I call another technician out, I don't have to wait for 4 hours while he tries to figure it out. I say, look, he ran it from here and he ran it to there. There's something wrong between here and there. fix that thing. And the same thing with our satellite dish that we had. I said, hey, you know, look at this. The guy ran it down here where the grass is. No wonder the guy who came along and cut the grass, cut it. Now my TV doesn't work. Why did you run it at the bottom? Why didn't you run it up over the top like that? And he's like, I don't know. The stupidity of others, everybody. I was like, just run it across the top, please. So again, me solving problems. Me solving other people's dumb problems. But such is life, right? So again, I suggest you know everything that's going on. And the same thing with those medical bills and stuff. I have to have a spreadsheet, everybody. I have to have a spreadsheet. You know, I love spreadsheets, but I don't like medical spreadsheets. You know why? Because I get 25 different bills from 25 different people. I don't know if these are even my bills. At some point, I'm just like, maybe they're just billing me, and these are not even my bills. Maybe these are somebody else's bills, because I don't remember doing any of this. But then again, my wife also takes my kids to the doctor, and she goes to the doctor too, so some of it's from them. But I don't rarely ever go to the doctor. I go to the doctor for like a checkup, or like in the case of my feet right now, I'm having trouble because I'm sitting so much. Because it's always one thing. It's like you finally get to the point where I can sit here and I can stream for longer, but now I got this other problem where I'm sitting so much that it's affecting my feet and whatnot. And my feet is like there's blood pooling in my feet. You know, I'm 54 years old. If I don't have my feet, everybody, I'm gonna have trouble. I'm gonna have trouble getting around and doing things. So I'm trying to come back from being sick, not get more ill and have more things I got to worry about. But such is the way it goes. So there we go. All right. So I'm saying hello to everybody in the chat. That's what I was doing. Hello to Rotisserie G. I got sidetracked. Paul coming in. What's up, Paul? Thanks for hanging out here in the stream. Appreciate you. Human bringing that love in. Also, another side one, everybody. I tell my wife, hey, the air conditioning is not working. And she says, well, the air conditioning guy is going to come next week. And I'm like, you mean we're going to be with no air conditioning for like 8-9 days? I don't care how cold it is outside. It's 75, 80 degrees in here because of all my computers and because of all the peeps wandering around in here. And she thinks that's perfectly okay. That 7 days later is when the air conditioning guy is going to show up. It's like, why don't you have him come over as soon as possible and not wait a week before he comes and shows up? Because then I'm going to have to run the window air conditioners because it's going to be so hot. So they don't think of that, everybody. They don't think of it. It doesn't cross their mind. They don't understand that between now and then, it's going to be so many days while it's off and not working, and so on. So again, these are the problems I'm always having to solve. I always have to say, well, why this needs to get taken care of. And by the way, the wife finally took care of the bathroom sink. We took care of that. We're still working on the air conditioning stuff. Then I have to fix this bill now. Again, there's all of these things that are constantly going wrong. And for some reason, other people cannot think of it in a smart way. They cannot think of it it needs to be solved now. It doesn't need to be solved later. It doesn't need to be solved in 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, a month later. It needs to be solved now, because otherwise it'll just get worse and worse and worse. And we'll all have to suffer for it. So when you have a problem, if your sink is clogged, take care of it right away. If your shower's clogged, you take care of it right away. It should be the highest priority thing, because it's only going to get worse and cause more damage, which means it will cost you more money to fix. Right? So that's a high priority item. If your kids are sick, that's a high priority thing. If you've got to take your kids to school, that's the highest priority thing. If you've got clothes that need to be put away, that's a high priority thing, unless your kids are sick or whether you got to take care of these other problems. Again, it's like getting that. If it's lagging for you, go ahead and refresh. It shouldn't be lagging. I don't know. Let me see. Lagging. Maybe a little bit. A little bit. Oh, did I turn all these things off over here? Hold on. Let me see if I turned all these things off over here. Let me see. When I start up the stream, I have all of these things running. Oh, my hell. I might have to turn these off. There we go. But I'm running to 6 different platforms. So what it's trying to do is view all 6 streams at the same time sometimes over here. Yeah, these are all running. All right, that might help a little. We'll see. We got to think that I'm streaming to 6 different platforms at the same time, live. So it does take a bit for my 10-year-old machine that is currently running all of that stuff right now. It's running all of it for sure. Seems good to you? Yeah, I just refreshed. I turned it off. Maybe my camera was a little bit laggy, but everything should be good now. But that's my constant day, everybody. Instead of people, instead of me, you can just hand off the football to somebody, you know what I mean? Just do a pass or hand the baton to somebody else to go get it taken care of. It feels like it just doesn't get taken care of, and then I have to follow up on it again and say, look, you got to take care of this. This has got to get taken care of, that kind of thing. But the air conditioning guys come tomorrow, and now I'm burning up again because all that stuff was irritating me. Hold on, I got to turn the AC back on again. Be right back. That's not the main screen. Ha! All right, this is already off the rails. Try that again. All right, I think it's working. This is how frustrated I get, everybody. This is how distracted I get when things are constantly going off the rails and I got to solve them. All right, be right back. All right, I'm back. Hey, this is the thing. I just can't trust other people to solve the problem. You got that problem in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat. If you can't trust people to just solve the problem. If they just say, oh, I forgot. Oh, I didn't get it done. Oh, this and that and the other thing. They don't think it through. Wait, if you don't call the AC people and they're going to come in a week, we're going to be without AC for a week. It's just dumb. It's just really dumb to, not think that stuff through, to set it as a priority. You got to set that stuff as a priority, because if you don't take care of it first, then there's no air conditioning. It's 90 degrees in here. Sometimes it gets 90 degrees in here, by the way, especially during the summertime. But even if it's 30 degrees outside, I've finally got the whole place insulated really well because of all the windows that I put in, is that it can easily get 80 degrees in here. Absolutely. One, because I have 2 heaters running, aka my computers. I don't even have the 3rd one running anymore, and the 4th one. I don't have those running. I turn those off just to save power and save money, because I don't need them now, because I consolidated it down into the 2 computers. So there you go. For sure. All right, let me finish saying hi to everybody, then we'll get into it. I got it running in the background, so at least you guys can watch it. What's up, Gorgs? What's up, PETA? Thanks for hanging out, everybody. A little stream therapy. Let Kismet vent a little bit here on the stream because of the inability of other people to get stuff done. And then I have to keep following up on it. And, again, when you want to take care of something, the best time to take care of it is right away. That's why the second my wife told me that they're doing something stupid on the credit card or whatever, I take care of it right away. I don't wait till tomorrow or next Wednesday or next Thursday or Friday to take care of it. I take care of it now, because it has to be taken care of now. Otherwise, it's going to go even further off the rails. And again, if you have a clog or anything like that, it should be taken care of now. This should be a high priority item that should be taken care of. And same thing with the air conditioner. Same thing when, my wife has a tire. She had a nail in her, or a screw in her tire. I didn't take care of it 3 days later. I didn't take care of it 2 weeks later. I took care of it right then. That's when it needs to be taken care of. Let's go get another tire. Let's go take care of it now. Because again, it'll only get worse. It'll start bending the rim of the car, and then I got to buy a new rim for the car, and so on and so forth. You guys know what I'm talking about. You know what happens if you let stuff go. It's not a good idea. It should be taken care of right away. Then you've knocked it out. And then another thing that does, everybody, is when you take care of something like that, now you don't have to worry about it. Again, the anxiety, the worrying about it, the frustration of it, once you have it solved, then that moment passes and you can let it go. Like after I solve this problem now, my credit card screwed me over. When I solve that tomorrow, well, boom, now I'm going to let it go and move on to the next problem that I need to solve, which will be the AC unit. Figure out if that can get fixed. And then if that gets fixed, awesome. And then tomorrow or the day after that will be something else I need to solve. Again, this is other people's inability to solve problems in a timely manner. I mean, if you got a problem, you should solve it right away. And then not only is it better for you, but it's better for everybody who has to deal with that same problem. Like if the shower's filling up, well, that's a family problem, right? That's everybody needs to go in and solve that problem. And again, especially, telling me what the problem is, I know what the problem is. It's not me. It's making the sink clog up or the shower clog up. I don't have long hair. I'm not putting stuff down down the shower that's causing it to clog up. So there you go. I'm the one that paid to get the shower fixed and had the shower I had the bathtub taken out, by the way, and had a shower put in. I'm the one that paid to have all that done and got it all done. And then I had to fix the thing because they didn't do the... see, this is a common example, everybody. I pay people to do stuff, and then I end up fixing it. Like the shower head of there was really loose. It was like really loose. I had to go in there and put a bunch of putty there, that putty that, expands and then solidifies to hold the pipe so that the pipe stopped moving because, there's like a little hand thing you can spray yourself with or the shower head. So it used to move. So I had to go in and solve that. And so I fixed that problem. Then I had to sand it down and I had to repaint the whole entire thing across there. I had these glass doors put in. And so they put the glass doors in backwards. So then I had to I paid these people to put the glass doors in, by the way. And so I called them and they said, well, we can't be there for like another couple weeks. And I was like, no problem. I'll just take care of it myself. So I took the glass doors off. I switched the glass doors and I put it in. So I paid them, so I fixed the problem. So that's the way it goes, everybody. That's how it goes in the world, is that constantly fixing other people's problems. Yeah, I'm probably dropping frames because I'm streaming to so many platforms at the same time. You got to think it's compressing 6,000 per platform. So that's 36,000 up right now. So sometimes we might drop a few frames or whatnot. Gonna have to just roll with it at this point until I can get myself either another sweet computer like I'm using for gaming or what. But it usually goes for, usually it does that a little bit. Just roll with it. At least it's not slide showing. At least I'm not going like that. That's really bad. All right, let's keep saying hello to everybody in the chat. What are we doing? Human, thanks for the 1, by the way. Wisp, Peta, thanks for the 1 there. Jaeger coming in with the 1 and the 2, knows what I'm talking about. Gorgs with the 1, Dragon Wolf. Let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of love for getting that going on. K-Man Mox coming in. What up, K-Man Mox? Again, I saw that on the Discord. Of course, also someone's trying to spam my Discord, trying to scam all of you guys. Again, if you get that Discord message that says, hey, I'm an artist and blah, 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 go click this link or whatever, just ban those people, everybody. Block them. Instant block them. It's a scam. Don't do it. And I dropped the ban hammer on that person on my Discord. If you show me the proof of them doing that Discord scam, they're out. That's it. Bam, gone. You never know. Exactly. Hyperallergenic. Yes, thank you for that. Yes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Exactly. When you show who you really are in the moment in which you ask people not to screw you over and then they screw you over, they showed you who they are. And then you shouldn't fall for it again. If they screwed you over, you definitely don't want to go back to them again and let them screw you over again and trust this person that basically screwed you over because they didn't care about you. They didn't care about the fact that, hey, I was working on this thing. I was working on this project for my 25th anniversary, and I worked on it for months, and it cost me thousands of dollars. I'm going to go do this screwed up thing and screw you over and then blame you for it. It was your fault. You're the one that did it. I don't know why you're upset. Why are you upset? Because I screwed you over. I don't know. Again, this is a stunning thing to me, everybody, that some people just don't get it. They just don't get why, when you screw someone over, they're mad at you. Because you screwed them over. Because you did something that was untrustworthy. You did something that was very, very untrustworthy. Something that somebody trusted you to have their back, and then you didn't. Yeah, those are the type of people you don't let do it over and over again. Don't do nice things for them. In fact, try to avoid them. That's what I do. I avoid people like that now. I don't want anything to do with them. If they want to just constantly be a, narcissist and tell me about how wrong I am and tell me about, try to manipulate me into doing stuff for them, no. No, no, no. Don't fall for it anymore, everybody. It's taken me a long time to just say, because I'm such a nice guy, I always trying to help people with all their crap, because, they seem like they can't do it themselves. The real thing is they should be able to do it themselves. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you got to go change your own oil or change your tire or whatever. This is why I try to teach my daughters all about how to change their own tire. One of my daughters, by the way, I love her for it. She's like, I could have changed the tire. I could have went in there and changed mom's tire. I love her for that, everybody. The fact that she's a problem solver like me. She go, oh, I know how to do it. Daddy told me how to do it. And then I quizzed her on it, and she didn't quite know how to do it. So I showed her how to do it again, because I did tell her when she was learning to do the car, I told her all about the car, right? This is the tire. This is where the brakes are behind these wheels. This is how this works. This is the differential. You got a 4x4 car, so when it goes in, it's going to lock in. All four wheels are going to work at the same time, and so on and so forth. Because we have an old Jeep that we're letting my daughter use, and so we basically. I was telling her how to make it work, right? And the fact that she tries to solve her own problems is why I like her the most. Is that she'll solve the problem and I don't have to solve it. She's a great problem solver because she'll go through and, think it through and say, okay, how can I solve this problem? And she's willing to put in the work to solve the problem. And then, of course, I told her the even easier way to fix the problem is to call AAA, because that's what we're paying for. We're paying so we don't have to change the tire, so they can come out and change the tire for us. That's why we pay, and they can do it like this. Everybody, that guy came out and he came out. I saw him. I said, hey, cool. Hold on, I gotta go inside for a second. I come out and he already had it done. Dude already had it done like this, man. The dude's probably changed 5,000 tires. He can do it in 3 seconds. Plus, he's also got the heavy stuff where you just go, zap those things out of there, and then change the tire. And then we drove the car over. We got the tire replaced, and bam, done. Okay, now I don't have to think about it anymore. That's done. Right now, I can move on to the next problem that I have to solve. And so on and so forth. You get the idea. Hello, Prophet. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate it. Do I have any plans to try Factorio after finish this run? I have played Factorio before. This is something I talk about all the time on the stream, especially when I'm playing Satisfactory. People are like, Kismet, have you ever played Factorio? Yes, I have played Factorio live on stream. In fact, if you watch that scroll that goes by, I think it's in there. I think Factorio is actually in that scroll in my office. But you wouldn't have saw it today because that's when I'm in my vault office as opposed to my Satisfactory office. Because I'm your official corporate training representative from FICSIT Corporate here, everybody. We're going to teach you how to do some amazing builds. As you can see right now, we have a lot of stuff running here. A lot of stuff running through and being sorted, by the way, into the Awesome Sync. And if you see it all running over here, this is what we want to see, everybody. We want to see it running there because that's telling me that over here, that this is full. And we set all this up last time. Let's transition to actually playing some games. We transitioned last time to working on our modular frames. We got that done, or last week. Then we also got our quick wire now sorting and automatically going into the box. We also have our plastic running over here. We have our rubber. Now, the way we set this up is so that if there is any excess, it will automatically take that excess and run it into the Awesome Sync. Now, remember, this has been running all week long. This server runs 24/7 because time is the ultimate power. And that's something we're going to talk about tonight. Look at that, 140 coupons in there on top of the 240 I already got somewhere. Let's print those out and put one of my favorite things in this game, everybody, Dimensional Depot. It's so awesome because I can just put those in there, and those are going to put those in with my current tickets. Ticket. Those are called coupons, not tickets. Coupons. So yeah, look at that. I can have 1,500 coupons in the Dimensional Depot. Right now, I've got 300 already in there, and now I'm putting another 150 in, or so, 140 in. So I'm going to have a lot of coupons in there. But as you can see, it's basically bringing all of these various resources, and it's just running them out as we go. And we can see we've got a train going here, and the train's bringing in those resources and running them in. And wow, look at that. Look at that. It is definitely running that faster than it can get rid of it. That's for sure. Wow. Okay, we might want to just... we might want to straight dump that into its own awesome sink at this point. Because that is a lot of... that's a lot of quick wire. All right, hold on. Let's fix this problem. Let's get started first by fixing this issue over here. I'm going to show you a great little trick to this, everybody. First thing we're going to do is we're going to use floor holes. Floor holes to run this down here. So I'm going to go ahead and get my game sounds on and run this into the awesome sink. Where is this connecting? I bet you it's connecting underneath. So again, everybody, it's like, why can people not solve their own problems? Why could that credit card company not have notified me when that did not go through? Which they should have, which they do it for every... If I go to McDonald's and I charge something, and if it doesn't go through or it marks it as fraud or whatever, it would automatically tell me that it has been marked for that stuff. But this one transaction, they didn't do that. So they screwed up, not me. Again, I should have been notified that a potential fraud charge was on my thing. And it's a digital thing, right? It's an Apple credit card. So it should have shown on my list of stuff on my phone, which it does for every other transaction except for this transaction. So I said, you screwed up, not me, because it should have shown up on there and you shouldn't have declined it in the first place because it's been charging on my credit card for this whole entire time. And I don't know why this is the specific time that you chose to do that. Probably because it's automated and they screwed up, basically. I can tell you why. That's exactly why. All right, so now I got to get these to go back over there, underneath there. So now what I'm going to do is find a way to run this out. I'm going to go ahead and stop running this here. I guess I could just run it over. I could run this over. Let's keep running this one, though. We'll keep running... Oh, that doesn't quite reach. I'm going to put it there, and then we'll put it there. All right, I don't like it, but I'll put it like that for now. This one, I'm going to go ahead and just bring it over. Like this. Let's just do it the easy way. For now, because this will all be replaced eventually. So when we get it even further up in the higher tiers... we'll do this even more, but I want to make sure it's higher than my train. And now that's just going to run into its own awesome sink because there is way too much quick wire in there for it to ever catch up now. It'll never catch up on that quick wire. And it's only bringing more and more and more, and it's going to basically get more and more behind. But if it has its own dedicated line, and we're not producing 780 of it, eventually it'll diminish down to the point where it can just keep bringing it over, and I'll just keep doing that. But it's also bringing over other resources over here to run that in. Look at that. Look how much the belt just got cleared up. Yeah. Look how much the belt is cleared up over here, too. See, so that has its own separate one. Now, I always suggest, by the way, that you use quick wire for your awesome sink because that's like the #1 thing I throw in the awesome sink because you're going to make an absolute ton of it, everybody. Just so much of it, and most of the time, never even use all of it. Later on, you use it in a later process. But at this point of the game, I'm about 3/4 of the way through. I have now got a box full of it, right? Well, not really. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes plus 5 more boxes. I have 10 boxes of quick wire now, all the way up and all the way down to the front. Same thing with plastic, same thing with rubber now. I have more than enough to really carry me to the end parts of the game. Also, same thing with aluminum is maxed out because I can see it's in this last box because what it does, it goes up, goes forward, and then it comes down those other boxes in the front. Same thing over here. We can now see that instead of having like 100 encased industrial beams, which is what we had, before, we set up our encased industrial beams before last week, and then all this week has been doing nothing but encased industrial beams. And well, it's doing a whole bunch of other stuff, but it's doing a lot of encased industrial beams, and then now we have 10 boxes of it. Over here, we don't have any, though. Rotors, stators, and motors. That's the next thing we need to work on. And we were working on all of that last time, and that was starting to hurt people's brains. I know it was hurting mine in the chat. But we'll take care of that today and try to finally get that going. Speaking of that, let me go over here and get my recording going before I forget. Try to record the stream separately now also so that I can make guides and highlights and all that stuff out of it as well. Let me go ahead and click all that stuff. I'm going to get up the spreadsheet and the schematic we were working on. Let's do it. Let's get it up here. Let's get it going. Move this over here. This program is called Infinity Designer 2 because Adobe was being pretty shady. So when they act really shady, I don't want to be part of any shady stuff. So I canceled my Adobe subscription, went and bought this Infinity Designer, which is basically like Illustrator, and actually been really enjoying it. It's really a fantastic program. I give them huge credit. What were we last doing? We were last doing, is it modular frames? I think it was modular frames we were doing. So I posted all of this up there. Yeah, modular frames and aluminum production. Let me find it. Where did it go? All power. Oh, right there. Wow. I love it when there's a list of 10 things and I can't find it in the 10 things. That's very, very tough. All right, this is the last thing we did over here. We illustrated our Kismet Rule of 8 on Modular Frames Factory. We have 3 separate factories that we had built previously, and of course all my patrons get a copy of all of this. And of course we had 3 reinforced factories, and all we had to do is just use those 3 blueprints that we had already made to make those 3, and then all we had to do is do this rest part because this was already pre-made, right? So you don't have to really worry about that. That's already set and ready to rock. All you had to do is fill in the rest of this part here to get our modular frames going. We also got our reinforced iron frames going, and honestly I don't remember how we did it, so we're going to go ahead and actually I could just leave it over here because we're going to work on that here in just a moment. We're going to go ahead and also get our reinforced reinforced, man, I always forget what they're called. They're reinforced something. They're not frames, they're what are they called? Beams. They're beams. Reinforced iron beams. Now the cool thing is, see, if I take some stuff out of here, what it's going to do is you'll see that'll start to fill up, because what it'll do is bring those reinforced oh, there it goes. Reinforced iron frames. We can see them sorting in there, and that'll just fill it back up again. So anytime I pull those out of there, they get filled up. Also, if we go look for that encased industrial beams, we can see that it's filled up in the actual dimensional depot as well, because I have a dimensional depot that goes along with this in the factory. So it'll automatically put it into the dimensional depot for me. So if I use any of them from the dimensional depot as well, it'll automatically start to put it back in there. So that's pretty awesome. So that does help a lot, and I'm going to be using a bunch of those today, so we're going to go ahead and pull those out of there. Now we got to do rotor stators and motors and a whole bunch of other stuff. Pull raw copper coal from new area to make motors factory. Oh, look at me, I left myself a note. There we go, there we go. Oh, so yes, so no plans on playing Factorio, by the way, getting back to that. No plans on playing Factorio at this point. Yeah, if it lags, everybody, just refresh the stream. Because mine only shows just a little bit on the camera, but the actual gameplay itself is fine. Let's see. Gorg's coming in. What's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Cartoon Man, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for chilling out in the channel. There you go. I'm not sure what a power switch does. Can you explain to me if I put power to it, will still power equipment or not to a grid? Oh, I'm going to show you some great examples of why to use a power switch. Now, there's the simple power switches, which just allow you to turn it on and off. But the best power switch in the thing, and by the way, you can thank me because I'm the one that suggested this, and a whole lot of other people too. But I'm the one that suggested an on-off power switch, especially this one, the priority power switch. Now, the reason why I use the priority power switch is so you can go in, like in this case, you can see this is my, oh, well, actually, I got to take your comment out of there so I can show you. It says online backup power. So my online backup power is all of this, right? So if I want to turn this off, I can go right here and it turns all of these things off at once. That's the great thing about a power switch. A power switch, you can connect everything to it, and then the line coming from the power switch is going to the switch, and then it goes to all the things after that, right? You don't want to circle it back to the grid again. You want it to be just in its own grid, and then it has one point of connection through the power switch, and then you flip that power switch and all that stuff goes off. So I could turn this power off right now. No real reason for me to, but I could. Now, over here on the other side is another priority power switch, and it is my offline power. And if you notice, the switch is off. Now, the reason why the switch is off is because I have made this backup battery power that I charged up and then I turned off. Now, why did I turn it off? Because if my power does go off and it burns up all of these batteries and all my power goes off, I'm going to need some way of turning it back on. So what I can do is just minimize, turn everything else off, and just turn on the power that I'm trying to fix. In this case, it'd be my my oil power right here. And I would go and then, okay, oh wait, I missed a connection here. I did something wrong here. I don't have enough oil. Maybe I don't have enough trains bringing the oil, whatever it is. Go solve the problem. And then to start it all back up again, I turn this backup power on, turn that on, and bada bing, bada boom, this starts back up again. It gets back up to full speed. Then it starts producing surplus power, which then charges back up my batteries. And then I turn my batteries back off again for when I really need them. So these are offline power. This is online power. And the number one reason to have your power switches in the first place is because of power. These type of games are all about power. They're all about power. So if you go in and you say, wait a minute, my power went off, what is the first thing you want to turn off? It's not going to be your oil power. It's not going to be your coal power or later on your nuclear power. You don't want that to turn off. You don't want your hypertubes to turn off either. You want those to stay on so that you can get to wherever you need to get to fix your power and add more power or do whatever you need to do. So what you want to do is prioritize your power. And that's why you have your circuit breakers. Now, the priority group number one is your primary thing. If you notice, I have my offline and online power right there. So that means that my power will stay on every time. So my battery power is the highest priority power. So after that, there is my oil power. Right? So I can turn that on and off, including the ability to turn off the nodes, the extractors that are extracting the oil, and also the actual power machines and the power fuel power that I'm using to actually produce power. So I can turn all that off just by a switch. Now, if you notice here, these are all what I call a lower priority, right? This is my copper factory. This is making limestone. This is making this and that and the other things. These are low-level power, like biopower, right? Biopower I would consider pretty low level, but if you're using biopower, then you'd want to bring that up by just dragging it, and most of the time they'll be over here on the side, undefined. Oops, 60 seconds. So they'll be undefined. And so basically you'd want to have your power in the higher priority, and then say your power gets really low, it turns everything else off, keeps your power on. You see that it went off. You're like, whoa, where did my factory go off? You go look at your power switch. Oh, wait, I don't have enough power. And then it gives you time to solve the problem before your power completely goes off. So it's like a power backup or prevention. A power loss prevention is basically what switches are for. Oh, I gotta go out. I was going to restart my server real quick here. Hold on, I gotta go to the main menu. Go over there and do that. So that's what switches are the best for. Is Factorio good? Factorio is one of the greatest factory games ever made. iSwift, it is incredibly good. I highly recommend it. Even Satisfactory said to go check it out, which is wild. So I definitely check it out. Yes, welcome to your corporate training there, Kite Man Dan. That's me. I am here, sent here by FICSIT Corporate to help you all out. So that's why power switches are great. Great question, by the way, Tesla, and I reward the whole chat for great questions. Right over there. Let's see. Oh, you guys hit those retweets as well. Well, hey, I just go ahead and give you guys more love while we're waiting. So there we go. Yeah, it'll be your next one. Yes, add it to your list. If you've never played it, I think it's one of the greatest factory games of all time. Satisfactory is, came after Factorio. Factory is like the gold standard in factory building games. It's an older game, so it's not going to be like full 3D and, epically built like Satisfactory, but it is a great factory game and very, very fun to play. So I highly recommend it, absolutely. They just recently came out with an update as well. I know all of you would love me to play all of these games and I have a giant list of them, but again, everybody, I only got so many minutes in the day, and I don't have so much energy to play so many games. So it's very difficult for me to play every single game that comes out because they all come out at the same time. I was hoping, Satisfactory and 7 Days to Die wouldn't come out at the same time, roughly within a few months of each other, because then I could have played a lot of 7 Days to Die, and then I could have came back and then played a lot of Satisfactory. But because they came out about the same time, I'm kind of splitting my weeks up with a little bit of Satisfactory here and a little bit of, well, actually probably more 7 days than I'm doing Satisfactory. But I try to play for a long time, though, so at least I get a lot of time in as well, because we're going to be going all night long here, everybody. And then I got to get up in the morning and call these idiots over there that screwed up my stuff. And then hopefully they fix my air conditioning today. And then I have that problem. And there's 2 more problems down that I don't have to worry about until they break again or somebody does something stupid again, and then I have to fix it. That's how it goes. Or somebody has some problem that I have to constantly solve. Again, I feel like sometimes I'm the only one, that thinks that stuff through. I mean, it's not that other people are really that stupid. It's just that they don't care. They don't think it through. They don't say, look, if this is a problem, this problem is only going to get worse if you don't solve it, right? If you have a nail in your tire, it's only going to get worse. It ain't going to get any better. It ain't going to suddenly magically fix itself. It's only going to get worse and worse and worse. So if you don't solve it right away, it's only going to cause more issues down the way. Same thing with the air conditioning. Same thing with the garage door. Same thing with that billing. It's always something. So yes, Factorio, really fantastic, great. I remember reading a story where someone lost money from their bank account because of fraud and didn't realize it until a couple days later. The bank told them it wasn't the bank's fault because they had online bank account and they should have checked their account every 24 hours. Yes, that's called blame shifting. Yes, that's where they shift the blame onto you. And that's what they tried to do. I said, no, this is not a me problem. This is a you problem. You didn't notify me that you declined one of my transactions, and you declined a transaction that was perfectly fine for every single month, and then this is the month that you chose to decline it. So why did you do that? Because you made a mistake, not me. I didn't make the mistake. You made the mistake, and now I have to waste my time fixing it. So there you go. I don't blame people for mistakes, but I do blame it when they don't own up to it, everybody. Yeah, definitely check it out, iSwift. It's really good, and they just came out with an update for it as well, Factorio. Now, 7 Days to Die and Satisfactory are 2 of my favorite games of all time. Over the past 50 years, everybody. I've played thousands of games over the last 50 years, and I can tell you they are some of my favorites of all time. And that is the highest praise I can give it, is that they are my favorites. Because you got to think, I played all the best games, everybody. I played Asteroids when it was in the arcade. I played Pong, stand-up Pong, in the arcade. I played old school, everybody. Pinball machines, the old school pinball machines, all of that stuff as well. I've been playing them all. I played X-Wing. I played the Atari. I played the Commodore. I played the Amiga. I played the Commodore VIC-20 way back in the day, the Timex Sinclair, the small one, Apple machines, PCs, giant mainframes, $1 million supercomputers back in the day, Cray supercomputers and stuff like that. I've used all of that stuff. And I can tell you, it's been a wild ride. It's been a crazy ride, big time. So that's why I use power switches. So if that helped you, let me know in the chat. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. I never mind. But that's what power switches are for. The power switches are to keep your power from going off, because you can set low priority items that it'll automatically turn these off first, and it will keep those on first, right? And then, of course, I haven't, if you notice, I haven't put my oil power in there, because the ones that I don't want to turn off, you can actually just not put in there, and it won't turn that off. So that's another reason to, you can either put it in there or not put it in there. Put in the ones that you do want to turn off, or put in the ones you don't want to turn off, because the first thing I don't want to turn off is my backup power, is my electrical power. Because you're like, well, Kismet, you don't want to turn off your oil power. Well, my oil power is my main power. So if there's a power problem, it's a problem with my oil power. It's going to go off. So I already know that. That's a default. Boom. That's going to go off. That's why it doesn't have a power switch. And also, I just never got around to it. But that's why that I don't need to put a priority power switch on it, because if anything happens with my power, I know I'm going to be fixing that or adding more power. That's the other thing I'll have to do. But if it's anything else that I add, if it's another factory that I add, which I'm adding a bunch of factories now, and I will put priority switches on those. So if I add too many factories and I don't have enough power for it, it'll automatically turn those factories off, and not my central power, not my oil power, not my coal power, not my bio power, or not my my battery power. It won't turn those things off. I don't care if it turns off my plate factory. That's fine. That's okay. Turn off the plate factory, turn off the modular frames, turn off the copper, turn off the quick wire, turn all that stuff off first before you turn off my primary power. Because if it turns off my primary power, my trains are going to stop. And if my trains stop, it stops bringing oil over. And if it stops bringing oil over, my oil power goes off, right? You don't want that to happen. And the same thing with your hypertubes. If the power goes off, then you won't have your hypertubes. And if I need to run all the way out to my oil right now, and my trains aren't working, and my hypertube ain't working, I'm going for a very long walk or a very quick drive in my little tiny cart all the way out there as well. Or I could use my little dune buggy. I could do that as well. Or I can create myself a hypertube cannon, create some separate power, and then cannon myself out there if I wanted to. a lot of options there, but still, I would just prefer that the power doesn't go off. That's the number one thing. I prefer that the power doesn't go off, and that I don't have to go and fix it every 5 minutes. That sucks. Oh, I can put more barrels in there. Put some barrels in there. Okay, so we got that going. Now, we were going to illustrate our encased industrial beams. Now, what I'm going to try to do is illustrate these during the week, and then put them up for my patrons at the end of the week, along with any blueprints that go along with it. So, let's go back to our encased industrial beams. Now, what I do, everybody, is I go way above and beyond here in the stream. I actually explain things as I go along. I know it's crazy, right? Because I'm your official FICSIT corporate trainer, and that's my job. That's what I do. Now, if you get lasered from space due to inefficiency, that's not my department. But my job is to prevent that from happening so you don't get lasered from space, all right? Now, as you can see out here, we have several factories. We did our quick wire factory. That one we don't need to do, everybody. You just run it into a bunch of smelters and stuff. You got that. You got that down. But this factory right here is the one that is producing our encased industrial beams. Now, what I like to do is work horizontally sometimes, and sometimes I will work vertically. As you can see, I'm working vertically there using our blueprints. And I'm going to fall way down here and bam, get some power going on right there. And then again, right over there. So I'm using my hover pack, which allows me to just kind of float around using the electricity that's nearby. And you can see down here, my light on? Yep, down there we've got some electricity running specifically so I can go across here. Now, this particular factory, you can see, is broke up into sections, right? You got the yellow section, you got this section, that section, and then the yellow section at the top. Each section does a certain thing. Like what I did is I made a blueprint that I could go ahead and put down multiple times. In here, you can see we have a bunch of smelters going, right? We have 8 smelters going in that particular spot. Let's go up here and look at the next section, and you can see we have a bunch of constructors going. We have 8 constructors going, right? Because it matches our smelters and constructors. And so we have 8 going there. Let's go up to the next level, the yellow level here. And what do we got? Oh, a bunch of storage up here. And look at this, everybody. Every one of these boxes right in here, I can tell you because look right there, is full of rods right now. And that's a good problem to have, everybody. That's a good problem to have, a lot of extra stuff. Then we're going to go right up here. We're going to check out this level. This level is taking these iron ingots and then also producing more rods over here, which I absolutely love. And then all the way up here at the top, we can see that we've put even more smelters in here. Now, what is this smelting? Well, this is going in and pulling in that iron and smelting some more iron ingots there as well. And if we go up a little bit more, up here, you can see those are coming in again and producing iron plates right over there, because these are making reinforced iron plates, I believe. Let's go see what the end product is. Yes, there's our reinforced iron plates coming right out of there. And then these reinforced iron plates are going back out here, and they are then running all the way up to the top part here. Now, that's a reinforced iron plates. This is reinforced iron plates. This is reinforced iron plates. And then it's being put into the factory right here, if I can find the entrance. Probably on the far side. Yep, right here. And now it's being put in here, and it's making modular frames. So these are not our encased industrial beams. I got to go hunt those down. So these are our modular frames. So this is taking those modular frames and then running them up again into this top part here, which is again full of modular frames being run through here. Now, the modular frames are not backlogging, but they are going into this dimensional depot automatically. But the reason why they're not backlogging here is it's running those modular frames out. It's running it up to the train up above, and that train is running it over there. And if it can't put those modular frames into the what do you call it? The thing. If it can't put it into the storage box, it'll automatically divert it into the awesome sink. So there's no extra when it comes to modular frames, other than the 10 boxes of extra modular frames that I have. Which is a bunch. That's a whole bunch for sure. So we just have this here just in case we do want to backlog it. Now, at this point, I could backlog it. I could go in and tell the train to stop picking it up, and then it would start to backlog it over here as well. But I always have backlog there just in case something happens with the train or it gets filled up on the other side and it can't process it fast enough. Then it will start to fill up here, and then when it can process it fast enough, then it will come and pick this up and then process the excess of that. Okay, so that's our modular frames. And I probably, just to remind myself in the future, should put a big old sign here. Let's do it. Large billboard. Right there. And then we are going to change the layout to one big thing like this. Elemental settings, and then we're going to set it to parts. Modular frames here. Select icon. Boom. And there we go. Now we know from really far away what the heck that is. Over there, it's making a bunch of reinforced iron plates as well, but that's so I could use those plates. Also making rods and plates and screws and all the copper stuff, copper sheets and all of that. That whole factory over there is doing all the basics. This one's doing one specific thing, right? So you got to do all of this stuff down here to make this thing, right? To make the final product on this particular factory. Now over here, we've got, where did I, oh, way over there. That's right, we needed the coal. We did it over there. I forgot. Yeah, but that was like last week. Oh, and I forgot to, I should have took a break too, though I did start a little late, but I should take a break on time so I can try to get my breaks on time for once. Up, 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 and away. See, I like to get up nice and high like this, so when you're going forward and you run out of power, you can hit spacebar, and it will just kind of coast you over that edge. So it's basically like spinning the little drone fans in there. Yes, this should be our... I can see it slowing down. This is all of our quick wire here. So this is all of our quick wire running out of here, and if there is an overflow, it'll automatically run it in here into the overflow, and then also it'll automatically run it into the depot. I don't see anything. I can't see it actually going up the thing. Sometimes when you go up or you get like a different angle, it'll show you the stuff running on the belt. Yeah, there it goes. See, it's going into overflow. See, that just went into overflow, which is what you want to see every now and again. And then the rest of it is going up the thing to be picked up by the train and whatnot. Well, the one we want is way out over there. So let's go ahead and use our little trick here. Well, we made a bunch of walls and we attached power to it. And that allows me to use my little hover pack to basically use the power to climb up the wall. I could have put a ladder there and done it that way too, but I think it's a lot of fun. Oh, and here comes the train. Perfect timing. Oh, and here comes the Kismet love train at the same time. Whee! Let's get on the train. Let's get on the Kismet love train right there. Thank you very much for coming in and showing some love. What do we got? Oh, we got a love train conductor in the chat, everybody. Let's show some love in the chat. I appreciate all those gifted subs. Let's see, Tollman coming in. Coleman Gamgee. Love the name. Give us some love to some peeps right now. Let's see who's getting that love. We got Lapping Zeus getting a free sub. Topaz Sin getting a free sub. Bam Bam getting some love. Barry, we got Numba. All getting a gift to sub. Thank you so much for helping support the stream. Remember, everybody, all month long, if you do gift subs or you sub to the channel, you do have the ability to earn rewards on Twitch. So keep that in mind. So you're bound to do that within the next few days because you got today, I think today and tomorrow. I think the 31st is the last day to earn those extra rewards. Now let's show some love in the chat, everybody, as well. Good content, good info for Satisfactory Noob. Thanks, you're welcome. Hey, feel free to ask any questions. We never say that there's bad questions or dumb questions in this channel, everybody. You ask away, and I will try to help you as best I can. Now, you can see we were using a push-pull train. So we have a train on that side and a train on this side, and what it's going to do is go over there, pick up those resources, and bring them over here and drop them off. So it just picked up the modular frames and it picked up the quick wire. Now we're going to divert our quick wire and just get rid of our quick wire. Oh, it actually got rid of all that quick wire already. It sure did. See how it's not coming out? It actually did all of that quick wire while we were off running around. Awesome. And then over here, we should see those modular frames come out. And those modular frames are going to tried to get sorted into the box. I probably should just grab some out of here, right here. We'll see them come down the line here. There they go. And so all those modular frames are going to go in there. They're going to get sorted. And if they can go in there, because I just took some out, they'll go in there. And then when it fills up, you'll see it divert this way and run over here to the awesome sink. Now, how's it know how to divert? Well, the reason why it knows how to divert is right here. This is called your smart splitter. On the left side, which is where the box is, it'll say fill this first. And if it can't fill it up, if it's not defined, if it's not one of these, then it will do the next one, right? If it's not a modular frame, go ahead and send it down the line. If it is a modular frame and the box is full, then do the right output, which is the overflow, meaning there's too many of that item in there. I can't fit anymore, so go ahead and get rid of that and just run it in the awesome sink so we don't have to deal with the excess. And so that's what it does. And it just does that over and over and over. And all the ones in the front are smart splitters. These are normal mergers here that are merging together. They're merging from two directions. They're merging this way down to where we are here to this one, which is, you can see it's going sideways. And then these down here are merging in this direction toward this one, and then also going that way. And so basically it's managing all of those resources for me automatically, which is what you want. You want to automate that ability. Now, that's not cool enough. It's also doing the same thing over here. On this side, you can see that all of these basic resources are being run in here. And you can see that, look at, there we go, concrete's full. And again, that's 10 boxes of concrete. Why do I need 10 boxes of concrete? You'll find out. I don't want to spoil it. You'll see why later on. Because what I do is I scale up what's known as my backlog, right? So I have one box I use in the early game, and then as I go through later and later, I will then do more and more boxes because I know I'm going to need a bigger backlog of those resources later when I start doing a lot more building. Right? And when I start building stuff, I'm going to need those resources, especially when it comes to plates and concrete, because you're going to be doing big stuff at that point. You're going to start making big blueprints and stuff. Okay, now we got to get on a different train. And we need to get on that train to take us out to where our encased industrial beams. And I forgot, I've even put it out there. You got to think, I've played through this game 50 times, everybody. So at least 50. And so sometimes I don't remember what I did last time. And that's why I leave myself a note up there. Typically what I got to do. And again, you can make yourself a little to-do list off to the side there as well. All right, where's the train at? I don't see the train anywhere close to us, but we can look on the map and see how that train is doing. Let's see. That train is definitely over here. Oh, there's a dismantled crate over there I got to get rid of, too. Bunch of them. So, yeah, encased beams train. I even named it right. Look at that. So, it's operational. It's sitting over there probably. Oh, there we go. It was loading, and now it's going to bring that back and throw our encased industrial beams in here. Then it's going to go underneath like this. And it's going to run along here and end up back over at those boxes that we were just at. It's going to run that underneath. That's called a sandwich level or logistics level, where you're running it underneath so you don't have it running on the top level and ugling up your beautiful factory as well. So we'll wait for this to come back over this way, and we'll get on it here, and we'll go check out our encased industrial beams. And then what I'm going to do is not only am I going to show you via spreadsheet and a little bit of the numbers, but I'm going to hand illustrate it right before your eyes. Right here on stream. I'm the only one that does that. I've never seen anybody else do it. But then I've been at Gravity's Eye for 30 years, and doing that is like breathing to me, everybody. Doing ads and logos and that stuff is like second nature to me. I don't even think about it. All right, here we go. Gonna go ahead and unload that. Let's get on the train. I like to ride on the train as opposed to into the train. I don't know, there's something fun about sitting on the top of the train. I wouldn't do it in real life, but in game, it's fine. There we go. Your problem with the Smart Splitter was that it looked like it was still splitting the item I wanted to go to the left or right. As if I said to tell the Smart Splitter to send the iron rods to the left. It would only send every other iron rod in that direction I choose. What have I done wrong? It sounds like it's messed up. I would take it out. I would first take it out. That's the number one thing I would do. Take it out. Because, remember, games aren't perfect. If I see a problem with a splitter, especially Smart Splitter, first thing is I disassemble it. And I take the lines out, I put it back in again, and then I reset it up again. And then I make sure that I set it up correctly. So, like in this case, where you see it going into the box, what we want to do is we want to make sure that the left one is going in the box. Any one that I didn't define, any undefined, will then continue down the line and sort. And anyone that's in overflow would go right. See, if you're in overflow, that's going to cause it to send the other one to the other one, right? And if you don't have it set for an overflow, if you've not accommodated your overflow, that's the common problem where it'll start working like a normal splitter, where it'll say, oh, well, this thing is full. Or even if it stops for a second, even if it says, oh, wait, this is full for a second, it's going to send that down another line. So if your line stops at any moment, even for a half second, it's going to automatically send stuff another direction. So make sure that you're managing your overflow. Absolutely. And if you're not managing the overflow, then it will just start splitting it. It'll send those rods down the line. If I had not had mine set to overflow, there goes my train again. If I had had it not set to overflow, it would automatically go forward. Because it says, oh, well, I can't go left. I'm just going to go forward then, especially if you don't have it set to any undefined. So the reason why I sent it to any undefined is so that it doesn't make it go forward, even if it does have an overflow. So again, check to make sure it's not a bug in the game. Remove it, put it back in again. Left side is you define the actual item. In that case, it was modular frames. And then any undefined items goes forward or straight. In the case of what I'm doing, and then overflow is right. And then that goes into a merger, and then you can merge it all the way down the line so that it's merging in anything else that's overflowing, and then it all leads to the awesome sink. Now be careful, because if you put something in there that you never want to go into the awesome sink, like your power shards, your little slimer guys, your snails, your ammo, things like that you really never want to go in the awesome sink, maybe until the end game. But even then, I never run it in there. I always keep all of my power shards, even though I have hundreds of them. And I keep all of my Mercispheres. I keep all of my Summer Sloops. You don't want those to accidentally go in there. I would not even put those in there. I would manually put those into the Dimensional Depot, or manually put those where you can find those. The things that are the most rare, the most valuable, I would not even bother sending down the sorter. There you go. Yes. Well, look at that. Did I call it? Did I call it? I've done the same thing. See? I've done the same exact thing. And that's how we all learn, right? That's how we all learn. We go, oh, man, why did I do that? Oh, that sucks. So, yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. And again, thanks for helping support the stream. I appreciate you. Absolutely. We've all been there, for sure. Okay, here we are back at our encased industrial beams. Wow, our train's back already. And then down here, we have, again, made another vertical factory. Now, these are all blueprints that I'm making. By the way, these blueprints are available on my Patreon for all my patrons over there. I did post all of these blueprints, and you can take them. And I even explain how to put them into your folder so that when you load up your Satisfactory, you'll have them available. And you can use them because I'm that guy who goes way above and beyond. I even showed you how to put them on a server if you want to. Get yourself a G-Portal server. My awesome server hosts. They're amazing. That's what I'm playing on right now, my mega server. And you can play it solo, or you can play it with friends. You don't have to play with other peeps. You can make it just a solo playthrough. And the great thing about a server, by the way, is one, I'm going to get you 10% off just by clicking that link. But two is the fact that you have the power of time. This has been running all week. This has been running for over 1,000 hours on their computers, using their power and not mine, and not using my computer and tying up my computer. So it just runs all the time. And Satisfactory is a perfect game for that, everybody. It's a perfect game to have your own server, whether you're playing with other people or your own private server that is just for you to play on. Because then you can go ahead and set stuff up, let it run. You're like, oh, well, this stuff's going to take, 20 minutes before I have enough resources to do the next stage. Well, guess what? Let it run for 20 minutes. Go make yourself a sandwich, watch, a TV show or whatever, come back, and bam, your stuff is ready to go. That's the power of time. And it is the ultimate power, for sure. All right, you can see that we're bringing in a bunch of stuff over here. We're bringing in our coal. And down there, we got a whole bunch of coal that's being combined and being run across here. Look at this. This is two different, matching across two different alignments here, both world grid and the node grid, as I like to call it. You can see we're running that in. Then we also have some other loot going in here, some limestone. So let's check out what we got going here. So in here, we have the limestone coming in, and it's making a bunch of concrete. That concrete is then being run up into here, up here as well. And of course, is burning up any excess that it has over there. And so we have two things of concrete going. And then on top of that, we have it running through up here, making some steel ignits. So down below, this is the top part of that. Let's go over here and find these steel ignits right here. And you can see I love these little sliding doors, everybody. They are awesome. Over here, you can see the smelter is taking the raw iron and the raw coal, making it into steel ignits. Those steel ignits are then running up here into these constructors. Now, again, each of these is a separate blueprint. So I make a blueprint for the foundries, and then I connect the raw resource to it. It makes those basic items over here. It makes these steel ignits, and then those steel ignits go to the next part where I have another blueprint for the constructors, and then I run it into those. And then those constructors are now making steel beams, and then those steel beams go up the way here. And you can see I'm feeding them up, right? I have different colors for stuff too. Green is output, red is input, green is output. So those are going up into this level. Now this level up here is converting it into encased industrial beams, because what do I need? Concrete and steel beams. So I found out what all the basic resources are that we needed, and we brought in, and then we converted it together. Now, another even easier way than me just showing you this, because this looks really hard if you're new to the game and you're like, Kismet, it's too much, bro. I don't know what's going on. I can't tell what's going on. Well, I can show you via a spreadsheet, which I did last time. But this time, I'm going to show you via illustrating it. That's right. I'm going to illustrate that entire process right over there and how to make those encased industrial beams. So let's go ahead and chill out over here in the corner. Let's get our thing up, and then we're going to save this right here. Let me save this out as encased industrial beams. Right there. Save. Okay, I was just saving that up. And I have a whole bunch of stuff I'm working on, so there are some things that I can't show you yet, everybody. Again, NDAs, everybody. I don't want to get in trouble. I'll get in trouble, and then they stop sending me cool giveaways for all of you guys. So yeah, I want to keep giving you guys tons of epic loot. So there you go. All right, so we're going to take this factor, we're going to slide it off to the side because we saved as, right? So now we have this. Now, this is called the Kismet Rule of 8. This is how you find your perfect efficiency in all of your factories. So this particular factory, we're going to go ahead and grab this if we can. Come on, grab it. And we're just going to put this right here for now. And we're going to say this is encased industrial. Come on, fingers. Encased industrial beams factory. Boom. Let's see. Probably make that a little bigger. Just a little bigger here. All right, close enough. And then we don't know what it produces yet. We're going to put that as question mark. Okay, now the first thing we need to do before we get into all of this is figure out what our input numbers are. If you ever wonder how to make stuff efficient or how to figure out how much stuff you need, you always start with your inputs. Your inputs is where everything starts and everything gets going. Now, I also, on top of illustrating this for you, I also have an epic spreadsheet that has all of these numbers that we figured out last time. That's right, we did. We figured it all out. Now, we got to come back to this one, which is doing our stators and rotors and all of that. And hopefully, I remember what the heck I was doing there. But we're going to come back over here, and we're going to start first with our limestone, right? So we'll start with our limestone. What is our input of our limestone? And how much limestone did we need? We need 152.2, which is about 4.2. And I'll make this a little bigger for all you peeps on mobile. And again, I went in and just basically figured out the math. How much input do I need to put into or extract of the limestone to make that work? Now, if we go back to the actual limestone extractor over here, we can see what it's set on. Pretty easy, right? Let's go over and see what it is. It's set to 453.6 per minute. So I have it set exactly to what I need. Now, I could make it more if I wanted to, or less, or whatever, but why not make it exact? Because you can see that it's not really hurting for it. You can see that number is staying very consistent, which means that it has plenty to go. So 453.6. And that seems like an odd number, but the reason why that has that odd number right there is because it equals the output that we need for that limestone. So if we're going to take our encased industrial beams and combine steel beams and limestone together, we need 151.2 in this case, because we have 4.2 and 4.2. So it's kind of an odd number. But that's what we need to make the amount that we want to make, right? That's going to help us make that final product of encased industrial beams. So what we want to do is basically sometimes backward engineer how much we want to do. So if we have 4.2 machines here, right, in our encased industrial beams assembler, that means we're going to have basically like 4 machines, and then we'll figure out the math and work that math backwards to the beginning. So right now we have 453.6 limestone coming out of there. So that's a great starting point. So let's go ahead and grab our little extractor over here. I'm going to run this over here. And yes, again, I'm going to illustrate the whole thing for you right now. Let's do it. And again, if you're one of my Patreon subscribers and you want to really help support the stream, that is the best place to do it. A lot of exclusive stuff up there just for my patrons, as well as if you do show love here on the stream, you also get exclusive stuff just for Twitch. I have exclusive stuff for all the different platforms, everybody, depending on, I don't care where you watch the stream, everybody. I don't care where you support, or if you don't have enough money to support, that's also just fine. I appreciate you. I am not a young kid who thinks they're entitled. I'm of the age, everybody, where I remember, and still to this day, sometimes I still have to do it, you know, find that change so you can get enough change so you can get to work today, right? So you can buy some gas to get to work. I understand. I understand. It's tough out there right now. But I do appreciate those supporting the stream. Yes, spreadsheet time. Let's do it. Do I have to have the final level of the blueprint designer to be able to use your blueprints? These ones I'm doing now, yes, but the 4x4 ones are also in there. So the 4x4x4, which are the earlier stages ones, are in there. But if you're using the later game stage ones, that's these ones. Right? So these ones are mainly for later stage. And that's why I'm using the 5x5x5. But the earlier stager ones, I do have 4x4x4s for you as well. So all of that stuff is up there as well. Okay, so we're going to start with our raw storage. Let's get zoomed in here. This miner is an MK1. Let's see what this is. Is this a pure node? We don't know. Yes, it is. So that's a pure node. Sweet. I like a pure node. I forgot it was pure. All right, that's a pure node. So that's coming out fast, everybody. That's coming out 553.6. Let's type that in. 553.6. Boom. That thing is smoking. And shrink that down so it fits in there. And then concrete. Because I don't think you really need to do this level of blueprinting until the later game because you have the belts are too slow. I think the belts are way too slow in the early game to be really going crazy on the size of your factories. The belts are too slow. It's hard to get the stuff up to speed. And even if I did have the ability to do this, you'd be splitting this into a whole bunch of different nodes and tons of lines. It's just going to be not worth your time because your time is your most valuable asset, everybody. Absolutely. So this is going to go into a raw storage here. And then this is going to go 553.6 out. And this is not going to be raw iron. And actually, we just take these numbers out of here now because we already have it written what it is right here. This is not concrete, by the way. This is actually limestone. Very important to know the difference. Limestone. There we go. Okay, so now we got 553.6 because it's a pure node. If this was a normal node, we wouldn't be able to do this. This is also a Mark II, by the way. Let's go in, make this into a Mark II. Mark II miner, pure node, 553 limestone, coming out, looking good. Now, what the spreadsheet tells us is how many machines that we need to basically make this work. Now, in this case, we need 10 machines, 10 constructors to basically allow us to do 10 constructors. And if we use 10 constructors, that's going to output that 151.2 that we need, right? And then this one and the one down here are connected, right? So this is our basically our output. Our final, that's our goal of our output. And that makes the game so much easier. It makes it so much easier. Okay, how much do I need at the end? I need 151.2 to match how much it is, right? And that's because my steel beams are an even number. And when you do steel beams times this input times the number of machines, that's the output that we need, right? And the same thing with limestone. So we need this much times the machine input or divided by the input. It tells us how many machines, and then that's going to output a certain amount, right? And so that the amount of output of the encased industrial beams we also need to look at as well. So let's go back to the top and take a look at how much encased industrial beams. It's always amazing to me, the further you get down the chain, the less and less it's outputting. Right here, 6 per minute. We forgot to write that in there. There we go. We'll put these actually down here. So this is 6 per minute. So if I'm outputting 6 per minute on 4.2 of these, right? I am outputting this times this. Look at the even knows because I did it on the one up above. So I'm outputting 25 encased industrial beams total. That's my total output of encased industrial beams. And you're like, well, Kismet, how did you get 10 boxes of it? The power of time. I let it run all since last week. So now when I come in, I have thousands of them. because I use that power of time because I have a server that allows to do it. G-Portal's the best, everybody. Highly recommend. They specialize in amazing servers for just about any game you can think of. Minecraft, you know, 7 Days to Die, even Farm Simulator, which is a great one. Also, man, Minecraft, you name it. You name it. And, of course, Satisfactory and Valheim, another great game. All of those things. So we're producing 25 encased industrial beams. That's our end goal. Our end goal is to take our 75 steel beams we're producing and our limestone and produce it. So the steel beams, we worked forward, right? We worked forward. So we brought in 300 coal, 300 iron. That's 6.7 machines. The output of that is 300 and 300, right? Then we took those steel ignits, the 300 steel ignits that we're outputting. And then what we did, actually it would be one of these would be outputting because you'd be combining both of these. So this would actually be the output here. So this is the output of our foundry, right? Because we're combining the coal and the iron together. It's 45 in, 45 out. So if you put 300 in, it's going to be 300 out because it's 1 to 1. So that's 300 out. And then if you take the 300 steel ignits and you convert them into steel beams, what that's going to be is it's going to take 60 in per beam, right? Per 15 out. And so if you take 300, you divide it by 60, that means you need 5 machines. Now look, that number worked out perfectly, didn't it? You need 5 machines, and then it's going to output 15. And so 5 times 15 is 75. There you go. That's how we got that number. So 75 is our actual final number out of our steel beams there. Now, once we go ahead and do this, now actually this part here is the final product. So we could actually go like this, and we could reset this. And then this is our actual final output. And we'll just make it blue. This is our final output. All of this hard work here is to make this one thing here, right? To make that one last thing. Now, I could go to my other stuff where I have a bunch of steel ignits and stuff being made, but that stuff I like to make separate, so it'll just keep making that, and I won't use up all of my steel beams and steel pipes when I need them. It'll be in its own separate thing. And there are so many nodes in the game, everybody, that you can literally make every process be part of its own factory. And that's one way that I play. I also play the mega way, where you go ahead and just drain every single node in the game and you run all of the resources into one factory. That's pretty crazy. We're going to do that eventually. But right now we're doing what I call modular factories that you do at the nodes. And I build them separately and then run the resources back to the primary base for me to use or for me to send on to the next process. So now we're making those 25 encased beams. This also down here, by the way, is a separate one. This is for our Caterium. Caterium is easy. You just take what your input is, which in this case is 600. I divide it plus what is the input of each machine, right, of the smelters, which is 45. That tells me I need 13.3, so basically 14 smelters times the output, which is 15, which is 200, right? That's easy. That means you just need basically 14 constructors or smelters. You need 14 smelters, and then you need 16 or 17 in this case, 17 constructors. So in this case, 13 smelters, so constructors. So that's basically what we're figuring out with all this math right here. You can see it right here. It says smelters and says constructors. That's what we're figuring out, all this math. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do I see this spreadsheet? Can I see your spreadsheet? Absolutely. Everybody gets to see the spreadsheet right there. Bam, there's a link to it right there. In fact, I have a whole bunch of stuff from a whole bunch of different games, Throne of Liberty, Satisfactory, Fallout. Let's see, man, what if I have Factorio in here? I don't even know. It's a lot, everybody. 7 Days to Die, Enshrouded. Let me find some other ones. Skull and Bones, Starfield. What else? PAX Day I've got in there. All the stuff that I've done across the way, including all the vendors and all of that. Look at the different Satisfactory calculations. Check this one out, everybody. It's one of my favorite. Because it does it in halves or in thirds, and you can tell it whether you want to start with thirds or halves or whatever. So that one's really good. Big calculations. I did that years and years ago. And Settlement Overseer. What else? Subnautica in there. I even got Marbles in there. Let's see. No Man's Sky, Stardew Valley, Astroneer. You got the idea. There's a lot of stuff in that spreadsheet. Now, of course, you can't modify mine, but you can copy it, paste it, put it in your own spreadsheet, make it even better. There you go. And right now, the one I'm working on is called resource extraction or satisfactory resource extraction. So you can see everything that I'm doing here and take a look at my numbers and try to figure out your own numbers that you want to do. But getting back to it, getting back to our encased industrial beam. So our input of our extractor is 453.6 for limestone. Our next input is going to be our coal and our iron. And really what you want to figure out is what raw resources you need and start with those. And then everything else, the math of everything else works itself out once you know that basics. And you can basically figure it out forward, or you can figure out what the end result, how much you're trying to make, and then work your way backwards from that and find it out backwards as well. And that's why spreadsheets are great. You can also do it in game. They also have websites that do it as well. I don't like to look stuff up on websites. I'm old school in that way. I don't go look it up on the Satisfactory, plant thing, because I like to try to figure it out. And I feel like when you're doing it in a spreadsheet, or if you're illustrating it like this, you're going to remember it a lot more and you're going to understand it a lot more than just to have it do it for you. And that's why I'm illustrating it, so you'll understand it more versus just plumping in some numbers and then it says, okay, this is how many of this you need, this is how many of that you need, right? It's good to understand what the process is first. The why is very important, and that's what I'm teaching you, the why. The why we're doing the spreadsheet is so we know how many of the things we need to make, right? Why are we illustrating it? Well, for people who are not so mathematically inclined and more visually inclined. And I'm a bit of both, everybody. I'm both mathematically and visually inclined. I like to see the math, and then I also like to illustrate it so it makes it easier. Okay, so we have 300 coal and 300 iron. That's easy, right? This is going to be coal right here. Coal. And I call this raw iron, so I don't get it confused. Raw iron. Right there. And then we have 300 going in here. 300. And again, this is 300 coal. This is 300 raw iron. Okay, now in my particular case, I'm gonna make that just a little smaller. Just a little smaller. There we go. Now what we need to know is this a pure node or is it not a pure node? All right, so let's go take a look. Let's go ahead and hunt that down and take a look at what our inputs are here. So if we go outside here, we can see that we have our limestone node there. And then over here, we have our raw iron nodes. Now, what kind of nodes are these? This is an impure node, the worst node that you can do, right? So those are impure nodes. Did I write those down as impure in here? Well, I probably wrote them down here. I also keep track of all of my nodes, how many nodes I've done in this particular playthrough. There they all are, everybody. Right now, I'm only using 16 nodes. Out of all the nodes in the whole world, I'm only using 16, and some of them I have overclocked, especially the coal. Coal is something I just instantly overclock. And you'll wait till I get it to tier 3 extractors, everybody. We'll crank it up even more. A maximum on coal, usually. So we can see that we do have some two impure iron nodes right here. You can see these are the iron nodes, node number 13 and 14. And right now, they are extracting at a reduced rate of 135. They can go up to 150, but you can see I wrote it down there on the side that I'm actually reducing the output instead of it being max, which could be 300 combined. I'm actually only extracting them at 135 so that it would be at 270. Now, why am I extracting at 270? Because 270 is all I need. If I need more than 270, I'll turn it up. How do I know it's 270? Well, I go back here and I can say, okay, what do I need to do it? Now, in this case, you can actually see that I have it set to 300 for the iron. And so let's go see over here what it actually is extracting. Yeah, 135 over here, and then it's combining to 135 over here. So that's 270 being extracted from there. And the reason why I did 270, and I can tell you why right now, 270 there, 270 here, is so it's exactly the correct number. See, it's 6 machines and 6 machines instead of being a fraction. And then the output is 270. But again, see, I can just change the number and it automatically tells me how many machines I need right there. Again, this is all that those websites do, everybody. They do the same thing. Same thing as what I'm doing. But see, now you know all the pieces and parts that make that work, right? And you know how it ends up being the last thing. So my actual inputs are 270 and 270. So let's make sure we mark that properly, that the coal is actually 270. And the iron is 270. And these are well, actually, I just do this in pure. Even smarter, let's do this. 135. Let's really illustrate it well. Like this. And then this going to be here in the center. And we'll go ahead. And I'm not going to put the mergers in each time, but I think you get the general idea that that one's going to merge into that one. This one's going to merge into this one. And probably move this one over just a little bit. Get a little closer. Yeah, close enough. So these two merge into this box, and so instead of it being 135, it's now going to output at 270. So the box is acting as a merger, right? That's a great way of using your storage box as both a backlog and a merger at the same time. In this case, you can see I'm using an actual merger in this case, but it actually does go up, goes across here, and goes right into this wall here, like this. And then splits and goes all the ways that it goes. But I would suggest you could use a box or just use a merger. Either way, to get it to combine together so that it's going at that single speed as opposed to at two separate speeds. So, all right, so we've combined that to 270. Now, again, this should be 270 coming from what I'm betting is going to be a normal node. Let's go take a look at our nodes again. Down here that we noted. So we have our two impure nodes, and our coal node, yes, is a normal node because we wrote that down. And we can see that, that we actually have that running out at 270 as well. So let's go back here. Let's take a look at this. Our raw iron coming in at 270. Oh, that is right. No, it's going out at 270. This would be 270. For the input, which is 4.5, 6.7. So actually, those numbers, this should be 300. Why did I reduce that number? That's a good question. I must have been talking about something else. Because this input should be 75. So that should be 300. So these should be 300. Actually, let's crank those back up. Those both should be 300. I was probably talking about something and I forgot to turn those numbers back. All right, I don't remember, but that's what we're going to do. All right, so if we want this to be 300, we just turn this up to 150. And we go over to this one. Now, it doesn't really matter because it's backlog right now anyway, but basically, I'm going to turn that up to 300 to match those numbers. And basically, that'll be 150 and 150 combined, so that'll be 300. Let's go check our coal down here. Again, it's good to double check all these numbers before we illustrate it. Coming down. And right here, we have a whole bunch of coal. Oh, this is all combining together. Yes, I have 120 in there. 120 together would be 240. This is definitely me talking about making this 300. Because that's 240, and I bet you this is going to be 60. Watch this. See, I didn't even remember, but I know the math that makes that work. So what I'm doing is I'm using 3 separate nodes right here to combine this all together to 300. So the coal is right. I just need to turn the iron back up again. So basically, it's combining all 3 of these nodes together here. We've got merger there and merging from 3 sides. And so basically, that's 300 coal running through there right now. So pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. All right, so we got all those numbers squared away. So this is 300 coal. Always good to double check. Honestly, I don't remember. I was talking about it, and then this is 150. Make sure we get all our numbers right before we start to really get into it. Okay, so all those numbers are correct. And this one actually is more like this. Let's go in and let's illustrate this properly. But this is 3 separate nodes. Now, again, I'll come back and refine this because when I get the Mark IIIs, this is really going to go crazy over here for sure. There's a normal node. And we'll take those. Like this. Like this. There we go. Okay, so these are all normal nodes, and the maximum a normal node could normally output over here would be 300 if I overclocked it. So I could just use one node and overclock it, except for it's going to use way more power than if I just use all three and combine it into one. See, if I overclock this, which I can take my things and put them in now, so put all three in, and I overclock this to 300, it's going to use 50 power. Right? But if I use three separate things, they're 15 power each, so it's about 45 power, right? So saving power saves you time, so you don't have to make more power, right? So it's smarter if I just go ahead and run that at 120, a little bit, actually pretty perfect on that, and then 120 there, and then 60 over there. Now, the one that's running at 60 actually is going to run at half power. If it's a normal node, let's go take a look. Let's see if it's normal over here. Yeah, that's a normal node. So it's going to run at half power, so it's actually running at 6 power. So that's basically 36 power versus 50 power to do the same thing. So in this case, since we have a lot of extra nodes, we do it. But you know, in the long run, I'm going to overclock every single node to its maximum degree. Absolutely. Because it's just less work for me. All I got to do is make the belts faster or make multiple belts. But I don't have to rerun the lines. I don't have to make new lines. I don't have to re-put down the extractors and run the extractors and do all of that stuff. Again, that stuff takes time, and your time is your most valuable asset. So that is going to combine all of that together awesomely, as you can see. And we got all this electricity nearby, so I can kind of work my way back up here to the top. And all of those are good. So let's go ahead and mark that right here. So we have one of these that is at 120. And this is at 120. This one is at 60. There we go. And these are all normal nodes. Going in, merging, I'm going to say into a storage box, which is normally how I like to merge stuff, especially raw resources, while you're getting it ready, while you're working on it. It is backlogging those resources, and you can put in a couple extra constructors or whatever it is, smelters to process those extra resources, and then it gives you a boost to your production, burns up that excess resources, and then automatically turns itself off when it's not in use. So there we go. So we're combining all that together, and then our output number over here, again, is going to be that 300. 300. There we go. Okay, so now that we got all the numbers going good, so 150, 150, and up here, again, this one is 300. Awesome. Okay, now, once you get that figured out, everybody, you pretty much got the rest of the process figured out. Because now you just need to know how much you need to process all of these things. Now, in this case, we need to take this storage, this iron and this coal, and turn it into steel beams. Because that's what we need, steel beams. We also need our limestone. Now, this one, we're going to go ahead and this is a much bigger process to do steel beams. So we're going to kind of slide this off by itself for right now. And we're going to do the easy one first. Right? So we're going to go over here and we're going to try to find ourselves some constructors. Now, I just happen to have 8 constructors right here. How convenient. We're just going to grab and slide right over. Right over here. Like so. Like this. Now, the great thing about this game, everybody, is it is somewhat repetitious, meaning that you can, if once you learn one thing, it helps you learn the next thing. Lock that order. It'll help you learn the next thing. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take out this storage here because we already have a storage down there. Just take that out. And basically what I can do is just plug these constructors in like this and take that out right here into this whole process. Like that. Pretty awesome, right? Well, the problem is that this is actually the out. So we don't want to do that. This is the in. So we can go ahead and say line this up to the input and then put a little line right there, which is going into the input. Okay, so now we have 553.6 divided by the number of machines, or divided by the input gives the number of machine, which is 10, right? So in this case, it's 10. But I suggest not to do 10, to actually do more than 10. And the reason why is you have that excess that builds up and you can burn up that excess. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right here. This is 7. Isn't that 8? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that is 8. Okay, I'm just making sure. 8 constructors, but we need 10. Now, in the case of what I did, is I actually went and did this instead. Come on. And you're like, well, Kismet, that's way too many. You don't need 16 of them. But here's the thing. I can use 16 of them to burn any excess concrete that happened to backlog, or limestone that happened to backlog and then get used up, right? So what we want to do is we want to go over here, and we've got our splitters already set up that we can use. And so we're going to say that this is 45 limestone. Right? And so that's our first one, 45 limestone coming in, splitting into there if we're doing it perfectly, right? If we're doing it perfectly, it'll be 45 in there. But what we really need to do is figure out how many does it go into each of these at 553.6. And we already figured it out. It's 45. 45 is 10.1 machines. So just a little bit past 10. So we'll call it roughly 10. But what's going to happen is that number is going to add up, right? So if we take this and take this out, there we go. We need to go up here and say that this is concrete. Concrete. And so that's going to go 45 in right here. Right there. And then what is the output of this constructor? Well, let's go look at the actual constructor and look. I mean, I already know what it is. I already wrote it down, but I'm going to just show you in game how to find it. Okay, so here we go. We've got this. This is all of our steel production here. We got to go down further, down to our bottom factory. There we go. And we go look in there, and we can see the output of our concrete, 45 limestone in equals 15 out. Right, so 15 out is correct. But we don't want to have to go through and redo all of this. So the smart thing to do is do it efficiently like this, where you just take that out. You take these out. I'm a big fan of efficiency. And that's why I'm working at FICSIT Corporate. There you go. FICSIT loves fans of efficiency. All right, so there we go. 45 in, limestone, making concrete all the way across. And then that's going to come out, and we're going to actually change the direction of all of these because we're going to have it go the other direction here in a minute. So we're going to say that this is going to go that way. And we're going to take all of these mergers, flop them around the other way. Isn't that cool? That's a really cool way. If you missed it, I'll zoom in. See, I have it where it actually shows you where the inputs are and the outputs in there. So if you do, if you're on Patreon, you click on it, you can actually make it bigger, and you can zoom in, and you can see the inputs and outputs down to the lowest level there. So I set the outputs to go in the proper direction, which is this way. Now, the first one in a chain that is going in a certain direction, this one way down here at the end, move that over there. This one down here at the end doesn't need a merger because you can just go like this. You can just come straight out with the belt. Now, these green lines here represent the actual belts. So the belt's going to come out, and it's going to go into that merger. All right, so this merger should actually be on the other end, like this. So we can merge it all the way down the line, and then we can have it output in a certain direction. Just like that. Bit down. There we go. And we can say that the merging is going in that direction. And that's it, everybody. We got that done. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take this out over here. We're going to take this out because once again, I'm going to change the direction of the merging. And that's just so I can illustrate it. But it doesn't really matter in the game. It's all about logistics of where you're running your lines. But here, I'm just doing it so I can illustrate it easier because I'm going to illustrate it on the left side of the page. So it doesn't matter which way you're merging it down the constructor as long as it merges properly. That's the most important part. So I'm going to go ahead and take all of this, and again, take this and flip it so it is actually illustrated going in the correct direction. There we go. And then this is going to go into there, split 45 into there, 45 into there, 45 into there. But it's not actually going to do that. And you know why it's not going to do that? That's because we're using something called a manifold. Manifold is when you're just running your splitters and mergers in a row like this. See how I have this in a row? And it's just going to bring it in from this side and then go from one to the next one to the next one. Right? You can use load balancers as well. They take up a lot more space and a lot more effort, but you can totally do it. And you can also make it where it will equally put it into each and every line. I consider it a huge waste of time in 99% of the stuff that you do in the game. I find that load balancers are awesome when you're doing power. Load balancers are great when you're doing like the dimensional depot. But other than that, manifolds rule. I think that's just my personal preference. But again, you can try to find some other uses of load balancers as well. There's especially good uses later in the game too, but mostly for power and things like that, where you need it to be super even. So it's always feeding in there nice and even. Oh wait, this one doesn't actually need to go beyond that. This actually needs to go up here. There we go. Okay, so now we have 45, 45, and 45 across here. Now we take 45 times 8, and we can do it right in game, by the way, just by hitting N. And we can say 45 times 8 is 360. So it's used 360 of the limestone just in that first row. And so I'm also going to tell it to split right here at the very beginning. And we're going to take this splitter, and we're going to just illustrate it like this. And we're going to say that this down just a bit. This is going to split right here. And we're going to run it from this row this way. And then also take this, and we'll run it out the side just for illustration. Doesn't matter which side it comes out of as long as it does split. And then the rest of it is going to go up and go into the next section. Now this section, I haven't redone that section, so I don't really need it. I just put it there to illustrate it, because I'm going to use the same section down here that I already have and bring this section up, because I've already illustrated it, changed all the numbers, I've already done all of that stuff. It just makes it easier for me to do this. There we go. Now I don't need the splitter right there. I just need a line that goes down, which I already kind of have here, and something that goes across. So let's go like this, and then take this one and run it up. And now you can see that I'm splitting it two different ways. Now here's the thing. Half of this is going to go this way, and half of it's going to go that way. That's what a splitter does. It cuts it exactly in half. So 553. What's half of 553.6? Let's ask the game again. 553.6 divided by 2 is around 276 or 277, roughly, if you round it up. So 277 is going to go that way, 277 is going to go here. So it's not really matching the amount of numbers that are here, but it doesn't matter, because what's really going to happen in the beginning, because I'm going to backlog a bunch of limestone, is this is going to be going 780, because that's the speed of the belt. And that's why I wait for level 5 belts, so I can be going much faster. Now, it used to be level 5 belts were your maximum speed belts, right? That's the way it has been in early access forever. And that's why I typically aim all of my stuff for the 780s. But now we have a new belt. I haven't even got to it yet in the game. Don't tell me anything. Remember, no backseat gaming. But I haven't even got to tier 9 yet. And you're like, well, Kismet, the game's been out for like a month or two. That's true. I'm going to take my time and enjoy every second, because I only get to play it on release in 1.0 for the first time one time. So I'm going to take my time and not be like everybody else or rush through it like in a day or 2 days or a week or a couple weeks. No, this is one of my favorite games of all time. I'm going to enjoy the journey. I'm going to relax. I'm going to have fun. I'm going to make all my little factories and just enjoy the whole journey along the way. That's my biggest suggestion, everybody, is don't be in a rush. Just take your time. Don't get frustrated. Enjoy it and have a good time along the way. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and feed half of it into these, half of it into these. If there's any excess, it's going to take 780. Let's take 780 and divide that in two. That's 390 per side. So that's way more than what we need. And again, we can figure that number out too. So 45 times 8 constructors we could figure that number out. 45 times 8, that's 360. Imagine how that math works out, doesn't it? That's because Kismet does his math, everybody. So 380 is what it's going to be doing at max belt speed, and 390 is the maximum. So figured out that number pretty well. So that, again, if it does have excess, it's going to burn up that excess, give you a bunch of extra concrete, and basically build that up as fast as possible, and then burn up that excess so you're not just sitting with 15 boxes of raw ore, which is a waste. You could have been using that concrete, because otherwise you're sitting there waiting for the concrete to convert. Well, you know what's better? Use it all up. Get it as fast as you need it. So there we go. So that'll burn that all up. And then we have 2 outputs here. So these are both going to be outputting, but I can tell you exactly what the output's going to be. It's going to be whatever this is divided by the input, right? So it's going to be 45 divided by this across all of these. And we already have that math already done, everybody, right here. We already have that math done. 453 divided by 6, and then the output of 10.1 machines is 151.2. So we know that it's going to output 151.2 concrete. Again, 151. You can do this all in game too, by the way, everybody. You don't have to do it through a spreadsheet. You don't have to illustrate it like me. This is just me using my IRL skills to dazzle you guys a little bit, and also to make it a little extra fun so you can visualize it as we're going along, because this really helps a lot. All right, so these 2 lines are going to merge together, 151.2 concrete, and we're done with that section anyway. So this is 16 constructors over here. And again, this is for, I'll even write it in here, for burning up excess limestone. And make that a little smaller just to make it look nice. Let's say right there. All right, so that whole part is done. We brought our 553 in. We have enough constructors to do it. In fact, we have more than enough. And so that's going to burn that up. Now, again, if this is running at full tilt with that 380 in there, we can go ahead and figure that, or 780, we could figure that calculation out too. Full output, because it can't go faster than 780. That's the fastest the belt can go right now until I get a faster belt and higher level extractors. But we can go in and we can calculate that as well. So 780 divided by the number of machines, or 780 divided by 45, basically. So 780 divided by 45. So that's 17.3 machines. Let's just call it, yeah, we'll just do 17.3. So 17.3 machines producing 15 per minute each is 259.5. So the maximum that this can output is 259.5. Max concrete output. So not only did we do, and we'll put this in another color. Yeesh, not that one. Nope, don't like it. You know, like a nice dark blue. There we go. So this is the max output of this part of the factory, and then this is what we're aiming for, 151.2. Okay, now that we got all that done, let's go ahead and move into our steel production over here. And we're going to have both productions work on one side, and then it'll probably come together here at the bottom or wherever I feel like putting it, maybe at the top. We'll see. Okay, so this is coming in 300, 300. Now what we need is we need some foundries. Now I think I left some foundries around here somewhere. Where is our foundries? No foundries in there. These are assemblers. We could use assemblers and convert it into foundries. Any foundries up here? These are all smelters. See, I illustrated all of those, everybody, from scratch. Let's save this. I'll see if I can find... let me find another one. Oh, it still didn't take a break. An hour and 15 minutes later, I still haven't taken that break I was going to say I was going to take. That's how it goes. Let me see. What would use a smelter? That's a good question. Or a foundry, I mean. What would use a foundry? Aluminum production. All right, let me dazzle you some more. Boom. There's aluminum production. If you ever want to know how to do aluminum production, which is one of the toughest ones in the game, especially if you're new to the game, right there. There it is. Take notes. Right there. So we're going to go into our aluminum production. Yeah, I illustrated this the other day. We're going to grab our foundries out of here. Oh, try anyway. Let's grab these foundries. Oh, we've got it all grouped. Oh, wait, that was just a JPEG. That was the JPEG of the foundry that I posted. Hold on, I got to get the actual illustration that I did. Right now. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and try to grab a bunch of these. It looks good. So grab it. Oh, is this all? Oh, those are all grouped. All right, let's ungroup those. Get some of these lines. Copy that. And throw that over here. All right, easy. Okay, now we got our foundries. So we're going to take these foundries. We're going to have some fun with those. Okay. Now, foundries, in this case, is only in the aluminum ingots, only bringing the aluminum ingots in. But in this case, we're actually going to fix all of that. Actually, I only need one of these. We'll get rid of this. And we can go ahead and work on our inputs and outputs. Oh, this is backwards. This is switched. Now we have our inputs coming from the top. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Ooh, that is spelt wrong. I eventually find them spelling mistakes. Takes a minute. Takes a minute sometimes. Let's fix this. Let's just put this down here in the corner. That. Actually, that'd be better illustrated coming down from the top. Yeah, see, putting it over here on the side would take less space if it was coming down from the top and then feeding into here, just space-wise. But we'll worry about that here in a minute. Okay, now we want to take this foundry and we want to switch it around the other way. Give us some room here. So what we want to do is ungroup all of this. Take all this out. Take the outputs here, move them to the inputs. Actually, we'll just put them up here for a second. This program is a little bit more awkward than Illustrator because I'm so used to Illustrator for the past like 30 plus years of using Illustrator that I do a lot of things that are just like second nature that this game does not work, or this program doesn't work that way. Okay, so our inputs are right over here. They are iron and coal. So this is raw iron, by the way. Very important to make that distinction between raw iron and iron units. And this is coal. And coal is always raw, so I don't have to put the word raw on it, but I could if I wanted to. I'm going to change the color of this one to be a little bit darker so, you know, you get that coal vibe out of it. And then this is going to go in at a certain speed. Now we need to go look at our foundries. Now again, I'm illustrating it, but also showing it to you live in game of what we did last time. We didn't have enough time to illustrate it last time. Let's go ahead, go up the way here. These are all of our constructors. Here's our door to get in here. It's our concrete coming in. It's down. There's our underrun there. Got to go around the front. Where the heck are my doors for the upper areas? Right here. Sometimes I forget where I put the doors. All right, here we go. Here's our smelters. So 45 in, 45 in, 45 out. All right, so we need to think about that. So this is 45. Again, we also wrote it on the spreadsheet as well, but I also like to show you in game. Also, for when people are coming in my stream and they're like, Kismet, this ain't satisfactory. Oh, yes, it is. This is more satisfactory than satisfactory is. So there you go. All right. This is illustrating satisfactory. All right, so we combine all of our inputs into a storage or into a merger, actually, in this case. And then we're going to go ahead and run that out at 300 and 300 into this. Now, each of these are going to be using up 45. So what I like to do, too, is to illustrate the lines or the belts, in this case, also in the same color. So I'm just going to go ahead and pick up that color there and then switch it to the line. So they'll be illustrated separately. So when you know where the raw iron is coming from and where the coal is coming from. And we have these swapped right here just for convenience. We're going to go ahead and swap these here just so the lines are easier to run. And then we can kind of get this to line up a bit. And we'll probably just get rid of these lines up here. And we're going to get this going. Now, once you guys get the gist of this, I'm going to go ahead and speed up a little bit. I hope you don't mind. If you do have a comment or a question, feel free to let me know in the chat. What's up, Jonkers? The time is even more amplified if you're on a dedicated server. Exactly. See, the thing is that it does the processing while you're busy doing other things. So normally you just let your computer run, but why burn up your own power? Why burn up your house power or your laptop power or your machine power, or even put, you know, hours on your machine when you could just as easily get yourself a server. The server is going to be probably more robust than your machine too, by the way, if you're hosting a game especially. But it's going to be a bit more robust because they've got, you know, racked servers over there, man. They got some serious hardware. And so that stuff's just absolutely clocking those big numbers. And it doesn't cost you any monthly electrical bill, which is pretty cool. I always find that putting the lighter color over the darker color illustrates better visually for when people are trying to see differentiating colors like that. So big design tip for you there. Usually find that easier and better. And we're going to do this, raw iron and coal. Close enough. All right, so this raw iron is going to come out of here. So I'm going to illustrate this like this. So this is going to come out, go into here, and then go down the line. Same thing over here. We're going to go ahead and let's just make this one a little smaller. Arrow down a little bit. And maybe move our number down just a little bit. There we go. And so there we go. So we combined all this together down here, 150 all together to make 300. All of this together to make 300. And then that starts making the numbers a lot easier. Then if we go look at our spreadsheet that we did, and we're making our steel ignits, we have 300 of each thing. Control Z, baby. Trying to scroll over. There we go. And so now we got our coal, we got our raw ignits going together, and those are just making the steel ignits, right? Those are making steel ignits, not necessarily steel beams. Steel beams is the end product we need of this section. But we're actually making steel ignits. And the amount of steel ignits that we're going to produce is based on what the input and output are of that particular thing. So in this case, we're going out of the foundry here, and we're going to output at 300. Actually, this number doesn't matter. Yeah. So again, this is going to be making, it's going to take the coal and iron and combining these two numbers to make the output. So 45 times 6.7 machines, which is because it's one in and one out, would be 300. And then this would be an input number. I should actually make the input numbers red. Think about it. Yeah, look at me go. These here and these here. These are all red. Just like I do in game. Huh, there we go. It's much nicer. Then these are input numbers. Look at that. Making the spreadsheets even better. So there we go. And we probably shouldn't use this because we're going to use green for output. So maybe we'll use a nice yellow. There we go. For the number of machines. Again, colors work really great for helping you visualize things as well. I find it very useful. Okay, so again, we want to produce 300 of our steel ignits. That's what we need to do. So we need so many machines. How many machines do we need? 6.7, or basically 7 of those machines roughly to produce what we want to output. But once again, we're going to go in and we're going to use this because these are all already set up, 45 in, 45 out. And we're going to go in and we're going to make multiple of these, right? So here we go. Now we've got 4 of them. How many are we actually using in game? Let's go see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, how perfect. Except for there's also some on the other side So here's again that rule of 8. The number 8 is used a lot in this game, everybody. I call it the rule of 8, and I turn it sideways, meaning that you can infinitely run that thing, right? And run it at 100% efficiency, or even over 100% efficiency when you have a surplus of raw materials, which does happen while you're building the factory. You should have your raw materials backlogging, so it'll help it build up and start up faster once you have it done. So right here, we have 8 in here. So each of these is going to be 8. So we're going to go ahead and just illustrate it as 8 on our inputs. And then very quickly, do this whole thing again, all the way down the line, like this, to make this really easy to understand. This line, and all the way to the end. Take this line all the way to the last one here. And then these sublines here, we're going to illustrate those as much smaller because they're just coming off the end there. There you go. Look how easy it was to illustrate that, right? So this raw iron coming in, going in the first one, and then running down the line. Of course, splitting down the way. Now I could put all the splitters in there, but I think you guys got splitters and mergers at this point. So I'm not going to illustrate that. If you don't need to illustrate something, everybody, the most important thing of any process is eliminating the stuff from the process first. If something becomes redundant or repetitive and you don't really need to do that thing anymore, at this point, you should understand that these are using splitters, and then that the output is using mergers because of all the other illustrations that I've done. But I'm doing it over here as well, and I could illustrate it all like this, but at some point you should get the general gist of mergers and splitters and how they work. And once you do that, then because you should know that by now. By this point, you should know that. And if you don't, that's okay. You can go back, watch some previous streams of mine, some guides, some highlights, all that kind of stuff, and we'll teach you all about this kind of stuff. But you're going to see that I'm going to illustrate it like this. And take this. It's good to also learn how to read illustrations too. It's also another great thing I can show you. So again, so this one is splitting right here. So it's coming out of the raw iron. It's going forward, it's going left, and it's going right. And then that stuff is running up here to their second row. So basically what we have is we have a lot of foundries over here. So let's do this. And this is 8 foundries. Foundries, do it like that, for burning up excess coal and iron, raw iron. So this is a different way than just doing it exactly perfect. This is a way of accommodating extra resources or extended resources, because later on I'm going to turn these up even faster. When I have faster belts, I can go ahead and update all the belts and then turn up all the machines, and then it will actually be producing more than it's producing now. So I'm kind of building in a kind of a future proof for later, so I don't have to come back, tear the whole thing down, and do the whole thing again, which is also fun, but there we go. So the total output of all of this should end up at some point. Speaking of outputs, we've got to bring this up a little bit. Bring that up just a bit, because we also want to illustrate our outputs. Take that out of there. Okay, and then we have to also illustrate that this is going up there. And we're also going to say that we're splitting this way, running that to the second line, which is what we're doing, by the way. If I go outside right here, we can see that we have our inputs here, right? So this first level, what it's doing is this is the logistics level. So it's putting the raw iron and raw coal into each of those smelters in the level above, right? So we have that running in, but it actually runs in on this side. And the reason why it runs in on this side, we can see it running in right there. See the red input? And then comes out on this side is because it comes out of that bottom level and runs up into the next level up above. And that level up above is actually feeding, is another logistic level built into the smelting level that's running to another level up above this. So this is our 8 here, and then above this is another 8 in this top part right here. And see, there's those other 8 smelters right there. So that's how it's working. It's actually running that up there. Oh, there's some loot there. Let's grab us some loot. Some loot right there. So that's running up to that next level. So that's what that is doing. So now we have all of these running, and then the same thing here. We're just going to take this right here, zoom in a bunch. A little too much. And flip it around the other way. There we go. And we can take these out. We get the general idea that those are coming out of there. And we can kind of line those up like that. This out. Delete. This could be just like this. And so now these are all going to come out of here, except for the output is not coal and iron. We got to change our output. A foundry has, if you look at the front of a foundry, a foundry only has one output. And that output right now is steel ignits. So what we want to do is just take one of these. I'm just going to take the coal one because ignits look dark as well. So we'll just take all of this out like this. I don't know why I had that illustrated as 2 outputs for a foundry. To go back and look at that. Why do I have that illustrated? Oh, because those were ins. That's why. And there is no second out. I just was illustrating there was no second out. That's why I had that other out there. Okay. So we got that done. I'm going to go back to here. Flip over to this one. And then this output is steel ignits. Okay. And we're outputting at 45. And we'll just take all these ones out because it's easier to take those out and just line that a little better. Duplicate it again. There we go. All right, now that's much easier to understand there because those are the outputs on that. And then get that out of the way. Take all these out. Take all the other extra outs out of there. That's a refinery right there. It has multiple front outputs. And all of that. So if we say this is coming out at 45, but this is actually not all coming out at the same time. And the reason why it's not coming out is because our inputs is not going to be enough. But what we want to do is illustrate what the actual final output is. And again, we have that in our spreadsheet. Our final output of our steel ignits is 75 right here. Once we get to our constructors. But really the output of our steel ignits is 300. So this is going to be a total of 300 coming out. Right here. 300 steel ignits. All right, we'll zoom in on it so you guys can see what I was typing there. 300 steel ignits, okay? So this whole side over here is making our concrete. That whole side over there is making our steel ignits. But we still have to take the steel ignits and convert them into steel beams. So what we want to do is basically do what we're doing over here and use some more constructors right here. And we need 5 constructors to basically convert 300 raw steel ignits into 75 steel beams. So that's what we want to do. And in this case, we can actually just take some of these over here and move them like this. Here we go. How many at the end do we have? 20. Take these over here and rotate them. Like so. Actually, rotate the other way. Put that right in the center like this. And we can put that as part of that. And in this case, I have 8. So I'm just going to use the 8 that I'm using. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Make sure. And you see we're running out of space here too, but you'll see something funny here at the end of all of this hard work. So we're going to take those 300 steel ignits and we are going to run them right into this constructor. Right into this line of constructing. Take that out. And so this is going to be, what is our inputs for our steel beams? Let's go see. Find the door. Find the exit in here. Wow. And up we go. I think it's this one. Yep, right here. You can see it's 60 in and 15 out. All right, so 60 in, 15 out. So this is going to be 60 right here. And this is steel. Oh, wait, no, this is steel beams. Not bad. That's the input. Ooh. Okay. That's the leading in an odd direction there. Turn that around anyway. I was going to turn around after I typed it, but just turn it around now. Constructor. Steel ignits. Nope, still got it wrong. Steel beams. There we go. Let's get it right. Steel beams. All right. It's kind of redundant here. I just noticed that I'm writing the same thing because I'm putting the number here and here. Maybe I should just make this number larger. It makes me want to re-illustrate these. That's okay. We'll just do it like we're doing it for now, and maybe we'll change it on the next one. This is steel units. Coming in, and again, it's 45 or 60 in and 15 out. So 60 steel ignits in. This would be 60 in, and again 15 out. Okay, the out is correct. Okay, now we got that one fixed. Just eliminate all the rest of these. Not do it over and over and over again. No reason. We can just duplicate it. Like this. We're almost done with this one. Right there. There and there. Very nice. Okay, now we have that going in. 60 steel ignits going in and then 15 out of each of these. And our actual output of our stuff, this is definitely going to need to be moved. This is going to need to be moved, say up here. This could probably be wider. Something like this. I'm always reassessing my elements. Yeah, maybe make it even a little smaller. Put that down there. All right, we'll work on that later. Okay, so 300 steel ignits going in, 60, 60, 60. You only need 5, but we're going to do 8 just to have that extra overflow. And this is going to be 8 constructors over here. And for burning up excess steel ignits. Again, we're building in excess stuff there. Leave that sideways because it's fun. It's fun to have to turn your head sometimes. Okay, and the total output of this is going to be right over here in our spreadsheet. Again, the total output of this is 75. So we are going to go here. We'll grab this number up here. 75. So all that hard work that we just did, all of that stuff, and all the converting and all of that, 75 over here, steel beams. Okay, so our two final numbers, this number, which actually we put these numbers like in a red. Yeah, 75 steel beams. And then this number right here, which is our concrete, 151.2. Let's see. Let's also take this. And we're going to go ahead and just tell it that we're going to run this line down here. And we'll take this number with us. It's a copy of it anyway. And we're going to run that down to the bottom here. So we now are running our concrete and our steel beams. So the ultimate end result of all of this over here and all of this over here is 151.2 concrete, 75 steel beams. All right, that's where we're trying to reach. Now, we need some assemblers over here, and it just so happens that I have a whole bunch of them. Now, let's go see how many assemblers that I'm using here in the game. And that's up here at the top level, right here. And you can see that I'm using 5 assemblers. Now, I could have used more, because I could have put another one there. But really, all I need is 4, but I'm making 5, so I'm making an extra one. So we need 5 assemblers, and it just so happens that I have a whole row of 5 assemblers there that I can just grab. I could just make a copy of. Better, there we go. And this is why we needed this room down here at the bottom. So we have enough room for 5 of these to produce our final product. Right down here. Kind of like this better somewhere in the center. Say there. Move that down there. So I can move that to the top because I want to make another one of these eventually there. Okay, so now we have our inputs. We have our inputs, which are the red side, and our greens, which are our outputs. And so what we're going to do is first get all this stuff here at the bottom. Let's just start with this first one. Take these, flip those around the other way so we can read them. Same with the top one, like that. Okay, assembler, and this is finally our encased industrial beams. Boy, it's gonna be tough to fit in there. Let's just shrink this particular one down. All right, put that down just a little bit. Okay, so now we've got our concrete going in. So what is the rate at which it's going into these assemblers? The rate is 18 for steel beams, 36 for limestone. And again, we figured all those numbers out last time. So 18 concrete, or was it steel beams? I think it's steel beams. Steel beams. Center that. Squeeze it in just a little bit. There we go. Take this one out. Copy that one over. So 18 steel beams and 36 limestone. Yikes. Come on, cursor. There we go. 36 limestone. Okay, and then what is the output of the assembler? Again, we just look in the assembler itself, too. Right here. We can see the output is 6. That's why this stuff takes so long to actually output. But there it is right there as well. So the output is 6. So we're going to say 6 over here. Encased industrial. Oh, wait. Encased with an E. Now, if I make a typo, just roll with it. Industrial beams. We'll do it like this. I'll just make this output be a bit bigger. There we go. Okay, so now, definitely spelled industrial, industrial beams. There we go. Typos. Look, I called it. It's called a Kismet moment when I called my own mistake ahead of time. And down here, too. Missed the I. It's more of a typo than a misspelling in my case. Obviously know how to spell it. I just didn't spell it right. All right, and then we'll come down here with the concrete, which actually I'm going to make this line yellow. Yellow. Go here. A darker yellow. There we go. For concrete. And take that. Almost done, everybody. Almost done. And then we still got to do all of our rotors and all of that, but I only illustrate once per week, so this should be more than enough. This is going to end up there. And then we'll go ahead, use green to bring these steel beams in, just like this, all the way to the end. And we'll say 75 steel beams here, 151 concrete here, and run that there. And that just helps us know what our inputs are on those lines. Get a little nicer. All right, these other ones here we don't need now. We can take those out. Grab all of this. You know, these are eventually going to merge at the end. These are all the same inputs, roughly. And then we also know what our output is because we calculated all the math all the way to the last part. And so all of that works for 25 encased industrial beams per minute. I know, it's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy, everybody. 25 encased industrial beams. All of that's going to equal this. Okay, and then we'll just finish up our illustration here by making some small lines just to illustrate. And again, I don't really need to illustrate the up lines anymore either, because I think you got the general idea that these are all going to run in here. But I don't know, I think it looks cool, so we'll go ahead and illustrate. Notice I'm using color as well, 2 different color lines, so it's easy to differentiate what's running into what. And then I'll just take this, make it into green. And try to center it a little bit more. And then same thing here. These are all splitting into each of these. And then I'd take the green, because this is just my personal preference, and I would send it to the back. Again, the yellow being the lighter of the 2 colors, though it's pretty close in this particular yellow with that particular green, but I would consider green a darker color visually. All right, and these are all going to output at 6666. Of course, that's how it goes. But actually, the total output of this is not that, because this is really if we look at the numbers, this is really 4.2. 4.2 or 4 machines and then 20% of the next machine, right? 4.2. So basically, that's not outputting 6 times 5. It's outputting a total of 25 encased industrial beams because of the inputs that we started with at the very beginning of everything that we did, right? Because of these inputs equals this final number. And that is pretty much that. All we have to do is say this, which is 5 assemblers right here. And this does not burning up excess for now, but it can, by the way. If I have a lot of extra limestone and I produce a lot of extra concrete and a lot of extra steel beams, which I have extra machines in here for those extra amounts, it will, because I have a 5th one and that 5th one's only 20% being used, it'll actually scale it up to that max output of my assemblers. And my actual max output would be, what color did I put it here? Blue. Put it in like a blue. Blue. There we go. So my max output, if it did scale up like that, which it will in the beginning when I start it all up, would be 6 times 5, right? And we can go in game and ask 6 times 5, just because it's fun. 6 times 5. 30. Right here. So it could do max 30 in case industrial beam. So it could do 5 extra per minute, which is awesome. And that pretty much illustrates the entire process that we have running right there. You're welcome. I went way over my break. What's up, Crimson Knight? See, when I get in the zone, when I'm doing something creative like that, everybody, I hate to break myself out of that zone. And sometimes that's why I will just keep going, because it's good to get yourself in that mind frame. We're just going to take all this extra stuff out of here just so it'll be just on the artboard there. And then we can take a look at it. There we go. And save, because that was a lot of work. So there you go, everybody. So now I've illustrated. Now, again, if you are one of my patrons, I will post this for you along with any blueprints. Actually, I already posted the blueprints that help you make this particular factory, because you can use the Foundry blueprint over and over. You can use the constructor blueprint over and over. You can use the assembler blueprint over and over. And that stuff's already connected. All the lines are connected. Everything's good to go. You might have to, chain it if you're using multiple of them like I am. You'll have to chain the resources, like down here, where I am running in the input here. And again, if you see a red, that's an input. And usually if I have an input and an output really close to each other like this, you'll have to connect these two ones together, right? So maybe you put the blueprint in and then just connect the two levels together on the outside, because you can't fit that in the blueprinter. I mean, I could really rework it to do that, but it's just easier just to connect the output sides so both levels are working. And that's it. That's it. That's what you just saw on paper is this entire factory right there. And then, of course, I have a bunch of storage at the top, which is not illustrated there. But I have a bunch of storage at the top just as a backlog, just in case something goes horribly, horribly wrong. And it can backlog all of that. Or I need it to backlog. If I just take this out right here, this connection, or I disable this line right here, instead of running it in the Awesome Sync, what it will do, next time I log in, it'll be full of encased industrial beams in here too. And then it will backlog down, and then that will start a backlog and a backlog and a backlog and a backlog, down, 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 all the way back to the extractors. And then say I suddenly need all of this stuff that is produced, right? I can then turn it on, and boom, I can then utilize all of it. But I don't mind it running in the Awesome Sync for right now. If I need, 16 more boxes, I'd be good. I just forget how many boxes this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6, right? 3. No, that's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'll call that 21. 21 storages there. That's a lot of storage. Okay, we got it done. Okay, now it's time for some fun, everybody. Let's have some fun. We're going to pull up some words on stream. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to let you guys descramble the words here. And again, the more I see you guys working together, the more you do work together, of course, the more puzzles you can solve. But also, the more I see you work together, I'm going to give you a bunch of Kiss Caps. We have tons of giveaways coming up. We got all sorts of things lined up for the whole rest of the year, everybody. It's going to be an epic end of the year. As well, a lot of holiday stuff going on. Of course, we're going to be doing our fundraiser for St. Jude. All sorts of killer stuff coming up, everybody. Kismet going to be super exhausted after this year, that's for sure. But we're going to go to it right over here. We're going to go ahead and set this up over here and reset it a couple times so it doesn't get screwed up again. All right, here we go. Enjoy. Descramble the words. I'll be back in just a bit. Automod's making it tough on you guys. Darn Automod. There you go, making it tough. Sorry, I wasn't here, so I couldn't allow it, but I'll give you some extra kids caps. for Saltbot getting salty, as Saltbot does. All right, let's go ahead, get back to some Satisfactory. All right, so we illustrated all of that, everybody. Again, that will be available to all my patrons over there. The Kismet rule of 8, in this case, the encased industrial beams foundry, and our actual output is 25. Over there. Why is this so small? Let's make this a little bigger. Just a little bigger. Ooh, it's going to need some leading. Where's my leading? Over here. There we go. Like that. Okay, save. So produces 25 per minute of encased industrial beams. There's our factory. Now we know what's going on with that. Bam. We got that going. Now it's time to get into the crazy harder stuff here, everybody. A little bit more crazy numbers. And that is trying to figure out how to get our combination of all of these things going at the same time. So we want to make rotors, we want to make stators, and eventually motors. And that's a bit brain numbing because there's a lot of different processes that make all of this work. But what we're going to do is we're going to do something like this and say that's one section. And we'll add another thing here. And we'll say this is another section. And we're just going to work on it by sections because we figured out what we want as the end numbers, which is 24. And so in this case, to make the motors, we want to know, we got to end up with 24 per minute of rotors and stators to be able to produce it. So if we know that, then we want to say, okay, what does it take to make some rotors? My mouse wheel is nuts. Still another thing I got to fix too. Another problem to be solved. So to make our rotors, we need iron rods and we need screws. We need 120 iron rods. We need 600 screws. That's going to output 24. So that's our output number. So that's our green number. And then over here we have another output number, which in this case is actually going to be 25, but that's okay. That gives us some extra stators that we can use, and we'll probably also siphon off some of the rotors to start. So we have extra rotors as well. So probably half of those rotors, like 12 of those rotors, will go to backlog our current rotors. And then the other 12 will go to the actual production. And then in the end, once it backlogs all of those particular rotors, it will then back all the way back over here. And then we'll no longer have it pick up or run the rotors. And then they will be in full production. Or we can make a separate factory that just does rotors if we wanted to, and stators if we wanted to, which is also good. So we already figured out all the numbers, so I'm not going to go through all of that again because we already did that, and that was a bit mind-numbing because it is a lot to work them all together. To work 3 different factories basically together and figure out all the numbers is fairly difficult because you're going to be looking for the final number first and then working your way backwards. So, but what we need right now is to do iron ingots and the iron rods, and then the iron rods both become iron rods because they're already iron rods, and they also become screws. So we need 120 of our minor input to start our iron rods going, which is going to produce 120 iron ingots. Iron ingots will then produce 120 iron rods, and then those 120 iron rods can need to go into here. Now to make the, and these should be red, I'm going to tag these as red. To make the screws, we're going to need 150 raw iron, and that 150 iron will become 150 raw ingots. Raw ingots will then 150 iron ingots will become then 150 rods because it's 15 in, 15 out. And then 150 rods, and then 150 rods times the amount of screws we're going to output, which is 40 per machine, is going to be 600 screws. Then 600 screws and 120 iron rods. So you divide that out, 6 machines, outputting at 4 is going to be 24. So we need a whole bunch of stuff We need smelters, we need constructors. We need smelters and constructors and more constructors to make it happen. So 4 smelters, 8 constructors, 5 smelters, 10 constructors for the iron rods, and 15 constructors for the screws. Right? So again, that's easy. That's not too bad. And then of course, 2 assemblers, 6 assemblers at the end. Now we don't actually need double of those because we don't really need that, but that just helps us backward engineer that number. If we want to figure out, okay, if we have 6 machines and the input is 100, how many screws do we need? 600, right? That's how we figured out that number. So that's pretty easy. And then we figured that all the way back to the beginning. If we have 600 screws that we need, how many iron rods do we need? And then of course, to make that many rods, how much iron ingots do we need? And then if we had to make that many iron ingots, we need this much iron. So again, working from the end and working way backwards is often very, very useful, both in graphic design, both in factory production, and so many other things in life, everybody. Like, what is the end result of what you're trying to accomplish? And once you have that goal, then your job is to figure out all the steps in between to get to that goal. Whether you want to be a writer or a doctor or a lawyer or whatever it is. Okay, I want to be a lawyer. Boom. I want to be a doctor. Okay, this is how you become the doctor. What are all the steps that lead back to where you are? And what are all the things that you need to do to get to this? And that's it. That's life. That's as easy as it is, everybody. Now, along the way, there's some variables that are going to happen, things are going to try to derail you and all of that to get to those goals. But it's totally it. It's not a salt pot without a salty situation. Exactly. That's why the salt pot is aptly named, because it gets very salty. Okay, so we're going to start with our rotors. So we're going to need some smelters and constructors. So pretty easy. But first, what we need is we need a lot of raw iron. Where did we decide we were going to do this raw iron? I forgot. Now, I have a bunch of... Oh, wait, there's some more dismantled crates in here. Where are these dismantled crates at? Down here. There's that one. Oh, that's aiming off to that one. But this way. I wonder if I could... Can you make it into a... Oh, man. Wouldn't that be awesome if you click on that and it did that beam thing? Oh, that would be a great feedback for them. Oh, man. I'm going to write that down. Some feedback. Feedback. What are those called? Dismantled crate. Dismantled crates can be clicked on in the menu, and what do they call it? They call it a specific thing. When you put a marker in and then you do something to it. Nope, that's not it. Where's one of my markers? Oh, come on, I got like 10,000 markers over here somewhere. Really? No markers? All my markers are gone? Really? I think my markers are gone. Where the heck are all my markers? I had a ton of markers. Or stamps is actually what they call them. I don't see them. Was there an update and I lost all my markers? Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, I lost all my markers. Because I have a bunch that are for... hold on, let's get out of here and try it again. For like where cave entrances are. Did I accidentally hit one of these things and it like got rid of the markers? Hide menu, show menu. Show stamps on map. Where's my stamps? And click on it here. Huh. Well, that sucks. Okay. Well, that's messed up. Remember, I don't make the games, I just play them. All right, I'll put a stamp on there. And click on it. Highlight stamp. That's what it's called. And highlight stamp. to show beam in the sky. All right, well, I'll also give them some feedback that their marker made my markers disappear. I did die. Sometimes what it does is it puts like multiple people on there. See how there's like another person right here? And then there's me. Sometimes they count me twice if it crashes or whatever. And that could have removed all my stamps too. That's a bummer. That's a huge bummer. Oh, well. Let's remove that one because I went in also and marked where I found all of the different locations and where I've already looted them. And now I got to go back and do all of that again. That is a huge, big old bummer. Big old bummer. All right. Well, first we want to try to find where the heck these dismantled things went. Where did these... Definitely here somewhere. Up at the top. Oh, it's in our factory. I hate these dismantled crates. Could have been when we were taking some of this stuff out and redoing it. Now we got dismantled crates all over the place. Somewhere. Yeah, there's one right around here. On one of these levels. I'm not going to spend too much time looking for them. I'll give them a quick look. If I can't find them, then oh well. Sometimes you have to dismantle the whole thing just because they're inside a machine or something. Let's check our way down. Again, I think I probably had my inventory full when I was doing something. I didn't even notice it until just now. Nice if they told you how far away you were from those dismantled crates too. That would be super useful. Could be underneath here. I don't know. I don't see it right off the bat, but I do see there's a bunch right where I'm at. There's actually two of them. They could be anywhere up. Oh, there it is right there. Look at that. Look at them eyeballs. Eyeballed that from way over there. All right, we got the first one. The other one is over this way. Maybe that one's on the outside too. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be easy? Never that easy. Just inside somewhere. Oh, right there. Wow. Lucky, everybody. That's just lucky. Well, let's see some GGs, everybody. See some GGs on that. That was just crazy lucky. All right. Yay, got rid of those things. All right, nice. Okay, where were we going to build this? Now, again, we need, what are our inputs we need? We need iron, and we need iron, and that's it. That's all we need for this one. And this one, we need copper. So this, going to be this. These are our inputs here. Let's make all this red. Red. Then we're going to need our foundry here. More red. So we need more. Oh, we were going to build it over in the same spot. That's right. We're going to build it over here in the same spot because we could tap into some of this coal over here and utilize this coal. How much coal do we need? 112. Yeah. And then we need more iron. And we need a lot of iron. This should actually be machine input, so this one should be yellow. This is like the final input here. These are raw inputs. We'll just do the raw inputs in red. Here. That'll make that a little visually easier. This is reset. These are inputs. Inputs. Say those are inputs. Raw copper, raw iron. This is yellow. These are raw inputs. All right, just make that visually easier to understand. Okay. This should be another input. Okay. This just means that these are an input from something that's already been converted. That's what the yellow means. And then the red here is the actual input. So these items have already been converted from the earlier process. So need 3. Oh, I wrote it right there. Wow, look how smart I was, everybody. I wrote down the total amount of iron that I need, 370. Look at me being smart. So 112 down there. Any more down here? No. 112 raw iron. So we need 112. Actually, let's just check the math. We need this one. We need this one. Oh, it's not going to do an automatic plus. Huh? It's going to make me do it. Okay, here. And then this one. 382 is actually what I need. Need 382.5 raw iron. Well, at least it made me think of it. Okay, 382.5. We'll take that out, not to make that confusing later. So that's how much raw iron we need total. 385. So we have to find something that can produce 385. We have a pure iron node right here. We could get it from this iron node right here. So we could take it, we could run it over here, or we just take some of the coal and run it to here. And then we could run, I mean, we already have the train running here. We just add another car to this train. And that would make that a lot easier to just do it all and then add another thing here and run it back and just reset the train stations. I say we do that. We just run it up to here. And do we need limestone? No, we need copper. So this is also, that's a normal copper node. How much copper do we need? 100. Okay, that's not bad. Even on a coarse node, you can get 100. Coal, we need 112. Yeah, we got this. So we just need to get the copper and the iron over here, and we need to up that coal, get that extra coal. There's also another node right here I could use, but I mean, I already got a node going. I need some Nobilis. I could just use that other one, then I don't have to modify that other one. Yeah, I could just use the 4th coal node with the iron and the coal and bring it over there. All right, we got it figured out. All right, we're going to use these 2 nodes and this other coal node. Take both of those, run those up here, and then add to our factory. Now, I think that this factory might be go a little too tall. If we keep building that up. That's going to go way up if we do that. What I might do is just build another factory next to that factory and then run the final result up there. Yeah, maybe way over here. So I can then put it in on the side here. So we could come up this side. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, first thing we got to do is go down. Okay, we need to decide how we're going to get our belts in here. So we're going to take our blueprinter out, and I think what we'll do is we'll run our 3 belts along here that we're going to need. And we're going to kind of line this up, and we're going to do something awesome. One of my favorite things to use, everybody, are these conveyor walls. Because look how nice that is. Look, boom. Put all 3 of those in there. Oh, unless it does an extra one. Put all 3 of those in there. It's totally not what I wanted it to do, but whatever. All right, there we go. And so eventually they'll come in there, and then we'll just put the factory on the far side over here. We can probably pull up some of these. Is that just running over to there? Oh, that's running over to there. I see. Let's just run that like that. Okay, because we got to back this up a little bit. Our chainsaw out. All right, turn the game sounds back on. Right here. Okay, let's get our foundations. And let's see what kind of magic we can make here. 1, 2. Oh, wait. Something even better. Oh, but we want to use our big foundations. But what we can do is use this as the base. And probably just raise that up. Hold on, let's do this. Get rid of this darn chainsaw because it's just going to be annoying the whole time. Hide that. All right, we're going to use a ramp. Like that. And then just zoop these in. That's 2, 3, 4. Okay, not exactly what I want to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's give it an extra one. All right, so we're going to go ahead and bring this factory up a bit. We're going to take all this power out of the way too. We'll give a little extra room. On both sides. Readjust this again. And let's put it right there. Why does that connect to that anyway? Why is that not connecting through the primary power? Much better. And we got connected it through the primary power, which is running the factory, and not this side power that I have running over here, just so I can float around. That over there out of the way. Okay, so that's where we're going to have our other factory. It's going to go up, and then we'll feed it out there. So we can think about, we'll say this is the front of the factory. And now what we want to do is put some blueprints down. We're going to have to do some tricky stuff here with this, so we can get this to line up. So the first blueprint is going to be the first step of the process, which is our smelters. We need 4 smelters. So we're going to take and we're going to put 8. Except for we got a problem of we just can't put that down because it's going to be on top of these. So we got to take actually all of these back out again. Like this. And then we should take our foundation and back it up here. Like this, very nicely. And we'll take these back out again. That's just to raise it up a bit so I'm not getting all this other stuff underneath there. And I can still keep my little barrel nut thing there. I don't like to get rid of those barrel nut things. And then we can go ahead and put our smelters right on this edge. And we're going to try to figure out where our inputs are. I'm going to say like that. And it'd really be nice to be able to see my inputs. Let's put this way over here. Oop, too far. Be nice to see which way the inputs were. Of course, if I remembered based on where my arrow is, would have probably have been easier. Guess I could look it up on the blueprinter. I think it's that side there. I think that's both the input and the output. Let's see. Yep, I was right. All right, well, go me. Now look at this. This is why this game is awesome, everybody. This ain't no 7 days to die. You can actually put stuff underneath there. So just for all you peeps like me, or super OCD and say, Kismet is floating. I'm gonna do you all a solid and show you how easy it is to just put that stuff right underneath there like that. Now, in other games, you'd have to get underneath it like this to do it. But in this game, you can just aim at the edge and it knows that you want to go down. So, because it's smart. It's a smart building game, and that's what I love about it. All right, there's them smelters. You're like, Kevin, why are you doing 8 instead of 4? Because I can. There's no point in me doing less if I don't need to. All right, remember, greens are inputs, reds are outputs. So we're going to take this out and do ourselves a little bit of a solid, actually. Why is that coming out of there but not being used? Huh. Did I never run the lower level concrete? I don't think I ever ran up the lower level concrete. Oh, that was my bad. That was my bad, everybody. Man, we must have been getting tired. I'm glad we saw it. No? Not gonna let me do it? Okay, fine. Fine, fine, fine. Too far. All right, worth a shot. Let's do it this way then. Bring it down, aim it this way, have it loop back. Really? Fine. Go this way. Loop, not straight. Loop back in there. All right, there we go. Yeah, I forgot to merge those two together. Well, it all worked out in the end, everybody. Again, we got 10 boxes of it, so it did work out. But those definitely need to recombine together because we have 2 layers of concrete running. Look at that backlog of concrete there, though. That's going to really speed that back up again. So that means that wasn't running at full efficiency if that was not running. But that's okay. Again, we use the power of time to make as much as we possibly want. Now it's going to work even better. Okay, so we want to go ahead and get our stuff over here smelting. Well, let's work with that. Now, one of the cool things we can do, which you can kind of see I'm doing a little bit of it there, is that I can tap into the power to give me the power of flight. I'm going to try not to put it in my own way, but you never know. You never know what'll happen. I kind of want to aim it up here, and those ones are over there on that far kind of edge there. I've run these up before and ran them all the way to the end. There's a really awesome starting spot over that way. But again, I just started wherever it started me this time. Because that's fun, to just start by whatever's nearby and then adapt to wherever you are. That's very fun. Okay. How do I want to line this up? I probably just want to bring this straight out. Middle mouse button, get the wall. Middle mouse button, get the conveyor wall. Okay. Okay, we could probably remove that one. And instead, put it on the side. Put it on the side of the thing, and this way you don't have to have the actual poles, and you can just run it down the side like this, and then it will let you just hover all the way down the side. So I'm running the power at the same time I'm running the foundations. I know, cool idea, huh? Or you could use your super big power, like I'm using down there, and just span it really, really far. I'm actually just going to send this across this way and just do what's known as a dog leg or an L shape, where you just go ahead, run along there. It did not look like it made a wire. I picked up just the thing and not actually the wire. There we go. And again, just keep running this along the edge, making my life easy. Bet you it's right where that power pole is over there too. I'll bet you it's right over there. I remember right. And I'm not really counting. You can actually get this down where it's totally perfect distance. But I am getting to the point of great abundance. So I don't necessarily have to count every single thing. Count every single bit of resources. So when you have a great abundance, you can do more cool stuff. Yeah. Also good to have trust in yourself. See, I'm just floating here in the middle of nowhere while I'm putting those in. I think maybe closer. Ooh, there's one of our little glowy friends in there. Now watch out for leaping mobs. Sometimes mobs leap off the top of this stuff. Alright, now's a good time to use our thing here to see how well lined up we are. This way, really? Ah, over here. Interesting. Oh, it's in this it's down below down there, not over there. I thought it was over there. Well, that's okay. I'm gonna leave that because I'm gonna use that later. So right about here, huh? Okay. Just line her up. Oh. And then we'll take this one and we'll run it through here. This is a great way to run power, and then you can just put more foundations in and you never see this power down here. Very neat and tidy way of doing it. And see, sometimes when I run through the forest, you can see there's a thing there. That thing is there just from me going from one place to another, to just looking for resources because I have my hover pack. When I have my hover pack, it's all about it. I think it's right down here. Maybe not. Over there? 142 that way. Okay, still further. Let's go. I don't seem to remember it over here. I think they moved it. I remember it being down over there somewhere. Oh, no, it is down there. Okay. Let's go ahead and do ourselves a solid. And there's a nice power platform down there somewhere. Say right there. And then run this wire down to there. Then have some fun. Get our weapon at the ready. Probably good to get some bullets. Ammo. Oop. Rifle ammo. Oh, down there. Huh. I guess that's right, because you have this kind of cliff edge and cliff edge here, and if you look on the thing, you get this kind of cliff edge. And that was throwing me off. I think it was down here. This was... I don't think they did move this. I think I'm just not remembering it. Anybody else down here wants to get shot? Oh, yeah. Somebody's trying to get me over here. I was running grab these when I do them right away, because look at I already missed where the heck that one went. Right there. I'll get them right away. Okay, so here is our iron and our stuff here. So we're going to go ahead and very quickly do these extractors. I think I'm going to aim them toward each other like this. And like this. And I'm not going to do a whole foundation and all that stuff in here, because what I'm going to do is just simply take these and run these right out of the forest. And that allowed me to go up. I have my electrical there, and I can see where this is as opposed to where those are. Get a general idea. Get a general idea. Let's see how close we got. So what I'm going to do is switch them back and forth. So bring the first one up around this way, and then this one I want to go through that, like that. And then same thing here, switch this one the other way, and then align it to the first one so that I know where the first one's at. And that'll go through there. And then this will allow me to run these all in one move. And again, I'm transitioning from the grid of this particular one, which is actually aligned to that extractor grid over there, which is different from this extractor grid. But you can merge them simply by using your floor holes. And that is really a fantastic thing. So you hit H, and then you can just nudge this wherever you want it to go. The trick is just to try to get this to be in the floor hole as much as possible. Sometimes you can finagle it, and sometimes you're just screwed. Let's see what happens to us. And so I'm going to hit H, nudge this like this. Looks pretty good. We'll see how it goes. And so now we can take these out, go all the way back down, shoot it a little bit. Sure, we can do that too. Whatever you feel like doing, dude. And then down, or doodad actually in this case. And then we can aim at it, and bam! Look at that, we can run it all in one move. That's pretty cool, everybody. I think it's cool. I love that deal. Again, that's part of the game. Oh, we got a both first try. I'm going to turn this one around so I can see both of them going up the thing. Oh, wait, nope, I turned it the wrong way. You can actually use your scroll wheel while you're in the middle of doing this so that you can see the actual ore going up the thing, right? That's what you want to see. You want to see the ore going up so you know it's working. Now what we need is we need some power, so we're going to run that right there. And we're going to run this right there. And that's it. Done. Done. That's all I needed to do. Those suckers will start to run up here. And then what we'll do is we'll run ourselves a fun little conveyor belt. Now they actually have a really cool wall. Did I get one? Yeah, called a gate hole wall, where you can use it to go through, and you can still put your resources up there at the top, like that. And then we'll put this one on the first one, like this. And this one, let's see if we can sneak it into the second one by turning it backwards. Nope. Maybe we just angle it. I think we can get away with just putting it like this and then just angling it, because I'm not going to put anything in this one yet, not till I get way over there, and then I'm going to bring the coal up, and all three of them will be in line. So there we go. That's all going. But now we need to go down here. We need to do some of our numbers that we were figuring out earlier to get this going. So first we'll start with the copper, because the copper is going to be the easiest right now, producing 120. How much do we need of our copper? 100. So all we really need is 100 of that copper, so we're just going to go ahead and tell it to be exactly 100 by typing the number in. And there we, oh, okay, unless it decides it doesn't want to do it. Okay, how about do it again? There we go. And now we've underclocked it. Now it's only producing at 83%, but instead of 15 megawatts, it's only using 11.8. So it's actually using less power and just producing exactly as much as we need. And it's backlogging right now as well. Now, one of the cool things you can do here at the very beginning is you can put a box down there, or in this case, I'm going to go ahead and just go up here to the top move this back just a little bit. And we're going to do ourselves a little bit of a solid where this can backlog while we're building the rest of this. So we're going to put some more of those in. And we're going to let this just kind of backlog some resources, because this is going to help us kind of supercharge or super start up our stuff later on. So So we're just going to have this go right into that box. This one's going to go right into that box. And it's going to start to backlog all those resources. Because, again, we're going to do manifolds. And manifolds, if you start it up, it's going to take a lot longer than if you backlog a bunch of resources like I am. And then you can just run it in there at 780 way faster than it would normally process. We can just let that run and run and run. Okay, now we got our copper going. We will let that backlog. And then we're going to go down here and we're going to work on our iron ore. What was the iron ore max output? We needed 385.2. I'm just going to round it up a little bit because, you know, making decimals is 385 per minute. Oh, it won't do that. Well, if I go ahead and do this because it's a pure node, we'll go ahead and say 385, and there we go. And I don't even need the last one in there. So there we go, 385 ought to get her done. It's going to take a little extra power, but not that much, and it just makes it easier to just round it up in that case. But I could make it exactly that number if I so desire. Okay, now we're going to go in, and we're going to make an actual set here. What set do we got open? Number 8. Okay, we're going to make a set number 8 here, which is going to be our gate hole, our conveyor wall. We'll just use those. Okay, so this is going to allow us to just do this very easily. And we don't necessarily need all of these. And now we're just going to go ahead and back to our belts. And run this out of that into there. Run that into there. What's up, Gia? Thanks for coming in. Why don't you make that a blueprint? Why don't I make all of this and all of that a blueprint? Because it takes longer to make the blueprint than it does for me just to make it. I could make this into a blueprint. That's a good idea. Yeah, make this thing here into a blueprint or the whole span in between. You know why I don't do that? Because the max span of the belts is too big for the blueprints. That's why I wanted them to make a 6 one. I don't care if they even made it only 2 wide or 1 wide, but it goes 6. I would have took that. I would have took that any day of the week because the max distance of your conveyor belts is 6 of the foundations roughly. So instead of blueprinting it at 5, well, actually it used to be 4, which is even more annoying, and then having to reconnect them all together anyway, I just go in and see, sometimes blueprints aren't as effective as just doing it in the moment because you don't always know what you need. But in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is actually more efficient than using the blueprints, right? When it comes to distances. Now, time-wise, that's a good debate there. You can definitely debate the time-wise. It might be faster. But for me, you'll see I'll get it done here in just a minute. Bam. And bam. Right there. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sometimes I just like doing it myself, too. You know what I mean? Blueprinting is fun. It's really great when you're doing factories, but sometimes I just like doing it. It's old school. I mean, you got to think back when I started playing this game, everybody, you did 1 foundation at a time. And I've done hundreds of thousands of them. 1 at a time. There was no zooping. There was no blueprinting. There was none of that. You did it all by hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it was actually really fun. I absolutely had the greatest time ever. It took a long time, though. It sure does. But again, sometimes I just like to run it myself. Especially when I come to the corners. Because what we're going to do is we're going to do this. And then we're going to do that. Take this out. I got to turn my zooping off. There we go. This and this. One of the greatest things they added to the game, everybody, is this thing called straight, where it does a straight curve. See, if I do it without the straight, it does this, and it cuts into that edge. See how it's cutting that edge? I rotate this so you can see a little easier. But if I hit R to go into straight mode, it does this beautiful 90 every single time. Now, I don't need another 90 because, again, we're not to where that other coal is. It's right about there. We're going to bring that up, tie that in here in just a moment. But we're going to get this guy. Oh, and great question, by the way. 1,000 kids cats for the chat. Great question. Building houses in Sim 4. Oh, there you go. Sim 4, a great game, too. I played that on stream as well. Absolutely. I'm rebuilding my modular frames. Just accidentally snapped a pole to an existing power line. Oh, no. You didn't know that? Well, now you know. There you go. Now you knows. All right, let's keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Very nice. Yeah, I would have liked them to put a 6 by 6 by 6. That would have been perfect. It would have been perfect for running lines. Because again, why not make the blueprinter be maximum? And I don't mind if, again, if they just add a 1 by 6. I'll take a 1 by 6 because then I could build this exact thing, right? I could build that side, I could build these 3 lines, and then I could build that side like that. Well, I don't actually need the 3rd line right now, but you can see I can pre-build all of that with the foundations and everything, and then just boom, put it down, and then put the next one down, and the next one, and the next one, and so on. It would just be awesome. I still have to do 6 in between, though, so I would do these 6, do 6 in between, then do the blueprint, 6 in between, blueprint, but I could also make a blueprint for 6 as well. So I could just switch back and forth between those 2 blueprints, which you'll see me do all the time. I think foundations are the #1 thing that you should blueprint, just the foundations, nothing else. You go in and if you see, I have different sets of blueprints. Like I have 2 by 5, which is like this, which I typically use for trains, like that. Then I have the full size 5 by 5 one right here. Which is a full 5 by 5. Hard to see when I'm looking down. You get the idea. It's a 5 by 5 thing there. And of course, on the 4 by 4 by 4 blueprint, I make it 4 by 4, and then the thing is only 1 meter because it's the height of what the meter is. The last number is the height. So again, that's the first thing I do in blueprinting is I make them foundations and I save the foundations. So I don't have to manually zoom in all the foundations. Especially the 5 by 5 by 5 is way more than, if you think about it, you know, 5 by 5 is 25. So you're putting down 25 foundations in one click as opposed to 10 foundations in there. So that's more than double, 250%, just like in the thing. All right, so we're going to need some help right about here, I believe, bringing that up. So let's go ahead and run this out just a little bit. Speaking of zooping, we're gonna run that out a little bit, and then we want to bring that up. Now we got some work to do here first, though. Let's put down the old crafting bench temporarily. You don't need to land to do it, but I always do. I need to put this away. We need to go in and oh, that's the wrong thing. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I need my equipment workbench. Okay. Where are you hiding, my little novelist? All right, now you notice I have a bunch of black powder and also steel beams in my dimensional depot. So no matter where I am, I can go ahead and make some. I don't have any black powder on me, but way back at my base in my dimensional depot, I have a bunch in there. And by the way, when I'm done doing this, you'll see it automatically put that stuff back in there again because I have both those processes running and they automatically go back in the dimensional depot. So let's say 519 right now, right, for our powder. Oh, it should be doing it. Yeah, look, it's already at 522. It's at 523. And so it's just going to refill all of that. Same thing with my steel pipes. Right now it's at 570. Now it's at 571 because all of that backlog of steel pipes that I made is now running that into the dimensional depot as fast as it can. So pretty cool. Pretty cool to have those dimensional depots running at any given time on all the different resources across the way. Okay, so we got our novelist. Now we can reload. And we're going to go down here. Actually, we should bring some power out would be a good idea. We want to just bring the power down? Yeah, just bring the power down. I seriously doubt it's going to reach that far. I seriously doubt. Oh, wrong thing. I wanted to do this. We'll give it a shot. Yeah, that's too far. Too far to reach down there, but we got an idea. We got an idea. Let's say right here. Just for the fun of it. We're going to put one of these power towers right there. Run the top of it down to that one. Now we can have some fun. Whee! I don't really need to do it. I can just use my hover thing, but it's just fun, everybody. I find that fun I barely ever use that, by the way. In all of my playthroughs, like 50 playthroughs of the game, I barely have ever used that thing. And of course, they added it way later too, so that's another reason. But I have not used it in a very, very long time. So I'm using the heck out of it in this playthrough. All right, we're going to aim this one this way. We're going to tap into that power. We're going to just tell it to start up, get it doing its thing. Then we're going to take this. We're going to do the same exact thing we did before where we did our switchback. So we do this. We'll see how close I am on this. Oof, that was pretty close. Pretty close on that foundation. And then back up, and you can see that because of that electricity down there, it let me go up pretty high, and then I was able to connect to this electricity, and it got me up here. That was pretty close. Pretty close, but not close enough. Let's go ahead and take all of this out. Don't need that one anymore, and all I need is to get right to here so I can put my floor hole there. Like this. Hit H, nudge that into place. Beauty, beauty. Take this out, take that out, take this one out. Again, we're transitioning between different grids right here, everybody. Again, this is coming from that bottom grid down there into this top grid up here, which is actually the grid of that over there, which is not even the world grid, by the way. My base is on the world grid. So then we transition again from this. You can see we're doing it right here. We're bridging that gap between this lift as well. And then it bridges the gap up into there, and then now it's on the world grid. Up there at the top, which is really fun. All right, so here comes all of that extra stuff. Oh, we need to go down here. And we need to set our coal input, which is 112.5. Let's do it right here, 112.5. Now, if you notice that in everything except for the iron, I typed it exactly the same. The reason why is it's good to have a little extra iron. I actually think it's also good to have an extra coal. So what I'm going to do is actually on coal and iron. Copper, not so much. Copper, you're going to have an overabundance of that. But sometimes you need some coal, or you need some copper, or you need it to basically make some extra to get the process up and running. I'm actually even going to put some coal in there so I don't have to carry that coal around. And just let that run at 120. So I'm just going to bump it up just a little bit to get the precursor of the stuff running. Copper I don't worry about so much, but definitely coal and iron in this case. Again, we're going to have this transition from that grid into our grid, which is not going to be easy here. Let's move this forward just a little bit so we can get this on grid here. Oh, I got the straight thing on. There we go. That's now going to start to backlog a crazy ton of coal. Now, I could crank that up to 300 or 600 or whatever its max is. I think it's 300 because it's normal. And let that backlog too. Okay, now we can go ahead and bring this forward. And again, you can see if I were to blueprint all of this, I'd have to like constantly like take it apart and customize it as well. So I want it to end up at a if I had blueprinted the whole section with the foundations. I could just do this, the top part, which would be fine. Just these two parts here. That works too. But now we can go ahead and just tie that into the end. We're going to tie this one into there. And this one into there. And now we're ready to rock. We can hide this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And sometimes it's just easier not to bother blueprinting it. But you do what you think is right. What you like to do. Me, sometimes I just feel like running the belts because it's fun. We're almost there. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that going to make it? That's going to be close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, nope. Not going to make it. It's okay. We'll adjust it on the other end. Let's give it a shot. Oh. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 5, 6. Yeah, that's running out at 7 there. How did that make it? Weird. Let me do that one, but it won't let me do this one. Oh, won't let me do that one either. Let me do that one though. That's odd. All right, let's just move it back. Remember, I don't make the games, everybody. I just play them. All right, here we go. Yep, working now. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have let me do that outside one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Easy. Running all this in nice and easy. let's see if we can get this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that will watch this. Weird, it does that outside one. Oh, nope, there it goes. All right. That's working. We'll go with it. Okay, now we got to get it over here to this side, so we're just going to bridge that across. Say right to here. This is an old habit, by the way, to go from where you're starting to go where you're going to. If I were to go the other way, it would still figure it out, but sometimes it gets messed up. So sometimes I just don't mess with it. Okay, now we want to go ahead and let's just remove this stuff out here. This is going to be in our way. We're just going to go ahead and bring this out just a bit. And we're going to kind of look at where that's at. Eyeball that a bit. Oh, wow, perfect. Okay. Like this. I have my zooping on. Alright, oh, I clicked it too many times. Something. Now I can go like this, like that, which is not the best thing to do. The best thing to do is to use your lifters, because it's just going to make that way easier. And so the trick is you get your first lifter in position. And then once you have that perfectly lined up, well, guess what? Now you know all the heights of the other ones. Nice and easy, right? Lift that up to that higher level. All three of them lifted. Very nice. And corners. And I'm just using walls over here instead of the little thing. I'm not really going to be driving up here. Oh, we lost power there, so we want to kind of go back over here. We tie that power in. Oh, we tied it in down below, down here. That's right. Actually, even better, I could just take this out now. Grab the extra pole from this one and run it. Run it. Come on, you got this. There we go, right there. And over there. Okay. And we'll turn on our straight. Get these corners in there. Look at how nice it does there. But I used to, you know what I used to do is use the stands, the conveyor poles, and then I would line up all the conveyor poles just to get that 90 degrees. So I put the 2 conveyor poles on this one, 2 conveyor poles on that one, and then I would do all of the small pieces and then the corners to do that very thing that now just takes one move, which is pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Now again, if I put that in first and I put it in the wrong direction, what's going to happen? Oh, it won't let me put it in there, see? So we got to make sure that when we are putting these corners in, if we're going to put them in first, that we are going in the correct direction. You're just looking at your little green arrows there. And then we all good. And we got all 3 of those all the way over here, and it's creating a whole backlog of it back there. So what's our first factory here? Our first factory is going to, I think, going to be iron ingots. Oops. Iron ingots. Let's go take a look. Yeah, iron ingots. Again, this is a spreadsheet that I put together. I actually did this last stream where we went in, figured out all the inputs and outputs, what our final outputs are. 24 and 24 is what we're aiming for, and then we worked our way backwards. If you missed that, you can watch my previous stream. By the way, they all have episodes on them, and I have a playlist as well over there that you can watch and see this playthrough from the very beginning. That's right, you absolutely can. And how I skipped a lot of the stuff in between and all the pain and heartache that happens. I just did it as efficiently as possible. This is a very efficient run, this one. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take this and we're going to convert it into iron ingots. Again, our iron, we want to bring a raw iron, turn it into raw iron ingots, and then use it to create iron rods. And we need exactly 8 machines for our constructors, but we only really need 4 smelters. So in this case, I have 8 smelters, and that's just going to run this at a very, very high speed. Basically, just get that popping off. Okay, so we know that this is coal, this is copper, and this one right here in the middle, boom, how perfectly that lined up. I actually did not do that on purpose. Right here. Wait a minute. Oh, I have it on the wrong side. Red is input, green is output, everybody. What am I thinking? What am I thinking today? Wrong spot. Let's do this. Never mind. My bad. My bad. Actually, leave that first one. I'm going to use that later. Get my light on. Why is it so dark? There we go. All right, let's redo all of this. Take this out. Totally zoned there. I was zoning out. Apparently. My brain had decided to take a vacation. All right. There, and this out. Do that again. Except for way faster this time. Hope you guys don't mind me speeding up, everybody. We're going to get into it like this. Now, I play really fast, everybody, when I'm off stream, if I am playing games. But on stream, I slow down so you guys can see what I'm doing, even when I make a mistake and I set an input to an output. Now, over here, instead of running that across like that, I really don't like doing that. I prefer to bring it up like this and have the input be up higher and then go down. And that's because if you're running along here, if you're in your car, your little, tiny car, and it's buzzing along or whatever, it's much cooler to have that extra space. You don't have to constantly be jumping over the belts or sliding under them or any of that stuff. Though sliding under belts is very fun. I prefer to bring it up just a little bit for that input. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and start up, and we're going to go ahead and figure out how we're going to do our power. I'm going to say we do our power on this side. So now we'll just add the thing that we need here, double wall outlet, and we'll just tie any of these into this double wall outlet. And just to make this nice and sexy, go ahead and run this. No. Not going to do it, are you? Okay, fine. I'll do it manually then. We're going to be feisty about it. Like this. All right. And then down. And then right there. And then upgrade this pole. And we'll just tie it in right there. And that is off and running. There we go. Now we got to tell it what to be. Iron ingots. We're going to copy those settings, or we just hit Control C, and then we're going to hit Control V and V and V. Control V all of these. We want to see them green lights. We want to see green lights on all 8 of those, and now that is going double the speed at which I actually need it to go right now, and it's going to go ahead and put all of these conveniently in another backlog of iron ingots while I am doing other things. And again, the more it backlogs, when I get to the next stage, it'll speed along in that stage as well. So iron ingots in there. That is off and running. That is checked off and good to go. Now what we need is 8 constructors so we can make 120 rods. And how convenient is this that we just happen to have 8 constructors right here. Look at that we had blueprinted a while ago. And now we got to find that input though. Oh, I think it's right there. This is really awkward to do this because it's hard to kind of line this up. But what I'm doing is aiming at the edge of these doorways, and then that allows me to hit H for hologram and allows me to line it up. That is definitely not the side where the input is. So let's try it again. And rotate it till we see those inputs. Yeah, I think it's right there. And we'll nudge it over there. Maybe we should rotate it so it's pointing backwards, so the input over here. No, that's an output. The input is on this side. How do we know? Because it has the 3 lines. 3 lines represents input. So that's our input there. So we want the arrow to face that way. Okay. Now we got it figured out. Now we'll get it done. Right over here, rotate the arrow. Come on, arrow. Go over this way a little bit. Too far. Try that. Nope, too far down. Come on, get in there. I'm too far away from it. Too far away from that edge I'm trying to use over here. Did we get it? I think we did. Boom. Okay. Oh, wait. Duh. Hold on. It just dawned on me. Okay, we gotta aim it that way. I already have the inputs and outputs lined up. That's why I did that. Oh, wow. I didn't even remember that I did do that. Look at me go. Okay, we gotta aim it to this side, and I'll show you why here in just a second. Get this to line up. There we go. Because the output and the inputs are lined up on this particular factory, so I can just go and do this. And so now that will run those into there automatically. And then all I gotta do is go rods and then copy. And then more pasta. I'm gonna get all the pasta in today. Pasta, 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 pasta. There we go. Oh, wait. Ha! We forgot something very important. Very important. We gotta put the power in. That's funny. I always forget the power. Alright, where do we do the power out here? Alright, we'll put it about the same spot. Then we'll go ahead and run this down. Again, these are stackable blueprints that work together. And let's just upgrade one of these to outlet number 2. Or Mark 2s, and then run that across. Run that to tie into there. And there we go. Now we got our green stuff there, and paste this one. And iron rods, iron rods, iron rods. All right, now the first part of this process is complete. It's going to make a crazy ton of them iron rods. It's going to run it right out that side, right over there. You and your pasta. Am I making you hungry? Can we do a mega build on Sims? I have done it. I have done mega builds on Sims before. Yeah, I played Sims 4 here on the stream. I've actually played The Sims since The Sims came out. All the way back to the original Sim City. I'm the original Sim player. My actual favorite one is City Skylines. City Skylines is awesome. That was really, really good. They actually have a City Skylines 2 if you guys didn't play that. I've also played that on stream. I highly recommend checking that out, everybody. If you have not played that yet, that is very, very good. Okay. So we got our 4 smelters, we got our 8 constructors. Now it's making those rods, and eventually the rods are going to go to the assemblers right here, right? So this is basically, this output here ends up at the end. Now we need a separate factory that is for our smelters, that is going to make rods, that is going to make screws, right? So it's going to go rods and then to screws. So first what we need is we need 5 smelters just to do the iron for that. So let's go ahead and get ourselves some more smelters going. And that's pretty easy because we can just use our blueprints right over here. And we can turn this away. We can line those up as good as we can and then hit H and nudge it into position. Now it's yellow because it's kind of impeding in on the top of the other one, but that's okay. Boom, right there. Easy. And we'll be super smart. We're just gonna middle mouse button that one. Come on. Put that power connection right there. And that power connection up. All right, now we need to get more of this into this one over here. And that's pretty easy because we can just put a splitter right on the belt itself. We can run that up like this, and then da-boom. That's already ready to go. But now we just need to do the same thing again, right? Iron ingots, we copy that. And then we do all of the fun right here, right here, right there, and right there. Because again, we already did all the blueprints. We already got it all pre-configured. But the blueprinter is only so big. So you can only get so much stuff in there at the same time. And so that's why I just limit it to that amount. And then I can just keep stacking it for days and days and days. And again, another one that's going to go ahead and start backlogging a ton of iron ingots there. So it's going to do its thing. Oh, right here. Hold on. We missed what I can see. It's not green. Get in there. There we go. How do I know I missed it? Because again, the light was red and not green. All of them should be green, which means that it's running it in. It has enough power. It's going to basically output these like crazy. Take those out of my inventory, and that'll run down the belt. Over here. Wait a minute. What's going on with this smelter? Oh, wait a minute. I see a problem with my smelter. Why is that one missing a merger? Wow, is all of ours like that? I hope not. We might have to go back and check our blueprint. We might have an error in our blueprint. That should be like that. That should be like that. Oh, I think we got an issue. Red alert, chat. Red alert. Oh, we sure do. Yeah, that one's same one. You know what I did? I bet you I had it on this side first, and then I ran it the other way. Or I ran out of resources. Sometimes that happens as well. But normally it wouldn't let me do the blueprint if I ran out of resources. I think the actual original blueprint is like that. Oh boy, now we gotta check all of our smelters. Red alert, chat. Red alert. Check them smelters. These are all those. These are all... Oh, those aren't using smelters. Here? No. Not that one. These are assemblers. We definitely got to fix that blueprint. If I see a problem, I fix it immediately. Because sometimes you won't remember. Let's go down and fix it. Load blueprint. 5x5x5. Again, these are all the 4x4 ones, and then I have 5x5x5s, and I have them all separated. Okay, something going on with our smelters. Let's fix this problemo. Yeah, this last smelter is in the line, but it's not in the line, if you know what I mean. Now, if you fix it over here, it does not automatically fix it on the other end. It's not like they're tied together. So you'd have to take that out, put it back in if you wanted it like that by default. But hey, we found the problem. We fixed the problem. And now we're going to go ahead and save. Now I'll keep updating all of these blueprints, by the way. I don't just give the one blueprint that I make or the 2 or 3 or how many ever I make in a week. I usually give them all to you again, so you have the latest version. Again, if I do update any of them, I constantly give you a full update of everything on my Patreon. So there you go. So like in that case, that one definitely needs to be updated. Updated for sure. And let's clear that. And if you're unsure which ones I've updated and you want to do it, just take them all out, put them back in. And then you know you'd have the latest one. Okay, so we know we got that working. We got that solved. That's all good. Okay, we're going to let those run. And so we've got those smelting. We've got this smelting so we can make our rods. How many do we need? We need 5 smelters and we have 8. We have more than enough. Constructors, we need 10. So we're going to need 2 rows of constructors. Let's go ahead and get that in there. Again, the later it gets, everybody, the more tired I get and the more mistakes you have a tendency to make. And the best thing to do in any situation like that is just admit you made a mistake. Okay, I made a mistake. I forgot to put that in there. Let's solve it. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. Instead of beating yourself up. Don't beat yourself up, everybody. It'll be okay. And then these are going to be rods. Rods. Let's paste all these in here. Oh, wrong way. Wrong way. Go down. There we go. Pasty, pasty, pasty. All right, and then more power. Right over here. Oh, it didn't connect it. Go ahead. There we go. These have an extra one? That one does, but it's too far away. Too far away, and I don't like it. Update this one. More connections, and then connect there, and bam, we golden. All right, making some more rods. Now, when we're doing that, we need 10. We have 8. So that means that we need to split some of these iron ingots in half. So half of them can go in one and half of them can go into the other. So I could go in, by the way, and just take some of these out or create another blueprint that was less. But that's a huge waste of my time. And at this point, it's not like I don't have an abundance of resources, because that's what we built last time. We built this big abundance of various resources. All right, should be right there. Get in there. There we go. Nudge, 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 nudge. Hologram mode is also awesome. Okay, now we got a bit of a problem here. We need to split this one that's producing all of the ones that we need into two. And that's okay, because here's what I like to do. I like to go ahead and use my foundations at this point, like this. And down here, go ahead and put in a nice little splitter. Now trying to line it up nicely. See how we did. Oop. There we go. Good enough. In there, and then actually we just take this one out. We can just do it with the lifter. Just do it with a lifter. Now it's going to be not perfectly lined up because somehow I got it offset, which I don't like. Try that again. There we go. And then this one can go up and go right into this one. Then I'll take this outside one, split it into the next one. Oh, that is the wrong way. Got it backwards again. Backwards. When I moved it. When I moved it, it rotated the other way. Oh, that's not lined up. I think alignment is the hardest thing with blueprints, especially when you're using blueprints like I do. And they have the tendency to rotate when you're moving them around, which hopefully they fix that at some point. Come on. There we go. Again, the arrow should be pointing that way. Let's see how we did. Should be red. Oop. Apparently not the way it's supposed to go. Yep. Apparently the arrow is supposed to point that way. I thought it did the arrow that way before. Apparently it might have switched at the last second. Let's try it again. Last time I put it that way because I thought I had it backwards. But I need the arrow to go this way. Now let's try it. Nope, because it's not set down. We'll get it. Never give up. Never surrender. Dang it. That thing is in the way. Alright, you're out. Out the way. Messing me up. Try it again. Nope, down too far. Keep trying. Keep trying. Again, trying to aim at this edge. You just keep trying to get it just on that edge where it's down just a little bit and then nudge it forward. Bingo. All right. Perseverance pays off. There's our red. In you go. Nice. All right. And more over here. And again. Yeah, if you play this game tired, yeah, see, the later it gets, the more mistakes I do. But again, everybody, that's all part of the fun, is that, you know, you come back next time, you go, oh, wait, I got to fix that one thing, I got to fix that. That's all part of the process, by the way, too, is that trial and error. Don't think that, you know, that's not part of it. You're like, oh, I should do it all perfectly on the first try. No, that's part of the fun. The part of the fun is to go in and try to do stuff and see how much you can get done, and then come back and say, oh, well, hold on, I need to fix that thing. Or I need to do that thing. And even better, when you go to fix something, I find that you actually do that thing better, especially if you're doing it the second time. You actually find ways of making it better in the future. All right, so that's now making a crazy ton of rods over there. Now we got those rods done. Let's check our numbers now. We should have more than 10. We actually have 12 running right now. So we have 8 smelters, we have 12 constructors, again, extra, so we can burn up that excess. And then we're going to take our iron rods now and do screws. Now, our output is going to be 40, but the number of machines we need is actually 15. So now we need a lot of machines, because you need a lot of screws. So here we go, everybody. Now we're really going to go crazy with 15 machines right there. So again, if we have 8 in here, right? That means we're going to need 2 more of those to get 16 is what we're going to end up with. So let's do it some more. Now again, this has got to come out of here and then go to the next one. So now what we want to do is switch to the other side, because we can see that we have these running out over here. And these rods are for the in part when we get to the assemblers. And then these rods are here, are there for the screws, right? So these two are going to combine together and then end up here. So now we want the blueprint to go in the opposite direction that we did before. Now we want it to go this way, over there. Again, I'm purposely trying to make it yellows because then I know it's down and not sitting up too high. And that should allow me to get that lined up. Again, let's look for that red. We got it? No! Changed right at the last second. Oh, a heartbreaker every time. Heartbreaker every single time. Right at the last second when I went to adjust it, it rotated my thing. I blame my terrible scroll wheel. All right, let's try that again. Arrow this way. Oh, I'm standing in a different spot. Let's see if that that's correct. No, that was correct. Okay, yeah, no, it did change it last time. Okay, this one's easy, everybody. You just take whatever you're making in this one and run it into this one. That's easy mode. That's easy mode. And then, again, we'll go ahead and get our constructor. See how easy this is once you have these already pre-built, everybody? It is so much easier just to throw a bunch of constructors in and get that going. Okay, Arrow, I see which way you're going. Come on, you're supposed to be going that way. Give me that red. Bingo. All right, and then the second one here, we're just going to run out. Because it's doing half of it in one and half of it in doing the other. And then again, we'll just run that up. Run that in there. Now we have it running in both of them. Very nice. All right. And do we set this other one up for screws? Let's go see. We did not. Okay, screws. Let's go. Copy. Pasta. Do all of that first. Put that in. Now again, you can preset these up too, but then they're not, I think, not as versatile. You can't change them. And then you might have it set to something and then you use it for something else and then it comes out incorrect. I feel it's better to have it blank than to have it on something. In this case, because it just makes it easier on me. Put a couple of those in and connect the screws here. Connect the screws there. Okay, now we want to have a connection from here over to there. Oh, that actually was the right side for once. Okay, that one's good. And then up here. This is why I built it like this in the first place, is so that it would be on that side. That's why that one only has 3 of 4. Okay, screws, go. Copy. Copy, copy, copy. Bing, bing, bing. Go, go, go. Make me an insane amount of screws using our ultimate power, the efficiency of our time. All right, let's double check all of these. Green, 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 green. I like to see all that green. Give me them screws. Look at them go. All right, we got a double output on this side. Again, we got our screws ready to go. We've got our other thing ready to go. It's actually on the other side. Over here, our other rods down here. So let's go ahead and get our rods up to the top here. And we're going to run these ones this way. Like so. And we'll just run them up to remind ourselves that that's where those are. Actually, I should have ran them the other way. Turn the front of it like this. That's just going to remind me that those are right there. Okay, now we've got all of that done. We did all of that process. We need 6 assemblers. Let's see how many we got. Assemblers, we've got 10. Sounds good to me. Now, it doesn't really matter where the inputs are, but I'm going to go ahead and try to turn the inputs so they're on the outside edge there. Oh, we are out of aluminum plates. What a tragedy. Got to go get some more. Sorry about the sneezes. All right. Let's go up here real quick. I think our train might be here if we can get there in time. I seriously doubt it, but we're going to try. Get up there. Get on the train. Oh, we lucked out. Let's go. Now, right now in the Dimensional Depot, get on the train. Get on the train. Land on the train. There we go. I could have just got in the train, but I like landing on it. So our Dimensional Depot is putting the aluminum in there, right? Our whole aluminum process, which is right here, by the way, is actually putting that in the Dimensional Depot. But by the time it puts it in the Dimensional Depot, I could ride this train, because this train's pretty close. I ride it right over to the aluminum, grab the aluminum, and then run back, which is way faster. And again, you can see that it's actually putting more aluminum in there automatically if we pull it up. Right here, aluminum sheets is 181. Now it's 182. But again, it takes time, and I don't really want to use my immersion spheres to speed it up. I can just run over here and grab it. It'll be fine. Oh, and there goes my headphones. Whee! Alrighty. Look at it over here doing its job, making tons of stuff. But as you can see, I have a smidge of resources backlogged over here. Just a tiny amount. Just a couple. Yeah, a few. We're going to grab a bunch. Because we want to do that. Hold on, we're going to go over here, though. And we're going to clear this. And then we're going to just save us from running back again. We're going to go ahead and click this. And we're going to see how many do we need. Oh, we need some plates, too. Didn't I set up some plates back here? I think it was concrete. Yes, this is concrete here. Where did I set up them plates? Apparently I didn't set them up. Fine, maybe I never got around to it. I can't remember. Oh, my headphones are dead. Let's switch the headphones. I'm thinking that. Let those charge up. And get my second set of wireless headphones. These headphones are great, everybody. I'm going to eventually put these on my website. They are very good. I haven't had really that much issue with them. Sometimes I forget to close the lid, which causes them not to charge. That's my bad. That's nothing to do with the headphones themselves. That's just me being a bonehead. There we go. Polypop reward. I think I already did those earlier, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and double it up anyway. There you go. Double it up anyway. All right. So let's go over here and just do ourselves a solid here, everybody. Because the two things you want to be running in these dimensional depots, I can make 9 more of these too. It's going to make a load balancer for it. That's what I was going to do. We were talking about a bunch of stuff there. Yeah, so I'm going to make a big old load balancer. That's what I was going to do. Okay, let's go ahead and first start with our industrial storage. Yeah, we'll just put a couple of them here, and we'll just put them like long ways. And then we're going to double run this. And then we're going to make a load balancer for our iron. So right here is a perfect place for it. So load balancers are to feed them in evenly, and then manifolds you feed them in and just let them overflow into the next one. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and get a splitter. Now, how many of these do we have? We can do, right now, we can do 9. So let's just do 8, because that makes the numbers easier. So we're going to do 1. Let's put them right next to each other. 2. 3. And 4. And we'll leave a little bit of a gap. 1. Actually, I should probably double gap these. I'm going to double gap them. Just to make it visually easier. Normally I put these all right next to each other, but just visually easier to see. We're just going to double gap them so that there's a gap in between. Oh, love it when I click and the mouse moves right at the last second. My mouse is a little touchy, but it always is because I have it turned up for other things. Okay, we got to do some splitting over here. Let's see if we can get this done. First, we're going to split this right in the center. Now, one of the problems with putting these really close together is you can see that it doesn't really split all that well because these are not really good to go right next to each other. You can do that if you want to. which I'm going to do on this particular one, but normally I would just move them so that they perfectly align to the center. But whatever. This one here, and this one here. And then here. Probably end up moving this back further. If I move it back, then it's not like it's really too close to it. I like how those are turned the wrong way. Awesome. Come on. Darn thing. This is not a great game to have your scroll wheel be rowdy. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and split again. But this time we're going to kind of take it a little bit forward there. Right there. Close it up. Input on that is wrong. 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 Thought I had it right. Let's try it again. Okay. Now what's going to do is go in, cut in half, then cut in half again, and then boom, go into all of those evenly all the way across. That is a load balancer. I'll get up nice and high so you can see it. Now again, if I spread them out, the lines would be straight, but it's kind of cool, the little rounded part. And again, I didn't make it exactly proportional and symmetrical. I find symmetry to be very boring after a while because it's so easy. But if it's your jam, you go right ahead. All right, now what I'm going to do is do myself a solid right here by grabbing a bunch of this. I'm going to sort this first. Grab a bunch of these plates, and I'm going to walk over here, and I'm just going to put it right here in this thing. Boom. Go. And now it's going to run them plates out, and you're going to see that it balances into each of those. Now what it's going to do is go into the dimensional depot at 8 times the rate. And also in the future, if I run out, it's going to run them in at 8 times the rate. Now I have one of them at the original factory that's running in there, but I have so many extra plates that I could really do that a whole lot. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make another one over here, take all the stuff I have on me off of me for a second. Then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go ahead and take a lot of plates. So, I mean, a ton of them right over here. And I'm going to put them in this back box. Boom. And then in this front box, boom. And now I got 2 boxes of extra plates that are just going to be feeding these dimensional depots at 8 times the normal speed. And then when we go over here to plates, we can see that we already have our 600 plates in there. And anytime that we use up those plates, it's automatically going to be going when feeding them in at 8 times the rate. That's why I have that balanced over there. And then the same thing with our concrete balancers. We went around and found a bunch of Mercer spheres that do this. Now this is a manifold, which means that it's going to come out of here. It's going to go in here. It's going to fill this one. Then it's going to fill this one. Then it'll fill that one and overflow and overflow and overflow until it finally gets to the end one, right? But in this case, they're all filled up. So again, if I do run out of concrete, it automatically just feed that in. That's a great use of that in the early game. It's also fun to watch if you like doing load balancers. And it's perfectly balanced. One on the right, one on the left, one on the right, one on the left, back and forth. All things perfectly balanced as they should be. Now, typically you balance things in either thirds or halves. In this case, if I actually did 9, I could do 3 and 3 and 3, and then just have the one in the center, 2 on the sides, and then just run it like that if I wanted to. And then I'd have less of the splitters as well. But I always like to keep one dimensional depot somewhere in case I need it. So you can see I have 1 Mercer sphere left, so I like to have at least that 1 left over just in case. Okay, let's get my loot back. I can just go ahead and get rid of this box, and all the stuff will drop back into my inventory. What do we got in here? We can just wipe out. We can wipe out all of that random junk out of there. I guess we could have just put it in here and put it in the thingy. Let's just do that with some of that raw resources. What about wood? Oh, wait, wood we can just put over here. Now we also, oh, right here. No, I did do it. Oh, already did it. Now I did it again over there. Oh, I thought I did it. Well, I was right. I was right. I totally forgot. Well, now it's going to be doing it 16 times the rate. Crazy. Okay, now back here I got a box, and I can just go ahead and put both the wood and the leaves in there because I have smart splitters, and those smart splitters are going to automatically split it in the correct direction, and then it's going to run over here, and these ones have some summer sloops in it, so it's going to double it up, and now it's going to run it down here, and I already have a giant box full of biofuel. But you know what? I'll pull some of that biofuel out of there into my inventory, and just, could I put, oh, it's already full. All right, already full. But there you go. So you get the idea. Actually, I put some of this back like that. Put some of that back in there so I don't have to carry that much around like this. And that will stop that whole process until needed. And you can see this is all feeding into my biofuels. They actually added the ability to have an input on the biomass burner, which is pretty awesome over there. So, oh, this one's coming right out the front, too. That one's automatically pulling from our front. But that's okay, because now it's going to go even faster, because plates, I use up a lot of those suckers. A lot of that. Okay, now, do we need anything else? We still need more iron plates than what we have in there. Now, again, instead of coming back here in the future, I can just take them out of the dimensional depot. And then, look at it, we got 15 in there. Now we have 30. So it's way faster, 45, 60, and you can see up there I need 682, and in no time, we've now got all the things that we need. So there we go. Now we have all of that. That's going to kick some booty over there. And we happen to be here, so you know what? Let's just grab a few extra while we're at it. There we go. Oh, and we missed the train. We can catch this other train. I love the trains in this game, everybody. They are awesome. Come here and bring me that loot. Now, again, this train station right here, I'll expand this train station a little further back so I can have 2 resources here instead of just 1. It's a lot to do its work. Bring me those encased industrial beams. Can I put signs on the side of this? I don't think I've ever tried. A sign right there? No. Especially not when it's being constructed. That would be awesome. Oh, almost fell off the train. Get back on the train. Maybe on the other side, on the inputs and outputs, no doubt. All right, riding the train. Here we go. Again, thanks everybody for hanging out in the stream. I'm streaming live to 6 different platforms. 1080 HD to each and every one of them, to the following platforms, which I have written down because I can't remember them all. It's Twitch, YouTube, X.com, aka Twitter, Facebook, Kick, and Trovo, all at the same time. And again, I don't care where you're watching the stream, I just appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Big time. Right now, we are working on our rotors. And then we're going to work on our stators and then our motors, and we'll have an infinite amount of rotors, stators, and motors to work with. Right now, this is our encased industrial beams location. But we're going to go ahead and free fall and down here. All right, we're back and we're ready for some assemblers, and that will take care of this one last part for our rotors. And our assemblers have got some serious size here. Okay, where's our inputs? Right there. And where is our outputs? Right there. Okay, we'll go ahead. We'll just put it on this side to make it easy, if we can get this to line up. Come on, you got this. H. Right there. Boom. Easy mode. Edna mode. And guest. I love that. The Incredibles, everybody. Edna mode. One of my favorite characters in that movie. She's an artist. I totally get where she's coming from. Oh, this is our logistics level. Want that to go up a bit higher. Up down. Where's our door? Probably on the side somewhere. Yep, over here. Oh, that's the lower level. Where's the doing screws? Where the heck did I put the door? Oh, over here. I put the door here somewhere. Alrighty. Get that power. Run that power. There we go. Did we run this power to the power up above? I don't think we did. I think this power is separate. Why do we not run this down to the lower power? That would have been smart. Oh, not enough power there, that's why. And not upgrade that pole? Over there is what I have the upgraded pole. Oh! See, this power is now feeding the power up above. Okay, so now we are going to make some cool stuff. Man, we got so much more stuff just to make. Very fun, though. We're going to make some rotors, and we're going to copy. And we're going to paste. And we're going to go down. There we go. Paste. Turn off my light. All right, make me some rotors. And this is the lower one. And then we want to go up to the upper one and make some rotors over here too. Double check it is doing the correct thing. Yep. Right there and right there. Okie dokie. And now we want to go ahead and tie these together as well. So we're just going to go ahead and tie those. So it brings the excess resources from the bottom to the second layer. Then we're going to go ahead and just nice and easily put ourselves a little foundation in here. We're going to run this forward just a little bit and then run this nice and easy right there. And of course, right when I clicked it at the last second is when it did the thing right to there. And then run that nicely into there. Okay, now we just need to get our raw resources in there and we're good to go. So we're going to come up here and I feel like we're just going to go ahead and merge right there. So we'll go here. Then we will go ahead and put a nice little merger in there. Nope, wrong button. There we go. Keep going, merger, and out on this side. So we're going to take these screws and run it into that merger. We're going to go ahead and take a lifter, and we can just run it right through the middle of this if we wanted to. Along the outside. Very nicely. Like this. That's called soft clipping. And there it goes, running up through there, into there, now merged here, from here, right up to here, into this first input. Stay right there. And we got a whole lot of screws coming out of there, everybody. That's a massive, massive amount of screws. And because these are powered up, what's going to happen is it's going to start running the screws into these eventually. Oh, those are not powered up. Did I not do the power? I thought I did. I thought I did the power, but apparently it does not have the power. I can see my screws running in there. Man, I had to put the stuff on the far side. Should have put some more doors on that side. It's okay. We'll get it figured out. These are running. So why, if I'm running that cable up there, is the one on the top not running? No power. Well, then we'll just take this out and we'll just do our own power up here just to make sure it's working. Run this to there like we did before and run that down like that. Okay, those are working. This one is not set up right because I can see how it's red? That tells me that these ones are ready to go. And this one is not because I didn't change it to rotors. And I can also see that the screws are coming in, so that's working. Screws, yes, yes, that's all good. Again, once they have power, it'll start to backlog those screws in there. So that's good. Backlog them screws, bro. And we got another input that we're going to need way down somewhere that are on the other side, actually. They're on the side over here. So let's go ahead. Let's say do something like that. Let's see over here, this one. So this one needs to come up, line up to this. Now we could run it inside and redo the whole thing and all of that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to have it go right around the corner here because you can use this awesome straight mode to just run that nicely around the corner. Look at that perfect 90. Beauty. And then same thing over here. Oh, this has got to go up just a little bit to not block our doors. And we'll say right there. Say something like that. Which way did it turn it? Turned it the one way that I didn't want it to turn. Awesome. Okay. That's just to help to line up the floor hole. Like this. Take this out. And this. And this one. Aim it at that. Bam. And then turn this way. What I do on this one is I take this one back out again. And rerun it so that you can run it exactly to the lifter. And then it's all one solid piece. And there we go. There we go. That's going to come through, go into the other input, and we should start seeing some green lights. Actually, we'll see it in the one down below first. Oh, there's the green light. Oh, we see a bunch of green lights. It's doing its thing. Going here. Oh, I love to see them. Oh, it's making lots of rotors. GG's, chat. Let's see some GG's in the chat. That's all working wonderfully. Oh, this one's got no power. Oh, because this one got disconnected from this one, I bet. We better check that also. Let's upgrade this pole. These two are not connected. All right, there we go. We fixed that now. We should check that blueprint. That's time to fix something, everybody. Right away. Let's go do it. Whee! Going down. Let's go check. Hopefully we have enough resources to load it. Let's find out. Right over here. Assemblage. Nope. What else do we need? Ah, more aluminum. Bummer. Bummer. Going up. No train. Ah, wrong thing. That's funny. Now we got a train. Let's go. Let's see what happens. We got long trains, we got short trains, we got really short trains. Uh-oh, other train's coming. Oh, not fast enough. I tried to take the train out. Oh, my train crashed, everybody. What do you do when your train crashes? You go re-rail the train, and then it just does its thing again. Turn on self-driving. Go do your thing, train. I tried, everybody. I tried. The problem is you got to stop this train fast enough to where you can take out the train. Or you can put in a whole bunch of switches and lights and all that other stuff. I just fooling around. See, I can make my own train. The great thing about having a bunch of resources, now I could brake. You can hit spacebar. You can also hold down S to slow down. But it slows the bit. I feel like it slows down roughly the same amount of time. It might be a little faster if you do it yourself. Oh, there we go. Okay. More aluminum. Let's go. Maybe we should be using that other one for feeding aluminum right now. But we'll just go grab a bunch of it. Apparently we didn't grab enough last time. We did not grab enough. Neat. I'll stop screwing around. Get ourselves a bunch of this. Bam. Here we go again. Oh wait, we're on the wrong tracks. What are we gonna do? We got other trains that are gonna try to catch up to us in a second. Now, by the way, that train will not come onto this track. You know why? Because I have signals. No trains will enter this track right here because there's already a train there. And so you can basically have it where it says, do not go on that part of the track if there's a train there. So now that I took it off there, though, it is now green, and it should run that train. I was waiting for the other train to go by. We'll see. Oh, yeah, here it comes. You can see it going there in the background. Much longer train running, and you can see my other train coming back at the same time. I have 3 of those trains that are over there gathering tons and tons of resources. Tons of stuff down here going on, all that stuff that we did earlier. Running its way over here, getting done. Whoa, God, into the track, we're gonna fall off. Actually, that's the fastest way to stop the train. Is just to run it into the train station, and the train station will instantly stop it. It doesn't go off the end. All right, let's go fix it. I could have fixed it back there in my base, now that I think about it, but I got to do some more work over here anyway. So, here we go. All right, let's fix this potential issue with the power. Assemblos. Go figure out what's going on with my assembler power. All right, first, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do before, and I'm going to take this, run this down to the lower side, down here. There. And then I'm going to upgrade this one to this. And then I'm going to tie these two together, like so. Very nice. Now, all the multiple levels are all tied together. Much better upgrade. Because I was running them all separately, but I see now why I did that. But now I can just upgrade it a little bit better. Include the designer. No one. You're absolutely right. I've been playing for 6 hours, as a matter of fact. That says, if that says 4 hours, that means I've been going about 6 or 5 hours. Started a little late today because of stupidity of my credit card company being idiots. Okay, so now we have a crazy ton of rotors running out of here. And where is our output going? It's going down. And we've got our green output here somewhere. Right here. See, all the rotors are ending up here. Do I have a box in here? I sure do. Look at them backlogging. Sweet. And I think we have this merging down from up above as well. Yep, right here. We have this merging on both sides. And then ending up over here. It's merging in there, and it's also merging from that side in here, and then the ones that are here are going underneath and ending up right there. All right, those are all merged in nicely into one line, and that will go ahead and run those. Now we need some stators. Let's get into our stator construction now. Over here. So we're going to need some copper. We're going to need some iron. We're going to need smelters for both of those. How many do we need? We need 3.3 there and 2.5 there. That's probably good enough. I can go here. Smelters, then constructors, then foundries. Then more constructors, and then assemblers. All right, so smelters, let's start with those. And we're going to start with them on this side because it's where we have our input on this side. All right. Again, see how easy it is just to build these towers. It's so easy when you have all your basics already pre-done. I believe it is this side. Yes, it is. I can see both inputs are on the same, so I got the arrow pointing toward me. Now, one of the things you can do is unify all those arrows so they're aiming in the same place, but I often change them based on my inputs and outputs. All right, going back down. Now we're going to find this copper. You'll never take me, copper. Try to get my proper set down here on mouse wheel. Work with me. Mouse wheel sucks. All right, going up. That works so well, everybody. Just run it through the foundation, then line it up like this, hit H, move it back one. Usually, actually, that's pretty good right there. Then take this out, and again, I alternated it. So I did where the original was, then I alternated, and then I turn it back, so the last one was alternated back the other way. Then I can just go down here. And again, this game is so awesome that you can do this from this far away. Look how far away you can do that, everybody. And then I can just aim at this. And then bada bing, bada boom. I'm going to face it outward. Now that goes from all the way down there to all the way up there if I did it right. We'll see. Nah, it screwed me. See? Sometimes it screws you like that. But that's okay. Watch this. I can do this. Then go up a little bit so I can see it. God, I'm blind right there. I'm blinded. And now it's all going to be one long piece. Which is very, very efficient. And we're bringing that copper up. Did raw copper. And we'll just run that. Just like that. Okay. More power outlets. This is a good advantage of taking some time and making a lot of power. Like I made like 10,000 power, so not really worried about it. These are all lit up now. I just got to tell them what to do. Copper ignits. And again, get them working. Get them working while you're doing other things, because it'll help your stuff spin up faster. There we go. And again, over here, it's going to backlog. Look, it's already got some in there. If they're all green, then we know they're working. Let's see. We got one that's green. What's going on here? Oh, how come you screwed me over there? I don't know what happened there. I'm going to copy. Do some more pasta here. I might have clicked the wrong thing. I don't know. If they're not green, do it again until they are green. Yeah, there's them greens. All right, now we got them all rocking. Do we need that many? No. Are we going to use that many? Yes. So right here, 3.3 is really all we need. Really, 4 of those would have been more than enough, but that's okay. Now we need 6 constructors to make this into, what are we making it into? Wire, I think. Yes, wire. And why are we doing wire? Because the down here, the assembler stators need wire and steel pipes. So we still got to do foundries and all that. But at this point, we want to go ahead and go to the next step, which is to do some wire. So let's get our instructors. And we should probably look at where our output is first. Input there. Output on the same side. And so we want our constructors to be on this side. Ugh, I think it was like this. I think it was the arrow pointing that way. See the white arrow? That's what I'm looking at. The white arrow to see which way that's pointed. I believe it was that way. Let's find out, because here's the output. There's the input. I set it up like that on purpose. Hope I can't do any construction for some reason. Bring up my inventory. Nope, can't bring up my inventory. Tab. Escape. Okay, there we go. Sometimes it gets a little confused. And there we go. Boom. Already. Copper ingots going right into here. What are we making in here? We're making wire. We need some power. Let's get our power done. Run that right up right there. And again, just running that power. A nice one long line here. And get that power in there. This side, this side. Nope. Gonna need our power pole upgrade. Really built this in, by the way. I could have built it in and just made one right here, and then don't have to do that each time, but that's okay. I don't mind doing a little work there. It's doing most of the work for me. All right, copper that wire, get that copper wire, and paste all that stuff. Go, go, go. All right, copper wire being produced in large amounts. There we go, copper wire done. See how fast this goes, everybody? Once you have all the numbers down, it goes pretty fast, especially when you got it all blueprint. And we've already done the first two stages, raw copper, the copper ingots. Now we're gonna do our foundries, so we need raw iron, raw coal, which we already have. How many do we need? We need 2.5 foundries, but you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put all of them in instead. That's right. We're gonna get our foundries. Where the heck are my foundries go off to? 16 foundries right here. Let's put this up here at the top. Why did I put that at the bottom? Right up here. There we go. Apply them changes. Makes it easier for me to find later. Okay, foundries. Now I have to remember where the heck the input is on this one too. Around here somewhere. An input, I think those might be the inputs. What am I missing now? Oh, what a funny irony. The thing I'm missing is rotors. Well, that's convenient. Because that's what I'm making. Right over here. Oh, not that one. Down another one. Where are my rotors? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to put a thing in for rotors. That's okay. I'll put them in at the end. I forgot to put a storage level. I'll probably just put the storage levels on the top. All right, we're making some rotors here, but we got to find the way in. Really felt like I should have put more doors on the outside of this sucker. There it is. All right, this is making my rotors. All those rotors are going up. Where's it going up to? Going to right here. Right here is the box that has those rotors I need to make stators. How convenient. Super convenient there, chat. Okay, or make these foundries, actually. Let's do the foundries. We do foundries now. Let's see. Foundries. Don't know. I get it lined up. Modular frames. I'm missing 5 modular frames. All right, I know how to fix that. Put that in my inventory. Let those modular frames run in there. Now, this really does help a lot when you have the dimensional depot. But it would be way better if it ran in there faster. So when you're working. So I might eventually upgrade those. I'm going to make sure that I have one of those dimensional depots for all of my resources, my primary resources I need. And then we'll deal with it after that. Okay, are these the inputs? They look like inputs. Let's go through the hologram and we can look at the back of the input. Down. Nope, not down. Here. We can look at the back of the splitters underneath here, and we see the 3 lines. We know that's the input right there. Now I don't want to be in the way, so I'm gonna move out here and then click. Okay, and the cool thing about that is that that's offset from these other inputs that we're using down here, so that's going to help us out a bunch. Right over there. Oh, wait. No, this is an output to an input, so this is actually the back side of it. The inputs are actually on this side. Yep. No worries. Take it out. Put it down again. Those were inputs, just on the wrong side. So we want to rotate this around. Oh, I did have it right. Originally, with the arrow pointing to the right, but when I moved it, it then flipped it. Again, you got to watch that little white arrow, everybody. It'll trip you up every time. So this should be the right side this time. Yes. Okay, and then our output's going to end up here, which is awesome. And then we have to fix our thing that goes between the two levels. Like this. There we go. And let's see, I think this is the level where our power is. Right there, yep. So right there, so we'll go ahead and bring this up. Oop, no, we want a double. Nope. Double wall outlet. Right there. Put that up there. Like this to that. There we go. Okay, now we got to get our inputs in here. And that foundation. Nope. So, what do we need in the first one? So we're producing it down below. So we need the wire from this one, and then we need the raw iron and coal into this one. We got to get more of this raw iron going on. We should switch this side. We should switch this the other way. That's going there. Come on. Work with me. Oh boy, that's a long ways. Let's go see how I did. Oh, I did good. I did very good. All right, that's supposed to split 3 ways into 3 different things of raw iron. And so we're going to take this right up here, and this one's already ready to go. Bingo. In you go. Okay, the other one is our coal, which we need to bring up. So we'll just do the same thing with our coal, except we'll back it up just a little bit. We'll just go ahead and set this up so it's going the right direction. Run that in. And that's on the front side of that second one. I did that the right way, but apparently not. There we go. Divert that coal. Take that coal, run it up. Oh, it's on the front side, not the back side. Wrong, 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 wrong. Back here. On the wrong way. Darn lifters. Always these lifters are a pain. It's going the wrong direction. I am. We're almost done with this, by the way. In case you didn't notice. Almost done. All right. Forges or foundries. Let's tell it what to do. Make some steel. Copy. Get to work. Oh. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Green, green, green. I see lots and lots of green. That's what I like to see. Oop, what are you doing here at the end? Oh, you're just waiting for your resources. Green, green, green. I want to see all green. That's what I want to see. What are you doing? Waiting for resource? Well, here, have some. I just happen to have some in my inventory. Alright, let's find the exit. On that floor. And then it's going up to this floor. More pasta. Oh, I see them greens coming in. Go, baby. Alright. That is a lot of smelters. 16 smelters getting it done. Or foundries. How many do I need? 2.5. Like, Kismet, why'd you do that many? Because it's all one part of the factory, so it's all the smelters in one. I could have made them less. I could have just made them 8 smelters, but just fine. It's fine. Let it run. It doesn't use power if it's not being used. That's a cool thing. Okay, now we're making them steel ignits. Next, so we need how many things for the steel ignits? We need 2.5 there. The foundries. Steel ignits, we need 4. Well, it doesn't matter. We're just going to do it based on the ones we've already got. Again, when you have an abundance of resources, everybody, you can just do this all day. Just keep stacking and stacking. God, I think we're already at it. I think, yeah, we're going to be up so high, we're going to have to actually bring it down. I have to bring it down to the train. We're going to find our output, which is right here. So all of that work that it's doing right there is ending up right here, which is our steel ignits. And then we want our steel ignits to go into our constructors, right? Let's check again. Yes, constructors, what we wrote down. So constructors it is. Get my arrow facing the right direction. Hit the H. Ugh. Okay, do it again. It doesn't want to sit on there properly. Nudge it back in. Click the thing. All right, I think you guys are getting the gist of this. I'm going to speed up a little bit. I think you saw me do enough. You get the idea. All right, there goes those into here. We need more power. Bring up the power connection. I put the double thing in first, and then go from there. Some more. Okay, to all outlets. I'm a little tempted just to go and upgrade all those wall outlets all the way around in the blueprint itself, so I'm going to keep doing that. But we're good for now. All right, here we are making what? We are making, I think, steel beams, steel ignits, into steel pipes. Okay, we're making steel pipes, which is going to get to our stators. So steel pipes here. Go. Make them steel pipes. Do it. Do it to it. Do it to it. Mer, 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 mer. Green lights all around. All right, we got 8 of those. That's more than enough. We only needed 4. But again, if we have excess, it'll burn up that excess. Now, we got that whole process done. Now we got to get our steel pipes and our wire into our assemblers. Let's see if we have enough resources to make it happen. Let's go. Okay, where's our output here? Our output's on this side. Elite. Over here, assemblers. Almost to the end, everybody. More plates, really? Yep, I need a lot more plates. Here's what I'm going to do. Pull these plates out. And those plates are going to fill up like crazy. Look at that, 15, 30. Filling that stuff up. Also, you can see it filling up my cable. It's filling up all that stuff that I need. And in no time, I shall have enough. But let's go in and just tell it the blueprint so we can see over here any other stuff that we need. Yeah, see, if you keep running out of something, you really want to scale that thing up. Or you want to make it go in faster. Or a bit of both. In my case, I just made it go in faster. All right, assemblers. And our assemblers start off with two inputs on the one side. That's where my things are. No, that's the other side. So it's got to be arrowed that way. Gotcha. No inputs there. I think the inputs are right there. And this lifts it to the other level. That's the output. That lifts it to the level above. Oh, I forgot I did that. Forgot I did that. Wait, am I using assemblers? Yeah, for stators. I don't remember that on my other assembler. But such is the way it goes. All right, so I forgot which way I had the arrow now. I forgot. But we're trying to come out of here. And down there. Yeah, we have our wire and our stuff there, so we want to go this way. So the arrow needs to go away from us. All right, again, it changes based on what I'm doing and which side I'm running and what's running underneath it. We need the ones that have the two like this. Like that. Go. While that's filling in, I'm going to go down here and get this one a bit offset. Actually, I could just look at this right here and go this way. Ah, just doesn't reach. That's a heartbreaker. Heartbreaker. Wire in. And steel pipes in. Pretty cool blueprinting, right? Pretty amazing. Look at this giant tower we made today. We're having some fun. All right, let's get this power up here. We're just going to connect it to the top this time. Just to make that way, way easier. We don't have to go inside now. We can just connect it via the top one. Like this. And then it does the power underneath. Okay, these are going to make some stators. Where's our stators at? Time goes by so fast, everybody, when you're playing this game. I tell you, man, it's been like 5.5 hours. Crank it. All right. Stators it is. And then down to the lower one, which actually is not the correct one. Where'd I put that door? Over here. And then stators, stators, do the stators. Go, go, go. And off and run, and it goes. Now I know because it's actually starting up. Still pipes and wire, doing stators. See, look, we used the we didn't do any other blueprints, by the way. We've been doing the same blueprints over and over. Made a little bit of modifications to them, but as you can see, these blueprints are golden, everybody. Just keep putting them down, keep putting them down. The trick is to backlog a bunch of the basic resources so that when you're building these out, you can just keep making gigantic factories and whatnot. Now, one of the problems with what we're doing, though, is this big line right here, which is getting higher and higher, which used to be around 3,000, now pushing about 6,000. So we've doubled our power thing, but again, we put 10,000 power in, and our power is a little crazy here. It's going up and down a bit. We really want that to be nice and solid. We're going to get to nuclear power eventually, but right now we want to go ahead and just have that power crushing. Now, we also got other oil we can go and get and build power out. Now, you can actually build power at the oil extractors as well. I typically don't like to do that. I like to have my power where I'm at so that I can manage that power if it has any problems. I have spent way too much time running way out to fix power and fix things way far away from me. So anything that's like, you know, backup power or any other type of power, I always have that close to me. In fact, if you have, if your max cons is 10,000 power, you should have 10,000 of your battery backup. So you can just run it off of that. Or even more. You could have 20,000 if you really wanted to. Are you going to try turbo fuel plants or even rocket fuel? I'm going to try everything, Real Slim Death. We're working our way there. But remember, right here, FICSIT corporate regulations say... Oh, I pushed the wrong button again. All right, blah, 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 blah. Get out of there. Wrong button. This one.
Official FICSIT corporate regulations prohibit backseat gaming. Please backseat when the Learn to Play sign is lit only.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. So watch out that you don't... backseat gaming in my stream is anything where you suggest I do something. Hey, Kismet, click on that thing. Kismet, do this thing. Hey, build this factory. Do that thing. That kind of stuff. I give it the first one for free. But keep that in mind that I am playing through my first 1.0. Now, I have played through 50 times, and I've made everything that you can make and also finished the game and have my golden cup, both in real life and in game. Hold on. Right here. So I have played a lot, everybody, but we'll get to it. See, some people, they're in a rush. They're in a rush to get to the end. Oh, I finished the whole game. I got all the stuff done in a day or in a week or whatever. I am taking my sweet time because you only get to play 1.0 on release one time. And then you don't get to play it again for the first time on release. So this is my first release playthrough, but I've played through a ton, everybody. I've already finished the game in early access, but don't tell me anything, basically is what I'm trying to say. Don't tell me anything. Don't say, hey, Kismet, click that thing, do that thing. But I do appreciate you coming in and hanging out. Well, some people do it like kind of a, I'm not saying that you're doing it, but some people do it kind of as a backhanded way, where they say, hey, are you going to be doing this thing as a suggestion, but it's not really a suggestion because they're like, oh, I'm not suggesting it, but I'm asking you if you're going to do it. So I am talking about a course of action that I should be taking, but I wasn't actually telling you to do the thing, right? It's called backhanded way of doing stuff, everybody. You don't think I see that when it comes in? I get it quite often. Again, I'm not saying that you're doing it, but intentionally, but I do have that from time to time. And that's why I tell people don't do backseat game, don't tell me the course of action, that kind of thing, because it can affect my gameplay. So one of the things that I like to do, everybody, is I like to take my time. I don't like to look things up. I just take my sweet time and do it one step at a time. And then as I'm going along, share some of the stuff from the thousands and thousands and thousands of hours that I have played this game. For all of you to have some fun. All right, so I basically brought this up, by the way. This came up from the lower side, and this is now running that lower side excess up to here, and we'll see these start to spin up. Up here also making some stators. Then it will merge all of these back together into a single output. And now we have rotors and stators running in the same thing, all in self-contained one factory that's doing both rotors and stators there. And then, of course, the creme de la creme on the top level, way up here, which actually we should probably add a couple levels before we get to that level, which is going to be purely storage. So let's figure out where our outputs are. I can see that my stators are there, and probably my rotors are probably around the same place. Let's go down and look. Let's see. Or they're on a different side. Yep. They might be on a different side. I see them screws going up, so it's going to be this level right here. That's our logistics level. And this is our screws. Going into there. That's going up, up, and up. Get our doorway over on this side. Over here. There we go. And this is where our rotors are coming out. Right over here. So let's decide which side do we want to do this on. Ooh, that's nice. That's nothing in my way there. Okay, we're going to go take this and go woo with it like this. Ah. Did not mean to do that. I was trying to turn it like this. Yeah, I'm going to do everything in the game. Every single thing in the game. And then we're going to start all over again. You're like, no way. Yep. I'm going to try to do everything. I might actually hold some of the things over until we do the mega playthrough. Now, this is where I'm doing individual factories at the nodes. See, like this, little individual factories. There's a factory here, there's one there, and they're building that specific thing, and I'm using blueprinting. I'm not making it fancy and whatnot, because I am an official FICSIT corporate trainer, and FICSIT corporate does not like it when you're screwing around making stuff fancy. They want you to be efficient, because efficiency first, and that's what I'm all about. So if they've mandated for me to be efficiency first, I'm efficiency first. I'm always efficiency oriented anyway. But I can mega build, and we'll get to that later. And that's when we will tap every node, and we will have every process running, and we will do every single thing in the game, including explore every single inch of the entire game as well. That's called my mega run. This is just kind of like a warm-up run. We're just getting started. All right. Right over here. Okay, again, that shows me where my two inputs are. Over there and over here. All right, this one we could just go like this. So we got them on opposite sides there. So we could just do an input on this side. Now, checking back with our spreadsheet here. We're now in the final stages. You've made it all the way to the end, everybody. Congratulations. Amazing job. Now we just need another set of assemblers. Over here. We don't need as many as we got, but we're going to put them in anyway. We need 2.4, and we're going to output a measly 12 motors per minute. Now, remember, everything that I'm doing, I can scale up again, right? Because I have the mastery of all those things right here. Right, where we went in and we illustrated every single part of the process I'm doing right now. And if you missed it earlier, everybody, I did this by hand earlier, and in case you missed it, illustrated all this. So we're going into some foundries. Those foundries are then running over here into these conveyors, and then running across over here. Now, of course, this right here is for encased industrial beams. And again, we can just take this same thing. We might illustrate the one I just did there next time, but you get the general idea. And we can just take this again and again and again, and it will just be 100% efficient over and over and over again. And again, if you're one of my patrons, you get to get that over there, because I'll post that over there for you, including all my blueprints and all that stuff. You can see my blueprints are pretty awesome. Really great modular style. That's the way I build them. Build them simple. They take the minimum amount of resources, and they stack really well, and they're very modular. You can just keep popping them in. Saves you your most precious resource. You know what it is? Your time, because time is the ultimate power. It absolutely is. All right, let's go ahead and do a little fun thing first before we get into this. And that's where we go ahead and store some extra right over here. So let's go ahead and put in the max storage. Let's find where that arrow is, where the input is. I'm going to guess right there. Let's go ahead and take a look. That is the input there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and make it. Oh, it did me wrong. It did me wrong. Let's do it again. Right over here, 16 storages. Actually, it's 21 storages. I don't know why I call it 16. Get my arrow pointing the right way. H. And in you go. Boom. Now, this is to store my extra stators over here that I'm going to end up with. And so I want to go ahead and max store those babies. I'm going to take this right here and run that down nicely. Right here. We'll kind of line that up off of there. Maybe a little down. I say a little down. And then up, a little too far down. I was right the first time. I got to go up. Up, 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 like this. There we go. Nice. Right into there. That gives me that nice 90, and the belt is straight. So now it's going to backlog an obscene amount of stators. Now, what I also want to do is I want it to automatically put the stators in there. So I keep this last one in here. But what I'll do is go in and take all this out and replace it with the smaller storage. And you're like, Kismet, that makes no sense. Why would you take out the big storage and replace it with the smaller storage? Well, the reason why I'll do that is because I'll also use the dimensional depot right above, like this, and then I'll run the stators into the dimensional depot and then also run them into there. So this gives me a constant backlog of stators. That's right. That I can use no matter where I am, because I can go here and say stators, which is already full, by the way, in there, and I say, oh, well, I need some stators real quick. I'll pull those out, and I can use those in case I need 1 or 2 more motors. Now, in a minute, we're going to have more motors than we know what to do with, everybody. We're going to have an absolute crazy ton of them. Another thing that I can also do is when I bring this out, I can actually split the stators and the rotors into separate things and split them into going into the assembler, but also split them so I have half of them going to the train and half of them going to making motors, which would cut my motors down to 6 motors per minute instead of 12, right? Another cool thing you can do at the end of your factory is to use your summer sloops. So at the very end, before you start making your, or when you're making your motors, you double that up. And so then I can double that up. I'd be producing 24 motors instead of 12, right? So I can double them up if I could add enough to do in all of the machines. And you only have so many, so it's going to run out. But the fact that it's going to automatically put those stators in there just makes my job super easy. Now, another thing that we want to do is the same thing with our other side over here, right here, which is almost perfectly lined up there, is to do the same thing over here. So let's go over here and get our... Oh, we're out of beams, and we're out of... That's funny irony is that we're making beams and... stuff right now. Not enough. Not enough beams, not enough pipes. That's funny because we're making some down here. Let's go down here and see if we got a bunch extra. We got any extra beams or pipes down here? We got lots of stuff smelting in there. Up from there. In here. This way. Making wire there. Where is our beams? I bet you they're going to be over here. Where are our beams at? God, I forgot. I should probably label all this, but oh well. So much stuff going. See, it looks a lot more complex now once you get to the end part, right? All right, what do we got? We got our steel pipes going in here. So our steel pipes are coming up and running into there. Where are our steel pipes? Oh, over here. Yes, over here. There they are. Them steel pipes are going. Dee-lee-lee. How we doing here? Hurting for iron, but that's okay. I have more than enough here. And we're making more than enough stators for now. Make an extra. All right. Well, I could wait for him to go in there, or I could just go grab some for my train. I'm tempted to make myself a hypertube. That's coming back right now. So what I do is sometimes I run toward the train if it's coming toward me. I can use my little car and I can do all of that or build a hypertube or whatever. I just run toward the train, and when the train passes me, I very quickly make my own train, and then I get on it. And I'm out of there, and I get out of here before it gets done over there and then comes back and tries to crash into me. Let's go. What are you confused about there, gymnast? And then just take it out before your train shows up and crashes into it. All right, we'll just run back and grab some. Whee! Or we'll fly back in this case. Dee-dee-dee. All right, we need to tell it we need some assemblers over here. More iron plates. There's a surprise. Let's just take the iron plates out of here. Let it run a bunch more in. Let's see, iron plates, and there was a bunch of stuff about, and then the pipes filled up by the time I got back. The pipes in the beams. I'll just grab some extra anyway. Grab a little extra. I can always sort it back into the boxes. And we'll go ahead and just make more. That's the great thing about that. Not using this truck at all. I just park it there because it's cool looking. I rarely ever use that truck, everybody. I was like, yeah. Well, our train's back. Let's try to catch our train here. Again, this is probably one of the most complex ones I've done so far because it's basically 3 factories in one that we're putting together. We're putting our rotors, our stators, and our motors together. I usually combine those together because it's much easier because your output is the actual motor. This rotors use a good amount in the beginning, but ultimately you're going to need a lot of motors. And away we go. I love how it just drives for me. That's the funnest thing, letting it run back and forth. Oh, you got hit by an ad. Sorry, brother. Twitch trying to stay in business, and so am I. You know how it goes. I'll wait till the ad's over. You let me know when it's over for you. I can't see it over here. Dee-dee-dee. Oh, I clicked on something over here. Yeah, there. Twitter. Clicked on the Twitter. All right, we're back. We're ready to finish this off. Get this done. So we want to make ourselves some. Oh, that wasn't the plan we were trying to do. Oh, it just dawned on me. That wasn't the plan. We were trying to do the storage and not the thing. But that allows us to do that too. So there we go. All right, this one's on this side. Should have made the entrance in the direction of where the arrow was. That would have been super smart. Oh, they're on this side. And what side am I supposed to be on? I've forgotten. That one's on that side. This one was on this side. Yeah, right there. On the other side. Rotate that around. And the input is here, so we'll have to run it across the top there a little bit. We'll see how that works out. All right. Get that in position. Go double check this is actually an input. Nope, that's the output. All right, I got to flip it the other way. Flip it the other way. Line it up. Put it in. GG's. Okay, now we got to do some work down here. Get these rotors lined up. So we'll go ahead and get our foundations. We'll get our wall. Not wall. Get our foundation. Go down. And down to our front set 8. We'll say there. Run it up. Connect it in there. Now it should run there. Back center. Wait, that's backwards. That's backwards again. Dang it, I thought I rotated it the right way. I don't know, I think this arrow thing is driving me crazy. Okay. Arrows to the left. Alright, let's go double check it again. Yeah, okay, that's right. Because those should be red. Because that's an input. These are the output of the storage from down below. These are all of our stators. This should be red because that's an input. All right, there we go. Okay, we'll get it done. Yeah, make a mistake. Just go back and fix it. No biggie. No big deal. And then this is right on the back of this. We'll turn it that way. We'll run this into that storage. And we're going to take this one out. And we're going to grab her. Press the right buttons. Out from here. Turn it so I can see if it's running up from the outside. And that should run those rotors right up into there. Rotors and stators complete. Now starting to backlog across all of these. Very nice. All the way to the end. Very nice. You know what we could do is have a little bit of fun too, you know. I don't really mark this stuff all that often. Oh, that billboard is going the wrong way. But you could just do this. If you wanted to see it from the direction of your thing here. You can go in and modify these billboards and just say, I want to change the layout. I want it just to be the thing. Then you can go in and say, hey, I want this to be my rotors right here. So that's the backlog of my rotors. And then this one right here is not aligned to the one up above. So we're going to have to fix that or that's going to bug me. And then down here. Now, one of the cool things that most people don't know is that you can copy this billboard and paste it to that billboard. And then you don't have to do all of that layout stuff again, and you can just change the icon. That is very useful, as you can see. And then stators. And so now I know where I'm storing my stators and where I'm storing my rotors. Very easy to see from really far away, too. So very, very fun to do all of that. Okay, so now we got to get these two inputs and outputs into our final product. At the very top, I can't believe we got it all done tonight, everybody. Pretty amazing. We are going to get our motors going on, and we're going to just let this stuff run all night long. It's going to be super fun. There's my inputs there. I'll just put it on this side. Which way the arrow going? Away from me. Didn't quite sit on there very well, so I'm going to try it again. The arrow pointing the right way. Hit H. Nudge it in position. Good. And then I'm going to bring our electrical up all the way to the top if we can get away with it. Find out here in a second. Nice. We can run our Oh, we didn't do our rotors thing. Oh, I almost forgot. We gotta do our thing, everybody. Let's get this out of here. That out of there. Redo all of this. Just hit G. Get them both. And then do our dimensional depot. Oh, we gotta go take out a dimensional depot. Oh, I didn't leave two. I should have left three dimensional depots. As a matter of fact, I should have left 3 dimensional depots. Now I'm not gonna have enough dimensional depots. Didn't think of it till just now. Yep, don't have enough. All right, and plus I need another one anyway. Train back. Where you at, train? Way back over there. All right, we'll come back to it. So this is the output of this. And this is going to run up there. Okay, and the stators are on the other side, so I'm going to run this up. Which way, though? Which side on the other side is the output here? I don't see anything on that output. Oh, down here. No, that's the final output. Down here is those rotors. Or stators, I mean. Use the straight function to make it nice. And then we got to go up. No, I don't really like that. Nope. Do it again. Get about halfway there. Bring this all the way to the end. Much better. All right, stators and rotors going in. Very nice. And now to get all this power going up here. Connect that in the center. That'll get all those going. And then ultimately we have made it to the tippy top. And we're ready for our motor. Wow, look at all those stators I got on me there. Okay, and we're going to copy. We're going to pasta. Get all those ready. We've got to combine our lower level and upper level over here. So green to red. And then over here, a little bit on the outside, there's a little bit this way, and up to here. And then that into there. There we go. Now those top ones are going to start as well. And we'll let those rock and roll. We got to go down here to the lower side here and tell all of these what to do. Right in here, motors. Copy that. And let's get some pasta going. Here, over there, and away they go. You know it's right when your inputs are the correct things. That's the most important part of that. And away it goes. All right, we're going to let that run and do its thing up in there. And very nice. Over there. And that's pretty much it. That sucker is off and running. Up here, just waiting for some rotors. Oh, here, let me just supercharge you. Give me some, burn up these rotors that I picked up earlier. Eventually, they'd make their way here, but I can just supercharge them just by putting them in there. Especially, I can also do the same thing with stators. So I have a bunch extra that I picked up as I was going. And so we'll just put them in. There we go. Start that sucker up. Those things are going to run and run and run now. And then we have our final outputs. Man, we're getting way above our train station now. Pretty cool. And we'll want to figure out where our actual output is of our top part here. What side is it on? Right here. Okay, so we'll have it come up out of here. Oh, look at those little motors already. Awesome. Have it come up out of here, and then we'll want to run it out so that we can run it down into this one down here. So let's go down here and pick up this input. Down here, actually we're going to do it here. I'll put another station there. So it's going to be right about here. So we might want to put our output on this side. One of these sides over here and run it down. Okay, and again, this is the output of this. So our input should be on this side. Okay. Figuring out the logistics of that one more time. Do we have enough? We do. Okay, so... And I should have really marked the input of this. I thought I put a ladder or something in there. Didn't I put a ladder in there at some point? I don't know. We'll try that. We'll go look at it. That is correct. Oh my god. Lucky us. Well, we got one thing right on the first try, hopefully. Alright. Comes out of here. Runs across this. And runs into there. Put something in my way. Talking about turn straight off. Boom. Okay, motors going into the box. Ended up over here. Let's take this final box out. Hit G to get just the belts. And then we will put the smaller one in. And we got to go back for a dimensional depot. Or two. Put those in. But that's going to run that out. And then we can run that back and run that down. Okay, very nice. It's going to be in our way. And we can extend it out a little bit. Okay, now we've got some train work to do. Let's go ahead and get into our train set here. And we're going to use our blueprints to put down some foundations. And color them red at the same time. How convenient. Red I use for trains. Okay, now what I need is I need this to be able to pick up these resources and run them back. Now, in this case, it's actually going to be many more stations behind here. And I really have to work on that other side. But there's going to be many more stations over here. So the first thing I need to do is let the train come in. I need to get out the way. Let it pick up the resources, put the resources in there, and then run back over there. And when it gets a good portion down the track, I'll tell it to stop running. Because this particular part of the process is actually not going on to any other process. It's just backlogging it for me over there in the box. Alrighty. Off he goes. And again, we'll wait for him to go way down the track. And again, I'll look and see how long the track is. So the track ends about there. And we'll let him go way down there. Probably good enough. And then we can access the train from the timetable. I click the train here and I say turn off self-driving. And then the train will stop way out there. Now I need to modify the train later, but for right now I'm just going to move it way far away. Because instead of just taking back motors, this actually is going to take back multiple of the thing here. It just dawned on me, I got to put more of these down. It's going to take back multiple items and then have those items separate. So what we want to do is, I'm surprised I don't have this cross connected somewhere else. Something way out there. Why is that way out there? Can't handle it. I think when I ran the train separate. Yeah, that's what I did. I had a different line I ran here, and then I came back and redid this line. That's what I did. I don't like extra stuff floating around if I can get rid of it. All right, clean that up. Very nice. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to have multiple more stations for this. Now, of course, you got to know what it is on one side to end up what it is on the other side. So here, what we're going to do is just put in another freight platform. We're going to have it this way, and then another one, and then another one. All right, because now this is really, these two factories here are producing 4 items that I need. You know, the encased industrial beams, but also it's producing the motors, the stators, and the rotors. So we're also going to get a bunch of those separately in case we need those and whatnot. But they'll also run into the dimensional depot. So I really don't need that many of them. But if I let it run for a week, I'll have 10 boxes of everything, or at least a whole lot of everything, and I won't have to think about it again. And when it fills up, I can tell it not to go in the awesome sink, or not to even go into the train, and then it will backlog in all of those boxes in there as well. And that's why I made those backlog of boxes. Again, I can make the I can have that choice later on. But I definitely need to add more trains. Now, for every 4 cars that you have, you should have one engine. In my case, I have 2 engines. One engine that's pulling it that way, and one engine that's pulling it this way. It's called a push-pull train, right? So one pulls it this way. I guess it could be a pull-pull train because it pulls it that way and pull it this way, but they call it a push-pull train. So basically, that's what it does. It pulls it in multiple different directions and whatnot. We can go ahead and re-put in this, so we now have all of our power back, because our power is running through our train track, and then it runs in the station, and then it runs over here to our stuff. Look at those cool signs up there. Cool. And then of course the ultimate goal is to get our motors to go in here. So we got to decide where we want, which one is the motors, which one is the stators, and so on and so on. But we can look right up here and we can see that the rotors are coming right out of here. And we might want to, instead of just taking it and running it directly there, we might want to kind of, do a little splitter right here and take half of it and run it to the train and half of it to the top part. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get myself a splitter. Actually, I can just go to my set down here. Get myself a splitter like so. This is an input. This is an output. Output. Like so. There we go. Like this, and then this goes to here. That will continue to run those in there. Now that's going to slow down my overall production because I'm going to have a bunch of stuff in the way. Actually, I could get away with that for sure. Run this across. A little in my way, but I can do this. Definitely get away with that. All right, and then running back down. Let's say to right there for now. Okay, now the first one here, this one I'd actually want to be motors. I'm just going to run this into the second one. Right there. And that's going to start putting rotors in there. Okay? Now, it's not going to make a lot of them because, again, I didn't make 15 different factories for it. But we have the power of time. We can let the server run and run and run. As long as it has power, as long as it has all the resources and we got everything connected right, I'll let this run all week long. And next week, we will have boxes and boxes of rotors, boxes and boxes of stators, and boxes of motors. And that's what we want. Now, this one is going to be my motors over here. So I'm going to go ahead and do something like this. And see what I want to do here. Maybe a little bit of this. Now, again, I'm not making it pretty. I'm just making it functional. And that's what I like to do. A lot of times is just worry about the efficiency of what I'm doing. Or actually, most of the time. Worry about the efficiency as opposed to the fancy. But fancy is very fun to build. Once you've played the game for a while, everybody, I highly recommend getting a lot more fancy with everything that you're doing. Making it beautiful, like 90 degrees, like that. Making it beautiful as opposed to that. Now, see, that is actually a little too low to match up to that. So we brought that up a little bit higher. We could fix it, but I think it's fine. And again, there goes our motors now. Our motors are going into the second one. Those are separate now. we've got our motors in there. And I got a lot of motors in there. We got a lot of stators here. In fact, I'm put all those stators in there and I'll have to carry them around. Or rotors, I mean. Stators here. So we got to get our stators from the other side because we're running our stators up right here. And here's a great little trick. You just like, bam, right here. Right there where it's coming out. We can go ahead and run that across over to here. And again, it's not super... You got all your lines perfectly lined up and all that stuff, but it does serve the function that we need, which is to get that stuff from over here to over there. And we're just going to eyeball it. Probably a little far, but we'll give it a try. Nope, too far. Too far for sure. Okay. What do we want to do here? That's a tricky one. That is a tricky. I know exactly what to do. Grab me a nice foundation. Oh, just barely clips there. Yeah, just run it out like this. Ah, clipping there too. Don't like it. Don't like it. All right, 2 out. Run it behind. Like that. Nice. Have it come out. Turn off that, so let me turn it. Nice. And then this will just turn the other way. Actually, even more fun. Let's do this. Boom. Ah. Does it line up? That would have been crazy if it lined up. It does not seem to line up. Nope. That is a bummer. We tried. I'll just put it about the same space anyway and just take the wall out and then just run it down the line. And then, oh, this doesn't make it. All right, we'll run it here. And then try to run it in here, hit R so it's straight, and then it's automatically going to do the 90 for us. And now we have our stators in there. Yeah, stators, rotors, and motors ready to rock and roll. Now, when we go in here and we do the train this way, it's going to be just fine because it already has that the first car is our encased industrial beams. But on the other side, it's going to have some issues. And we are definitely going to need to fix those issues before we start this train back up again. We still got to run a bunch of lines and things of that nature. Let's run out here to our train now and see if we can smash into it. Thank you, One Up War. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Yes, we're having a fun time, just taking our time, building some vertical modular factories. Very fun. All self-contained, too. All right, good enough. You're out of there, train. Let's go ahead and work on this train. Now what I'm going to do is take the locomotive out of the back, and then we're going to go ahead and add some more cars. 1, 2, and 3 more for our rotors, stators, and for our motors. Now we need to remember in what order these are, or we could just have it run one time and then say, oh, okay, that's what that is. You can do it either way. We're going to go ahead and make sure that this is facing toward that station, because again, this engine goes to that station, so that station is facing that way. This engine goes that way, and that ultimately is facing in that direction. So the same direction as the engine. Very important. All right, now we're going to go ahead and drive the train manually over here by the station. We're not going to run it into the station yet. We're going to go ahead and just stop way back here. There we go, because we got some work to do. Now the fun part is seeing if we can actually fit this in here before we go into this curve, which I seriously doubt, but we're going to try. Nope. That is definitely not going to fit there before the curve. Let's see if we can fit it here at all. There's 3. And there is 4. We got some work to do, and it's going to get real close to our other train here. This is a really sharp turn for it. It does not like that. It does not want to do that. And if I do it, you can see the other train is going to run into that. So we got to do some work up here in the front to make this work. So let's go ahead and put some more of our stuff in. Actually, we can just use our big one. Let's just fly over that. You're like, ah, Kismet, you're gonna fall. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Oh, okay, that's only 4 across. Okay, never mind. Never mind. We'll go ahead and use our thing here. We'll go ahead and use our train foundations. Right there. Right there. And plus, it's going to color it in red for me, so very convenient. Right there. Okay. Now we got a bit of a problem because our stuff right here that we've been feeding is feeding underneath here. But no big deal. We can always just take this out. We know these are encased industrial beams. At least I know. And so we're going to move our encased industrial beams forward. Or we're going to move them around anyway. And then I'd take the train station out and just walk the things forward. It does not like you when you do this, but I do it anyway. Because it really kind of messes it up. But again, there's no train station. There's no station for it to go to. But again, we're going to go ahead and put in our primary train station, and we're going to tell it to go that way. Now, I would kind of go to the side, because look how it's aiming the wrong direction. It's aiming toward me. I need it to go that way. There we go. Again, so that other train can pull it this way. There we go. And now we should have 4, and we moved it forward a little bit. Very nice. And now we have to figure out the logistics of our delivery. We have our nice curve there as well, because we gave it enough room. Actually, that curve could be even better. I think we could make it more better. We did a little bit of this first, and then we did a nice, perfect little curve there. Very nice, because again, you're going 2 into the corner and 2 into the corner, where this one's the 3rd one. So it'd really be 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, and that'll give you that sweet corner. Okay, now we are good to go. Now, very important thing to do when you take stuff out, put it back in again, tell it to unload. Unload. That one's already on unload. That's our original one that we had. And unload. Okay, so what this train's going to do, it's going to go that way. And then it's going to get those encased industrial beams. And then the next thing is going to be the motors. Then I think it was rotors. And then stators was the last thing that we did. So now it's reversed over here. So our encased industrial beams should end up in this one, because that is the last train coming this way, right? So again, you want to think this is going to be reversed of the other one. Now, I don't actually have to do anything with this right now. The smartest thing to do is once you have all 4 of these in here and you got all this going, is to go in and name your station first. Let's give it a new name. We're just going to call it motors and encased beams station. Did we get in there? No, we can't get it. Okay, we'll just do that. That's good enough. Then we have our timetable. Now we can go to our thing. We can edit this timetable, and we can say motors this. But actually, I want it to go to the encased industrial beam station first, and then come back to here, because I wanted to go pick up some of that stuff first, bring it back, put it in here, and then we can look in each of the storages to see which one is which. And that's really, really helpful, everybody. It's super helpful. So I'm going to turn on self-driving. It's going to go ahead and say, oh, I got to go that way. And away it goes. And now we have an even larger train to do its thing. Oh, it should have turned. Oh, did I turn on self-driving? I can't remember. Let's go see. Encased industrial beam. Turn on self-driving. Next station, encased industrial thing. It should start up here. No? No? It's confused. What's in here? Let's take these out. Turn off self-driving. Turn on self-driving. Oh, no power. Are we lost? Oh, because I took the station out. That's exactly what it is. See, it's always something. So I go in and I try it. I turn it off and on, see if it's a glitch or if it's something that I did. In this case, something I did, because when I took the train station out, it disconnected the power to the train station. So we're going to go right over here and we're going to get some more power. Right here. I'm going to run this forward just a bit. Just to make that nice. And run that right up to there. All right, now it should start. Yeah, it has power. Away it goes. So it's going to go and it's going to grab a bunch. Now, I took that out of the train. Lucky I did that because some of that is now going to pick it up in a completely different way. So we're going to let that go pick it up, bring it back to us. And I can already tell you that that first one now, instead of it being this one on this side, it's going to be this one now. Because when it comes back, it'll be reversed. So I'm going to start to work on it while I'm waiting and see if I'm right when it comes back. And we'll have this. Oop, that's coming out. This way. There we go. Come out of there. And then this. Ooh, it's too close. Take this out. Take this one out. And actually, we'll wait. We'll wait and see. It'll be back in a minute. We'll wait and see if I'm right. Just missing the station. Well, I was missing the power for the station. What are you shipping right now? Again, oh, I already said it. We're doing encased industrial beams, which we already had set up before. But just tonight, we built a vertical factory. You can see it right there, way up in the air. We built a vertical factory just by using blueprints, by stacking them, stacking, because we already knew our inputs and outputs and all of that. We also built in a bunch of extra production later on because I'm going to scale it up. I'm going to really crank up all of the extractors, especially when I get my Mark III extractors and then overclock them all, every single node in the game, and bring them in. But right now, we're just running our 3 different new things that we did, which is our stators, our rotors, and our motors. All right, here it is. And it's got, as you can see, that is full of something because, well, not completely full, but it's got something in each of those things. So we know the loading worked right. Double check that these are all unloading. Unloading, yep. Yeah, see, I can't do it while it's actually loading. But if we see all 4 of them getting picked up and put in, then we know it's all unloading as well. And there's our first shipment. How we fill this in now? Okay, now, there we go. See, I was right. Again, it's going to be the reverse of your other station. So let's go ahead and use these little 2mm square things and see if I can put anything on the back here. That's a bummer that that does not just sit there, but that's okay. I can put it up here. We're just going to label each of these to do ourselves a solid later. And just say, okay, this is our case industrial beams right there. This one is our motors, because again, it's backwards. Motors. Labeling stuff is super helpful, I find. This one is our rotors. Now we don't have to keep looking in there over and over again to see... Oh, that's not a rotor. This is a rotor. Again, we don't have to keep looking in there every single time to see what that particular thing is. It saves you really an immeasurable amount of time if you feel you're constantly looking in and trying to remember what was in what thing. That's one of the toughest parts. But you can see I've already got this going, and so we'll reconnect this back to the encased industrial beams that we already ran before. Right over there. And away it goes. Okay, and so this is going to run all those encased industrial beams all the way back. You see it's also running our aluminum back. Now, do I need to run a ton of encased industrial beams back? Do I need to run a bunch of rotors? Do I need to do all that? Oh, it comes right here. And then it runs under. And we're just going to follow it all the way back. And again, this is what's called an underrun or a logistics level. Keeps all the ugly belt running underneath where you don't have to look at it, which is awesome. I think, and this is where we have our little opening right here. And you can see that it's coming up here, and now it's going to sort it in here. Now, if it has too much of it, it's going to run it in the awesome sink. So look at all that stuff just running in the awesome sink right over there that I'm not even saving or using. And so all of that stuff is getting taken out. Now, another thing I can do is let it backlog, and then all of that stuff will stop running. But the problem is if you have it merging and you're having a combined line, what'll happen is that it will cause everything to stop. And not just that one thing if you don't have a nice overflow if you're combining lines. If you're using separate lines, which I always find more enjoyable because then I never have that problem. But it does require a lot more logistics where I'm running each individual thing into each individual box. And that's a lot more logistics, a lot more line running, a lot more figuring out what goes where kind of thing. But one of the cool things that we can do way back on the other side here is that we can not only combine the encased industrial beams, we could also combine the other three elements and have it auto sort it. So we don't have to run another line. But that can be pretty tricky because you have 4 elements. And those 4 elements, you want to evenly balance them. So, oh my gosh, what? Kismet doing a load balancer? Oh my God, my brain is about to explode. That's right. We're going to go ahead and load balance right over here. So we're going to try to get in the center of these two, which I'm going to call that somewhat the center. Then we're going to go ahead and split this to a merger, like something like that. And so this is going to come out of here, and that's going to go into there. And this is going to come out of here, and that's going to go into there. And that is definitely not the center. I can tell you, that is definitely not center. All right, let's try it again. Again, you want to be feeding evenly from both sides. I'm just eyeballing it at this point. I could just measure it if I really wanted to, but I'm not going to. Yeah, a little bit more right. Too far right. Here's my hologram there. Hit G to limit it only to the taking out the belt. All right. Pretty good. Well, now we know also the center between 2 of these is right here along this edge and about halfway into that other input. So that tells us exactly where we want to put our other merger over here. Basically, right there. Too steep. What are you smoking? What are you smoking, brother? All right, so now it's going to merge those 2 things together, these 2 things together, and then what we want to do is merge it together again so that they're evenly merging from both sides, and it's going to alternate from both sides. So again, I'll do something, say, like this. I rarely ever do this, by the way. I rarely ever combine lines, but we're doing it in this playthrough because we're going all out. All out, let's say a little bit forward. There we go. And then these are going to merge here. These are going to alternate here. Like that. Okay, see, these aren't alternating right now. But if I take these other ones out, you'll see that they're now alternating. Okay, because again, that's why you're merging them evenly together, so they'll alternate. And then down here, we're going to go ahead and run this down there. And now it's going to use the same line we used before. We don't have to run any more lines, but it is going to be combined on that line. Good thing to understand. Actually, I think I want my wall back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not that. Do a little sub wall to make that nicer. And then there we go. So again, remember that this is already built into the sorter that I already did. So if we look at it, we can see that it's alternating between all of those things, which is awesome. And then up here, we can see it's alternating between our stators, our rotors, our motors, and our encased industrial beams. Now, I really don't need that many encased industrial beams because I already have them. But we really know it's working if we go to the other side and we see it starting to sort the rotors and stators and motors. So that's what we'll go see. And I'll give it a minute. I'm kind of going a little slower just to give it a minute to get over there. And the first thing we want to see is if it comes out right over here. Let's see if Kismet did it right. Now, it'll take a minute. Oh, well, not that long. And there we go. Look, we just did it, everybody. Awesome. Let's see some GGs in the chat, everybody, because when you see this, you know that it made it from all the way over there to all the way over here, and then started to sort it in the various boxes. Now, sometimes what it will do is it get backlogged, though, because of a bunch of other stuff that might be in the way. Like in this case, probably those encased industrial beams. But we'll go ahead and see it still come down the line here. We can see it going all the way down. Encased industrial beams are backlogged there, so it's going to go off there. But you can see now those rotors are going in, motors going in, stators going in, and they're going up the 5 boxes, down the 5 boxes. And if we let this run and run and run, that'll be 10 boxes over here full of loot, and any excess that it does will automatically run it into the awesome sink because we've already pre-programmed it ahead of time. So when we had the resources, it is now done. We have now finished this entire row of resources. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. Now these are my primary resources I use at the earlier game, and then these are the primary resources I use about this stage. And again, I'm typically in no hurry, but you can see that I jumped over a lot of doing it in the early game, and that's because I'm really waiting for those 580 belts. Those 580 belts make a huge difference. I can make a lot smaller of a factory than if I have slower belts. Slower belts means I have to make more of the thing, right? I have to make multiple of those factories. But if I have faster belts, I can run those faster, and I have an easier time converting that production across the whole production line. But that is how you do it, everybody. That is how you make that magic. And you're like, well, Kismet, how does it know to sort it over here? Well, we've got our smart sorters that we already set up before, right? So we have this one right there. Now, actually, this one is incorrect. None in there, because everything is going to go overflow at this point. If anything makes it all the way to here, it'll automatically go into the overflow right there. But in this case, we just really want it on motors and overflow. Now, another thing I could do is put it as any undefined, and anything that's undefined will automatically go in what I call a safe box, so it doesn't accidentally go into the overflow. So you put any undefined, you put a box here, and then if you accidentally put your Mercer spheres in there, or you accidentally put something in there because you're trying to sort it, you put the wrong thing in, it'll come out and end up in that box. So let's go ahead and make ourselves a nice little safety box right over here, because we don't really need to have that output there. And we can do this, and then again here at the end, any undefined, and that would be our safety box just in case. And I'll show you. I'll go ahead and put one in there. Now again, we have the ability to feed it in there because we have these boxes down below. So say I feed my hog remains in there. Now again, I don't want that to go in the awesome sink. I want that to end up way here at the end and end up in this box. See? That's how you test and see if it works. So again, your Mercer spheres, your Summer spheres, anything like that, have yourself a little safety box at the end that's not defined. Any of these ones that are not defined, if it's not these specific resources, then you don't want them to overflow. You want it to go make it all the way to the end and be in a little safety box. For sure. Now, of course, that box fills up, then you're in trouble because it's going to start backing up, and then it's going to start going overflow, and then you're in trouble. But you can also do this. Like this. Make another one right above. Like this. And you can just pull this out just a little bit and double run it to the top one. Bam. Like that. Very nice. I could have actually done that even closer, but that's okay. So yeah, we got our little safety box here just in case. All right. Now, one other thing I could do, by the way, is all the stuff I have on me now, I could go ahead and feed into the box. Like if I want this to go back in an encased industrial beams box or in the motor box or whatever, I can feed that in there, but I don't really need to. I can just go ahead and leave that as is. Now, we have 2 little things still to do, or actually 3 little things still to do. We have to come over here and scalp some of these depot uploaders because we need to have it automatically putting this stuff. I'm just going to grab 4. So I have 1 extra in there as well. Here comes another trade. dropping off more loot. I got trains all over the place. This is probably the most trains I've ever run in this game. I think. I can't remember. And you're like, Kismet, you got like 5 trains. Yeah, well, we're just getting started. I love trains. The trains are awesome, everybody. I think they just home runned it big time. With the second they added trains in this game, I knew that was it. Favorite game of all time, or one of my favorite games of all time. My actual favorite game of all time is Ultima 4. You know why? Because it's the granddaddy of all RPGs. All RPGs are because of Ultima 4. Because it started doing questing. So you're doing questing in the game. Of course, there was other questing, and also there was questing like in Dungeons and Dragons and things of that nature. But for modern gaming, it was the first modern RPG game. And basically, it inspired Fallout. It inspired all of the games that I love today. So big love to the old Lord British over there. I'm old too, so we're old together. So there you go. All right, so we got to go back. Back over this way. Well, let's see if our train catches us by the time we get over there. Coming back? Oh yeah, I see it coming back. So we'll just run on the tracks, you know, like, you know, your parents are always telling you to do. Hey, go run on the railroad tracks. See what happens. So the problem with running on the railroad tracks, everybody, in real life and in game, is that train is going fast, brother. See how fast that train's going? That train can't stop on a dime, man. That thing's going 200 miles an hour. Oh, well, that train's going 100 and something. 120 or 40 or something. But just like a real train, it can't just stop. You know, if you're on the track, you got your car on the track, you're going to kiss your car goodbye, brother. Because that thing is smoking. That's the whole point of a train, is for the train to go really fast and transport goods and to transport people back and forth. That's why otherwise they just call it a road. That's the whole point of the train, is the train so it can deliver it quickly. And there's some trains that go really fast. There's like super trains that really crank. Absolutely. Well, I've been around for 50 years. I'm probably the longest gamer that you know. Gamer has been going the longest. 50 years of gaming. So most of the peeps who could claim that same thing aren't around anymore. Luckily, I survived. Wasn't easy. I'll tell you that. All right, we're back over here. We got this going. Now, we need to go in and work on our storage up here. And, of course, we've got it marked out here so we know what's what with what. But we're going to go over here and over here. Oh, this one already has a dimensional depot. Oh, so we only need 2. Cool. Done there. All right, up to the next one. The rotors. Come on. No, right here. Right here. There we go. And again, I suggest to always build in a nice dimensional depot here. So it's splitting the output of this, and you're always getting an output into the dimensional depot before it goes into the next stage in this case. So it's always going to be running some rotors into here. We got to wait for it to make a few. It just certainly takes a while for it to get it going. And sometimes it'll just do the bottom one. So sometimes I'll take the bottom one out just so it'll prioritize that top one a little bit. Where is it? There it goes. All right, there we go. Two of them in there. Oh man, it's got 0 of 300 in there. Have any on me? Oh, one went by there. No, yeah, okay, now it's splitting it up nicely. Again, if you're having a problem with that split of the output of that thing, take those belts out and re-put them back in. I find I have that every now and again. All right, all the way up here at the top, we already did our stators, now we did our rotors, and now we want to do our motors. So let's get our motors in here, and I'm just going to assume it's going to get screwed up, so I'm just going to go ahead and re-put it in like this and like this. And then we should see some motors ending up in here. In fact, we could test it. We could just throw some motors in here. And that's going to run all the way back and forth until it ends up over here. And there we go. See, it's splitting real nicely. All of those. And now look at that. Now it's going to stockpile all of those. It's going to stockpile all of our rotors. It's going to stockpile all of our stuff. And it will run forever. It'll run as long as it has power. It'll just keep running and running and running. Speaking of power, let's go ahead and head over here and let's take a look at our overall power usage. All right, what are we at? We're almost about 6 grand. We're about 5.7. Yeah, 5.8, getting close to about 5.8. Yeah, there's a little spike over 6. Yeah, because now everything's running. Everything's running efficient. So yeah, so we got about 4,000 left power though. You got to think that all the stuff that we've done so far has only used around 6,000 power. So imagine if we went and just did another oil thing like we just did with the oil power and do that. But also imagine if we went and did our next step, which is our nuclear power. That's going to produce an insane amount of power. Now, I don't take the time to go ahead and do all of the power of that particular type. Like, I don't go and make, I've done it before in the past, but I don't take time in each and every playthrough to make 140 coal extractors and, 50 fuel generators and all of that. Again, I'm not playing it in such a way that I'm being inefficient. I'm not just doing it to do it. I make it as efficient as possible. And you can see, because I overclocked the oil and I have the oil automatically running via trains, that I don't have any problem with power. And I can just do a whole lot of stuff. And that's another reason why I wait to this stage. So I have the faster belts. I have all my oil set up. Now I've got plenty of power, and I can go through and go back and set up all of these different things. So I don't have to tear them down and had to go through all this extra thing to make all these extra resources. Because I'm using the power of time because I have a server, and it runs for over 1,000 hours so far. Not me. I wasn't playing it 1,000 hours. I don't know, 200-300 hours. I don't know, something like that. Probably a whole lot less. But as you can see, we can just let it run and run and run. And so we'll run back, let all the trains go. There's one over there. There's one, our larger train here, which is doing our oil, water, and bauxite. And then this train, which is doing our motors, stators, rotors, and encased industrial beams. Do it to it, bro. We'll just watch it do its little load balancing out here just for funsies. It already sorted all of that, by the way. It already took all of that, sorted it, put it away in the box, or ran it into the awesome sink. Let's go. And this is a great use of a load balancer, everybody, is to go one, then the other, so that it can sort one, and then sort the next one, and sort the next one. Again, great use of an output load balancer. Watch it put the things in. And there it goes. Didn't have a lot of rotors there, but that's okay. A lot of encased industrial beams. Now, see, the other half of the rotors and stators are being used for making the motors. But what I can do is just tell it to stop sending the excess over here, right? So the second that that's done, I can just disconnect the outputs of the rotors and stators and just have motors and encased industrial beams. So encased industrial beams and motors is really the two outputs that I really need, but I can just leave this. So at any time I run out of rotors over here or stators, I can just reconnect it over there. I can also do a bunch of other stuff and load balance it in such a way that it would max out the motors first, then go and do the rotors and stators, because it would stop. It would just make as many as it possibly can, and then when it filled up, then it would backlog, and then I'd have a backlog of both rotors and stators as well. But in this case, it's running into the awesome sink, so this will keep running forever. So if any of those boxes fill up, the other items will keep running and keep filling up the boxes, while the ones that are full will run into the awesome sink. And so that basically just manages all the excess for me. So I really only need, I think, 10 boxes of stuff right now. Later on, we'll do even more. We'll even get even more crazy. And of course, I have all these blueprinted as well, so I can make stacks and stacks and stacks. Actually, I do have a stack and stack and stack, now I remember. Right down here. One that's massively stacked. Right over here. See that? That's storage starting way down here at the ground level all the way up. It's storing all of that. This is all copper ignite, or copper, raw copper right here. So I can take all of this and convert this into copper ignites later on, which is why I did that brain freeze there. So eventually I will take all of this and convert it into copper ingots, and we're going to need a bunch later. So we're backlogging a ton of that. That'll help me get super started on that stuff later on. All right, man, time has flown by. Very, very fun, for sure. There we go. Now, my favorite part of doing all of this, everybody, is going over here. Let me just add something randomly. And marking it off the to-do list. So there we go. Rotors, stators done. Pull raw autocarb from the new area. We did that. We still haven't done these two things. But now we need to do heavy modular frames. So let's go ahead and take a look at heavy modular frames. Right here. Wow. So our heavy modular frames, they need modular frames, they need steel pipes, and they need encased industrial beams and some screws. And it just so happens that we're making every single one of those, and we have entire boxes full of them. We have 10 boxes full of those things, and we have them all run to right here. And if I want to go ahead and make those things, which is the only thing that we're missing, right, out of all of these, I can make those super easy because I already have the resources right here. I already have them run over here. I like to have my larger manufacturing nearby where I'm at, so I don't have to run all the way out there and do it. I bring the resources to me as opposed to me going to the resources. Now, one of the cool things that you can also do is you can utilize your outputs of your boxes here to basically run it out. Now, this is coming out of here and going down. Now, I have two outputs, so I can just tap into one of the outputs and then run that wherever I want it to go. Right down here, you can see I'm using my plates. I'm going to go ahead and look around, see where I want to do my manufacturer. And ultimately, I probably want to do my manufacturer here in the back so I can then run my reinforced iron plate, or my reinforced iron, reinforced heavy modular frames. There we go, brain. Heavily modular frames back this way so it can be sorted in the long run. So we can go ahead and try to figure that out where we want that to be. And I don't think I'm going to run the train any further this way. I think that's probably where that will end up. So I could use this part over here. I've got two train stations. You see, it's also bringing my quartz in over there, doing my silica over here. Kind of feel like we want to take out just a little pole here. And we got to then think of the logistics of getting all of these resources over here to the manufacturer. So I'm going to go ahead and say something like this. And then, for a matter of fact, I think I'm going to aim it this way. We're going to throw a manufacturer down. Now, manufacturer uses a lot of power and a lot of your time. So I didn't really think we were going to get this far into it. But we might as well finish up since we're already at it. Now watch this as I go ahead and put in all of the things here. And we go ahead and say modular frames and steel pipes, encased industrial frames and screws. And we have a crazy ton of them right over here. And we're going to take those and we're going to run them in just like this. Then we're going to need some power. So we'll find our power down below here. I don't know why I didn't put it on that one. I'll take this one out. This one here. Very nice. Okay. We'll take this power. And where do I want to run it? Where's the thing? Right there. Take that power there. Run it under the foundations. Like that. Very nice. Run that up. Looks good. And there we go. Now, do I know what the inputs and outputs of this is going to be? Well, sure I do. 10, 40, 10, 240. Am I going to make a schematic? Am I going to go in and do it? Absolutely not. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be running all of this in here at 780. And you're like, 780? How can you run it at 780? Because I have 10 boxes of all of it, right? All of that stuff. I have 10 boxes of it. Don't believe me? Look right over there. There it is. I just need to get it over here where my manufacturer is. Another thing I want to do is use my summer sloops, right? The reason why I want to use my summer sloops, and I have 10 of them, is because instead of just using this much resources, and it's going to do the output of this, it's actually going to double the output to 4. So I'm going to get a lot more. Another thing to speed along my heavy modular frames is that I can also overclock it. So I need to go in and put in 780 screws, but guess what? It's going to be able to take 600. So that's the maximum it can take in, even if I overclock it. But it's going to make 10 heavy modular frames per minute and run every minute of the day until it runs out. Because do I really need to keep that much? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't need 10 boxes of it. And then here comes the fun part, everybody, is we get to go over here and find these resources. Oh, I should have wrote them down because I'm going to forget. Or actually, I'll go over here and do it over here. Because again, that's the smart way to do it over here. Heavy modular frames right here, and then we'll add one to our to-do list and we'll tell us exactly what we need. Now, another reason why I have this running out over here is so I can see it, but what I'll also do is kind of back this up just a little bit like this, and then I'm going to go ahead and put this here. And now I can run this. Oh, if it wants to let me put it the right way, there we go. I can run this down and still see the edge of it here to see that those are modular frames. But I don't really have to. But then that allows me to go ahead and tap into that. And now I know I'm using that for something. Right? Oh, okay. I'm using my modular frames for something. How about steel pipes? Oh, right over here. How convenient. Let's go ahead, get our steel pipes. Run that a little forward. There we go. Turn this around. And if I really want to see it, I can go ahead and leave it just to make sure that I know that it's still filling up and still working. Again, I can eyeball it. What else? Encased industrial beams. We're certainly not hurting for those. In fact, those suckers are going in the awesome sink right now. Maybe we can actually utilize those for something. Let's get it going. Encased industrial beams being utilized. Very nice. Okay, what else we need? Screws over here. Let's go. Wrong button. Push the right button. There we go. Again, I like to just see it running so I know that it is working. There we go. Very nice. Also, by the way, sometimes what I'll do is I'll take this out and I'll turn it. And I'll put the actual thing here and I'll put the thing this way so I can still see the output and it flowing down below. But we can see that we have all 4 of the resources we need. Now what we need to do is get underneath there. There we go. Right down here. Now we need to actually try to figure this out from the end and work our way backwards because that's going to be way easier than working your way forward in this particular case. So we're going to go ahead and go like this and down we go. Oh God! Fall to our death. Okay, now the tough thing here is running these lines with this being this way, right? It's sideways in such a way that's pretty awkward. So we're going to move this back just a little bit, and we're going to work on how are we going to feed our lines in here, and then how are we going to feed the lines from over there. The feed from over here is easy. The part here is awkward. So what we're going to do is use one of my favorite things, the conveyor wall. Now I'm going to split these up into 2 and 2, so we'll go, say, 2 here and 2 there. And then we'll have these, make sure those are going in and not the other way. And then we'll test it and see if it's going to let us run these lines in on each of these. This one to this one, this one to that one, this one to this one, and this one to this one. And make sure they're not touching. No touching! All looks good. All good. Now, we got to get all of these down the line. So the first thing I would do is turn this sideways like this, and then run that in there. Make sure you're on straight on this one so it doesn't do this kind of weird thing. So it's nice 90. There we go. Then I would take the next one over here and do the same exact thing. Make sure you got your straight on so that it does the beautiful 90s. And now we just fixed that problem. We just fixed that transition between the outputs there. The outputs and the inputs over here. And it's, of course, down here. We don't have to look at it. It's down here at the bottom. Now, let's make it even more sexy by running it this way. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we know where we got one. We know where we got the other. Oh, there we go. And then we can run our lines In fact, I'm going to run it the opposite way because I'm going to be over here by where the power's at, so I don't run out of power and then suddenly fall to my doom. Look how easy this is. By the way, it doesn't matter which one I put in either of those. Doesn't matter which one I put in what. As long as I don't put the same thing in those. Look at this. We're already to our first ones here. Now our other ones here are beyond where we have all of this stuff. So we're going to kind of slide under here. This is probably going to be our trickiest one here because it has a bunch of lines in the way. But I could actually put it in between there. But that is a complete waste of my time because I can also run it underneath like this. Because look how many layers of stuff underneath I can have. Look how far that goes down, everybody. I could have 50 layers of logistic levels if I want, and that's what I like. I like to have lots and lots of layers that I can utilize and then never have to look at from up above. Okay, so we got that one, and we have this one. So we're going to go ahead and actually take this, and let's move it to this side, and then we're going to bring this one down. Well, that almost perfectly lines up. Actually, it does perfectly line up by complete and utter accident, everybody. I could say I'm that good, but not really. That was just complete and utter luck, and I will tell you when it's luck, and I'll tell you when it's skill. In that case, luck. Now, the reason why I did a 2 over here, even though I'm going to put 1 in and I put a 2 over there, I'm actually going to put 2 over there, so that this lines up over here. So we're going to go ahead and bring this down. And we're going to actually not send it to the first one like we did on that one. We're going to send it to the second one. So we'll say about there. Then run it to the second one and turn off this thing there. And now we have both of the two toughest ones already running underneath there. And we're good. And we'll just run a little short one here, just to bridge that gap so it's easier to run it out on the other side. Nothing too awkward. And now we have 2 of our 4 resources ready to go. Look, all we got to do is get them to there, right? So we just go like this. Like this. And like that. Now we also have 2 more that are going to come down this line, but I'm going to push these 2 because they're further on this side, further out. So those are the best ones. Those are the prime ones to run to the outside, and these are the prime ones to run to the inside. And that's just because of your line runs, and so that the lines runs don't run into each other. And then I'm just going to hit R for straight and just pray that that was not too long, but sadly it is. So we're just going to go ahead and run it a little closer. Oh, look out. Actually, we have to watch out for this one. So we want to kind of go across, say something like this. We don't want to hit this one, which we also got to bring down. Yep, no, it's crossing it. Let's get this out. Try it again. Nice and close, but not too close. And then we can just run that in the first one, and off that goes. That is off and running. Okay, now this one's going to have a problem because this one is also going to be in the way of the ones that we need. And so maybe we hit R, we can get that one to go out nicely. Nope, too far. Too far for us to go. Oh, it should go. There we go. Okay, now this one we want to bring down a little bit. Like this. And let's bring it down to here. Just a little bit further down. We'll go there. And then this one over here we'll bring down. Look at where we're at here. And we'll just roughly guess. And then, again, with our nice straights. Ah, not close enough. What a tragedy. What a tragedy is befalling us here. Okay, no problem. We got this. Like this. Like this to here. Like here to there. And GG's. Hey, wait. I forgot to connect the rest of this. Bam! There we go. Now, 3 out of 4. Oh, I don't like that. Nope. Turn that straight thing off. There we go. All right, 3 out of 4. Looking good. Running down the line. We need 1 more. And again, we'll just go ahead and get this one. And this is what's so cool about having the hover pack too. This is why I also wait till I get the hover pack, because it makes this super sweet. So I'm going to kind of eyeball that, I'm going to roll this back here until it's somewhat straight. And then 1, 2 back. Automatically put myself in my own 90. And then run that all the way to there. Well, at least I'm going to try. Let's say there. Look how awesomely you can work, even though stuff is obscured, everybody. It's just really amazing. Okay, so we got our screws. We got all of our other stuff. We got our stuff running. Let's go all the way to the end and see if we did it right. Now remember, this is all running at 780 because the boxes are completely filled. So again, I made a backlog of it, and this should be running in here like a crazy man. Look at that. Bam! Once it does the first one, by the way, it will then double it up. And then basically it's using half the amount of resources for twice as much. And I love that. That's why summer sloops are really one of the best things in your higher end machines, especially a four input item like this. Getting doubled means that you're getting 25 more modular frames, you're getting 100 more steel pipes, 25 more quesadillas bring, 600 more screws. You're getting a massive bonus. It's like, you know, you go in, you win, $5 in the lottery, and then they double it up. But instead of doubling it up a little bit, they double it up to like $1 million bucks. That's how I feel that is, because it's also time, right? Because it's 5 per minute. But if you can make 10 per minute, you're doubling them up, meaning it takes half the amount of time to produce the same amount. So time is your most valuable asset and your most powerful weapon. Use that time effectively to do like that. Again, I don't need to make a bunch of these. I totally could if I wanted to. I could make a whole bunch of these. I can make 15 of them if I want. And overclocking them, they use a massive amount of power, 738. But that's going to take more of my time, it's going to take more of my effort, and basically make it where I have to make 15 of these things so that it makes all of these at 780. Or I can just let it run on the server, and when I come back, I'm going to have a lot of heavy modular frames. In fact, I got 13 already. Okay, now I got to get these heavy modular frames from over here to over there. So now we got to find a way to get it to go over this way and end up right over here. I can see already where I want this to go. Right here. So we're going to go ahead and work on the output of this. I don't know, where am I feeling? I'm feeling here, but I feel like we really want to make this nice. So we want to go in here and use our little stacking pole. So we have a nice straight line that goes here first. And then we can go ahead and say, I don't know, somewhere around there. Let's just go ahead and put this in first. We'll get a general idea where we want that. And we can go ahead and try to put this on the splitter. Let's say there. And never leave that splitter in because those splitters suck. And then like that. Not a splitter. My bad. Wrong. Merger. My bad. Got to switch that to the merger. Okay. That's going to come up out of there. Run into there if we did it right. Okay. Now we got to get the heavy modular frames over to there. So we got to go to our under level and see where this sucker is at. Okay, we got some work to do. No problemo. Right over there. Okay, now, I forgot to put the thing in the front here. Again, I have to run these lines all over the place. That's why I build that whole under level. That's why I have it up so high. So I can go ahead and do all this logistics like this. In this lower level. And this is going to be super easy. Right here. And then we're trying to go right to there. So we can go ahead and do Shumpton Shay in the middle. So right about here. In fact, I'm just going to use a single. Bring it down. Run it from here. Actually, do it up here. Then we'll run this one down. This is going the wrong direction. Yep. That's going wrong direction. Yeah, gotta fix that. Gotta fix it. You're going wrong direction, brother. Go into there. Try it again. How do I know it's going wrong direction? Because I can't put the one down below in the direction I want it to go. There we go. Bingo! Yeah, that's going to go right through that line. Oh, I was going to bring it down. Bring it down. Bring it down. And there we go. Heavy modular frames being run into the up part. Don't see it sorting though, and it stopped. So if it stopped, that means it's not hitting that merger. And it's sucking at its job. Oh, or how about the fact that I didn't reconnect it? I think it's more like that. The fact that I didn't reconnect it is what's making it suck at its job. Make that nice and straight. All right, let's see if it merges in. And we have a lot of heavy modular frames there. Nope, not working. That is not aligned. Nope. Try it again. Sometimes you have to eyeball it and it sucks. Well, we'll do this. See if we can get that to align to that. Boom. Bring this up, run that in there. You're gonna be like that, are ya? Guess what we're gonna do, eh? Fine. It does not want to merge in. Oh, see, I see it. It comes out, but it doesn't merge into the merger. All right, fine. Fine, you're going to make me redo the whole thing because you don't want to line up. You don't want to snap. You don't want to line up because it's on the belt. See, that's the problem that's causing that. No worries. Just take it out. Get it to line up your shelf like this. And turn it into a merger. Why are you not lining up? There we go. Manually align it, everybody. It should automatically line that stuff up, but it doesn't. Do what we gotta do. Make it happen, Captain. Okay, and then this. Go down. Let's just do it reverse. And then we'll line up our thing, hit H, nudge it into position. Like that. Take this out. Take this, run this into there. Now it's properly connected. Connect this back to this again. What? The merger is in the wrong direction. That's the biggest problem with that. Okay. Wrong direction to the merger. Let's take this one out. Take this out. Put our merger in again. See how I put one on top so I could realign the one underneath? Very, very useful, as you can see. And then there. Take this one out because I don't trust it. Gonna do it again. Put it in there. This in here. Like that. See if our modular frames come through. Oh, still gotta load them. Now we gotta go down below and fix that offset. Because now the one underneath is gonna be messed up. And we need to rerun this under here. Right there. And I guess I could just run that. Why am I even doing that? Why don't I just do this? Way easier just to run it down. That's going to run there. Okay, and then we wait for it to run some modular frames. Oh, there they go. Down the line. Here they go, into the box. Ooh, I saw them run down the line. Another fun way to test this, by the way, is to take the heavy modular frames that I have and run them down the line to see if they're actually sorting. Because you're going to see a whole bunch of them, so it's not going to just jump by. Yep, that is working. All of those heavy modular frames that I have are now being sorted. Now, heavy modular frames take a while, and they don't make a lot of them. But at some point, we'll see one coming out of here. We'll see. Oh, and there they go. So that's done. So not only did we do all of our rotors and stators and all of that other stuff, we also got our heavy modular frames going. And our heavy modular frames needed our encased industrial beams, which we did last time, as well as our modular frames. We already had our steel pipes and screws going, so we could have actually done this before we did our motors and all of that stuff, except for this one small little caveat. When you go to build the manufacturer, it takes motors. So you need the motors to do it, even though the manufacturer, in this case, with heavy modular frames, is not using it. Now, the other thing that we could make, and you're like, oh, Kismet, now you're throwing down. Now you're just showing off. Oh, yeah. The other thing that we could do is computers. What do we need? Circuit boards, cables, and plastic. Well, we already have cables and plastic. That's already done. So all we need now is circuit boards. And how do you make circuit boards? Well, you make circuit boards from copper sheets and from plastic, which we also are already making and have massive backlogs of those things. So in this particular case, though, the thing I would make first is the circuit boards. And I would make a lot of circuit boards. Then you can run your tons of circuit boards when you have the time into your computers. So really the circuit boards is the thing that you really want to make as much as you possibly can before you get to the computer parts, because then you'll have them backlogged and you can use them for other things. Now what we're going to do is add another row over here for those circuit boards of our blueprints. So I'm going to show you how I do my storages. So the first one we do, and we also talk about directions of the way that it either goes up the storage or down the storage. So in this case, this one's going to go down and end up down here. And I want to kind of look at where we're at over there, maybe even just kind of line that up a little bit. It's just one step forward in that edge. So we'll bring it over here. Yeah, we'll give it its own little spot here. Or maybe we'll line it up like that. Yeah, I kind of like it like that. All right. There we go. And we'll do another one. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it. You know what I mean? I think I might be able to get 4 of these in here. Oh, yeah. And are they all aligned? Yes, they are. Okay, now behind these, I'm going to add ones that go up. And that allows me to do a whole bunch up and a whole bunch down. And I don't have to do them 45 up and 45. I don't need that many, everybody, but I do need a lot. So let's get these so they're nice and lined up. Put these together. We can get those nicely aligned. I think I missed one. Did I miss one? Yes, right here. Now I can also pick up that blueprint, by the way. Like that. Oh, I'm a little close to these. How come I'm not close to them on that one? Oh, I'm missing resources. I'm not close to them. I'm missing resources. Put our foundation back. Just so happens, I got a whole lot of them right over here. Let's grab a bunch of those. Grab a bunch of these over here. How convenient. All right, I just ran out of resources. Pick up that blueprint. Get her in there. Hit H on that one because it's hard to see. Oh, yeah, perfect. Bam. Okay. Got those in. I need one more. Middle mouse button. Oops, F. Then R for blueprint. Middle mouse button to pick it up. Kind of hard to see from my angle. Hit H. Okay, looks good. Now, we'll go ahead and connect these across, but we want to actually tell it what this is. This is going to be circuit boards. Man, we are just knocking it out of the park today, everybody. What up, No Fun Old? Thanks for coming in. Hey, Fox, what's up? I was watching retro streams. Now there's a man building factory stuff. So there you go. Now you know. Copper, I hardly knew her. There you go. What's up, Blitz? All right, you guys can see I get all wrapped up, too. Okay, and we're not AI limiters. We want our circuit boards. We got little circuit boards right there. Okay, so those are going to be circuit boards. And we're going to run these right into here and this into here. And we got our circuit boards ready to rock. Let's go down here. Tell it also that it's going to be circuit board. I wish that you could connect these all together. Where you change one, it changes it all. That would be awesome. You can either tie it together or not. I mean, again, you can choose to tie them together, like you link them together. And then they'd all change together. That would be cool. Also back here, I kind of leave this one off until I decide that I actually need it. And then I go back here and I tell it what I want it to be. Circuit boards. There we go. Okay, now our goal is to make a bunch of circuit boards, stick them in there. How can we do that? Well, we can come over here and make some circuit boards. We got a little bit of space around the back here. To do this. In fact, we could probably take all of this up now. You guys got the gist of that. Plus, I have it running over on the other side. So we'll go ahead and just pull all of these plates and stuff up. We'll pull up that. And then F and G just to get the lifters. One of the most annoying things in this game is when you accidentally pull up all of your foundations. That is quite annoying. So again, what do we need to get this next thing done? So let's go ahead and clear. Then we'll hit N, circuit boards. We'll hit circuit boards here. We'll go across here. We'll hit add to to-do list, and it tells us we need copper sheets and we need plastic. Where's our copper sheets? Right there. Where's our plastic? Right there. Look at this. Boom. Boom. How easy is this? How easy is this? You just tap into the front of that sucker. Run that right down in there. Copper sheets over here. Now there's 1,000 different ways of doing the same thing, probably more than 1,000 that I'm doing, everybody. But again, I'm just giving you a general gist of what I like to do. Now, of course, you can always make it better in your playthrough, however you want to do it. One of the biggest problems when you're doing this is that underneath here, you might start running into lines that you already have, right? And you see we ran this one lower, which was smart of me. And then this one over here, you can see actually is right above some of the lines that we are running right now. So what I'm going to do is actually take this line and put another one here and move this line out of the way. And we'll run it way over here. And run it down into there. I think that's where we were running it. Doesn't matter, it'll all sort itself out at this point. And then this, we're going to need to put a floor hole in there. Right there. So I'll hit H. Oops, or not. H. There we go. So I like to use the thing to align where I'm putting it. Put it like that. Then we're going to make it go this way. So we can have it on its own thing over here. Nice and straight. There we go. Okay, now we want to get all the way over here on this other side where we're bringing all this logistics down and find the other one that we're doing right here, the copper sheets. We want to align these two, right? So we have this one, and then we have copper sheets coming down. Probably want to put this one on the outside. Let's go ahead and put this one on the outside. And we'll look at our copper sheets, which are there. And where are we lining this up at? Right here. So we'll do something like this. And we'll bring this down. Put that there. That's a little close. We'll see if it lets us do it. I think we get away with it. Yep. A little close and not aligned, but we got the two resources that we need. Running over here, plastic and copper sheets. Now, where do we want to build our factory? Way back here in the back. So let's go ahead and find a little spot. We go up here. Oh no, there's stuff in the way. Bummer. How about over here? Oh yes. There we go. Okay, so we're running this over here, and then eventually we want to run it back over there. Now, how much items do we want to make? Well, that's really up to you. Again, I don't need to make that many because it's going to backlog them. But if we want to put these in here and say, okay, is it in the constructor? No, it's not in the constructor. And then we could go ahead and say, okay, is it in the... I already know this, by the way, but I'm just putting it down so you can see. You can put it in there like that and say, oh, is it in the assembler? And you can look at it that way. But a much faster way is just to go in and say circuit board like this and search for it. Click on it here. Oh, it's going to let me. Okay, it's being weird now. Circuit, there we go. And then let me click on it. There we go. It actually tells you right here. Right here, it actually tells you can either do it in the crafting bench or in the assembler. So it'll tell you exactly what you need. We already know that it's already 2 elements that are coming to it. So if you just look at the recipe, you know it's at least an assembler. Constructor only uses 1 element, 1 input. So we can go ahead and put our assembler right over here. And we're going to kind of eyeball where we're at. So say over here. Maybe set this back just a little bit so when our mergers hit, we can merge that nicely down the way. In fact, let's just put our mergers in first and aim them this way. Usually eyeball it a couple times just to make sure. There we go. And then assembler. And now that assembler is perfectly lined up to there. This is perfectly lined up to the back of that. And now that part is already ready to go. And then right over here, circuit boards. And we're going to do copper sheets and plastic. And I'm going to make 1. Why? Because I don't need to do anything else. Because I have the power of time. We're going to run this over here and find some power we might have ran underneath here. Where do we run this power? Way over here. It's got to be upgraded. I just put it there so I don't have to run all the way back and run it again. All right, so that now has power. And all it needs now is some resources. So there, and there. And that is going to go that way. And then we're going to go under. And this is another thing that I like to do, and that is to make it where you don't have to make a massive amount of everything, including a massive amount of actual factories. Again, using the minimum resources, the minimum amount of factories, the minimum amount of line runs, the minimum amount of everything, being as efficient as possible. I know, crazy idea, right? Being super efficient. And we're going to go ahead and bring this across right to here. Where are we at? Right here. And then here. Turn the zoop off. Over there. And I'm just going to fill this part in because I know I'm going to turn this corner. And then we're going to do this one nice and straight. And we're going to go ahead and run these up. Up. Just go ahead and run those. Run these to there. And there. And away it goes. And it will do that infinitely until those boxes are full. And when those boxes are full, it'll actually end up over there. Now, the reason why I put a merger is so that I can actually add more if I wanted to. I just add another merger, or I could just add a line, and then more and more and more and more. But if I do more, I have to use splitters and all of that stuff. But there's actually a really great trick for splitters. So I'm going to do one more just for the fun of it. Actually, a little bit over. Right there. And then just take this and run that nicely into there. Take this power and run it over to here. So now we have 2 of them. Going to go ahead and do circuit boards. That is actually too far back. It's not aligned. I don't like it. I'm not doing it. I don't like it. I don't do it. The great thing about being me. All right, there we go. And in there. All right, how can we easily split these lines so that we can then put them into here? Well, actually, there is a real easy way to do that if you're not too concerned with your run level down here. First thing I would do is split the one that's closest right here and run that into there. Easy, right? Then over here, you split this one like a dish. You run this down, or you can just run it around the side like this with your nice straight function. And we'll say, yeah, right there is good. See, it's going to automatically give you that sweet 90, and then you can try to run it in there, but it's just going to be awkward. So you got to kind of do this one yourself. And I'd probably run it out just a little bit, just to make that easy. Turn it off. Oh, keep it on straight, and then run it out, and then run that in there. And there we go. So now we have two of them running pretty easily. And of course, we could put a whole bunch of other splitters and mergers and all that stuff, or we could just bring it up and then split it down the line, which I sometimes do. But we want to make sure we tell it what to be. In this case, circuit board. We took it out, so we have to retell it what to be, and then what the thing. And now I got it making about 15 circuit boards per minute. Now, if you're really tricky, here's what you do. You put some super sloops in there, and you'll have those suckers double up. Now you're making 30. So less machines, less time, less effort, and it's going to burn up all those copper sheets and all of that plastic, which means that a lot less of that plastic and other resources that I have massively produced and massively backlogged is going to go into the Awesome Sink. Instead, it's now going to go into my production of my computers eventually. Now, computers is something we will work on next time, but to remind us, we're going to go ahead and just put a manufacturer in for now, right over here, and we're going to set it to computers, and we're going to get our circuit boards and our cable and our plastic, and we can very easily run that right now. Just run that down and wait for this to fill, but we want to go ahead and let this backlog a bit, because I like to have a nice backlog of it when I start it up. So everything has a nice backlog, and we'll let that run, because that'll run for 24 hours, and those boxes will just be full of that, and it will burn up all the other resources, and those resources will then make new resources to replace the resources that we used. Again, because 10 boxes of stuff doesn't do me any good, but when I get to that stage and I'm just like, hey, make me a crazy bunch of circuit boards. Now, here's another cool thing we can do, because these are coming in at, right now, 15 and 30. Right? So another thing we can do before we just kind of let this run is we can overclock it, because again, we have lots of power. So we can go ahead and not only overclock it, which means it's going to go faster, but it's also going to make twice as much again. So basically, instead of making 15, now it's going to make about 37, or we're going to make exactly 37.5. So now it's making double of that. Same thing over here. Let's go ahead and double that again. And this is why it's great to have lots of power. And that's why I overclocked my oil, and that's why my oil over there is producing 10,000 power. I also have battery power and a little bit of coal to keep it running. But this is a very efficient way of running this, because each belt is running at 780 and then splitting into half, which is 480. So right now, this is running in both of these at 480 into these two. Now, if I really wanted it to go fast, I could take 480 and divide it by 75, and that would tell me how many I need, right? So if we went right here, 480, because I'm splitting it in half, or we can just take the total amount, 780, divided by, I already forgot the number now, 75. So if we take 780 and divide it by 75, right, it's 10, right, 75. Yeah, I can do 10 of these right here, and it would run at full speed. So I could do 10. Am I going to do 10? Nah, I'm going to use the power of time. I'm going to have it just make me a whole bunch. And then we come back next time, we'll run all of it over there, and then we'll make computers, and if it's not running at full speed, that's okay also. Because again, because you can let it run and run and run and run, as long as you have the power, right? And it has a crazy ton of resources. And you can see, look how fast it fills those resources. Even though it uses 600 per minute, it refills those resources very, very fast, so it can then keep going. And then bam, it's still going. Now, one of the toughest things for it is that for it to fill up fast enough before it's ready to do another one. And that's his biggest thing, because it can only fill up to 500. So it has to fill up to 500, get a bunch more in there, and then fill up again. But it does, you can see it does it really pretty quickly because it's on the belt, right? So a lot of that extra 100 that it needs, bam, is on that belt of what it's using. Now it's really using 120 screws, right? That's its maximum it's using right now, but it's doing 600 per minute. Which means that it really needs 120 screws, and the second those 120 screws get used up, bam, it just fills it right back up again, and so it'll just keep processing those until we run out of screws. Until we run out of screws in case industrial beam, steel pipe, or even more so, if we fill up our heavy modular frames and it starts to backlog all the way back to where we are, then it will actually stop this machine. But if we do get the heavy modular frames, it'll actually put them in the awesome sink because I have it on overflow. So instead of it stopping when it gets here, it will actually go into overflow, go here, which means this will never stop running. This will just keep running until we run out of resources. And again, we can always stop it by just turning this off, and then that'll also backlog the resources again into modular frames and steel pipes and all of these things. But really, what I need is my heavy modular frames, because I need to go ahead and start to get to the next stage and the next stage. And again, I'd slow way down at this stage. I never be in a super rush to just run to the end. Because we do need that, because we want to get our aeronautical stuff going, which is our radio control units and stuff, which actually we can do here once we have our computers. Then our nuclear power, which needs our heavy modular frames, which is why we're doing those. And eventually we need our supercomputers, which we need AI limiters. The only thing that we're not doing out of that right now is AI limiters, because we also can do those as well. We already have our circuit boards running. And then over here, again, more of our radio control units. We already have all of these running. And then again, supercomputers and our fusion modular frames, which are pretty wild. Interesting that it doesn't show us that yet, because you know why? Because we haven't unlocked it yet. Again, we haven't unlocked that because we have to go in and unlock that here in this stage. And then it gives us the fusion modular frame. Then we'll make a bunch of those. Then we'll make some nuclear pasta. Is always fun. And then we're going to get really into the fun part, the cooling systems and the turbo motors. And this is where you need a lot of resources here. But really, the main thing that I like out of this whole entire area here is the nuclear power. And we will be upping our power in a massive way. Now, I only build so much so one power can lead me to the next power. So I only built so much coal, enough coal that I needed, so I could get my oil power going. And then I only built so much oil power to help me get my nuclear power going. And then you just want to make a crazy ton of nuclear power. You can also make turbo fuel and all that other stuff. We'll do that as well. And a whole bunch of other stuff that will help. But those things take time. Like if you're doing turbo fuel, like this, especially packaged turbo fuel, but turbo fuel here, to do your turbo fuel, what you're going to need is you're going to need some compact coal, and you're going to need fuel. Now, the great thing is I already have that going. I already have a lot of fuel going. And so going from fuel to turbo fuel is a massive jump up in your megajoules, or MJ. I think it's called megajoules, right? MJ stands for megajoules. But basically, one is 2,000 and the other one is 750. Right, so that's 1,200 more power, and that's what somebody was talking about earlier. I forgot who it was who was saying that, but that is how you basically really up your power instead of going and making more power, and that's always a great thing. And I always have people say, "Kismet, have you done this?" And I think that's like the third person who's asked me that. It's not my first time playing, everybody, and it's really a great step up. As well. I gotta ban somebody over. I kicked and was spamming my channel. So it's really a huge jump up. And of course, if you want to package it as well and use it for all your other stuff, jetpacks and vehicles and all that stuff, you totally can as well. But the great thing about the turbo fuel is it just uses a refinery. So you can go in, use your refinery, use the fuel that you're already using, and go from your fuel generators to your turbo fuel. Which means that you can actually run more of your stuff with a higher energy, more efficient version of fuel. So again, I will get to that as well. And we'll put that on our list because we're right to the stage now where we're going to start needing more power. But see, all of this time, I didn't need turbo fuel. See, that's the real trick, is the fact that you eliminate part of the process, not just go and do it, but we'll go ahead and do some turbo fuel just to show you guys that. We also need to do computers. And what else we want to put on there? Supercomputers. And then that other thing I can't remember. What was that other thing? Back here. We need to do right here. It is radio control unit. Yes. Radio control unit. That's because all of these things that we're doing here require more power. So I go in and basically only do stuff when I need it. I don't make 50,000 turbo fuel or 50,000 power if I don't need 50,000 power. Why am I spending all my time doing that? That's a waste of my precious resource, my most precious resource, my time. So, I mean, if you want to do it, it's your game. You do whatever you want. But that's the reason why I don't have turbo fuel, because I don't need it. Not until I get to the point where I'm making so many factories that I surpass my 10,000 I've already done. So instead of spending time making that other stuff, I've spent that time making my actual resources backlog in such a way where I can actually just make whatever the heck I want. And that's pretty awesome if you think about it, that all of these will continuously fill to infinite amount. It'll just keep filling and filling and filling and have all of those resources and continue to make heavy modular frames basically forever. Right here, let's crank it out a bunch of them. Let's go see how many are already in there. Just in the time that we've been chatting it up about circuit boards and other things. That's a lot heavy modular frames. And again, when we come back tomorrow, there's gonna be boxes and boxes of that sucker. So again, mine is not just about showing off and, hey, everybody, look at me. I got, bazillion power. Or I made this tower that's, 500 layers high, or it's this or that or the other thing, or I made it super fancy and now my whole entire game is lagging out. I don't do that in this stage. Now, in the later stage, in the end game, I love doing fancy stuff. Fancy stuff's super fun. You can also do fancy stuff on your way to the end game if you want. But I find it massively inefficient. Massively. I mean, you would get fired from your job kind of inefficient, right? You're spending the company's money. You're spending their wages because, well, you're not getting paid, but that's how it goes from a giant space corporation. But you're basically wasting time and resources when they're waiting for you to save humanity right now, bro. They're waiting for you to make that thing. They don't want to sit down here and wait for 5 months while you're sitting here screwing around making it pretty. They want to make it where you get it done and it's done, right? You think you want to go, they want you to go to work and take 10 times longer than it needs to take to get it done? Absolutely not, because it costs the company more. And that's how I kind of role play in the game. Now remember, everybody, I'm not going to tell FICSIT Corporate, you do what you got to do. You do it the way that you want to play, whatever makes it fun. That's the real important part, too. Not only your time, but also makes it fun. If you love to build big, gigantic, fancy stuff, you go ahead and do it, because you know what? It's your game. You build however you want. If you want to run spaghetti everywhere, you want to run your lines on top of each other and do whatever, and run this over the top of that one and this one over the top of that one, you go right ahead. You know why? It's your game. You play it however you want. Now, it's my game. I'm going to play it how I want, and I'm going to actually listen, because they said efficiency first. And that's what I'm showing you, everybody. Efficiency first. This has taken me the minimum amount of time, and I'm already at level 8. And I actually slowed down. I'm not even in a hurry. I could have been done already, by the way. I could have already had 8 done and been into 9, because I could have just made the resources that I need. But I know that when I get into 9, especially at the end of 8, that I'm going to need a huge backlog of resources. I'm going to need a lot of stuff. A lot. This is nothing, everybody. This is paltry next to what you need to finish 8, and really what you needed to finish the early access version of the game. This is really next to nothing. You are going to need an insane amount of boost of resources. And you're going to need separate resources for making rods and uranium fuels and encasing uranium cells and then making magnetic field generators, which, if we look at our space elevator, which we took out, what we need to go to level 9, we got a bunch of that stuff we got to make as well. Now, you can see I don't even have my space elevator up because I don't care. I'm not trying to rush to the next milestone. But really, the thing I would do, I don't really even use drones, by the way. They're just kind of cool. But I would rather just run trains because trains are super fun. But drones are fun too. We'll do them. Don't worry. We'll do some of that. But number one thing right now, trains. I mean trains. Another one thing is getting my trains to make me some nuclear power. Now, I'm going to run my nuclear power close to me. But it ain't going to be right here because it uses uranium. And uranium radiates the heck out of you, everybody. So putting it right next to where your hub is, probably a bad idea unless you have an infinite amount and you got it automated. I would even automate it where you have a bunch of rad scrubbers where you're not getting radiated because you have your rad suit on. But I'll put it right here. You see, put all my nuclear power here, and I'll bring all of the elements for the nuclear power to where I have the nuclear power instead of building the nuclear power way out there. Now, why will I do that? Because I have all the power by me. Right? Because I've learned that lesson. I've gone out 10 million times running out to my power, trying to fix it. My turbo fuel factory or my regular fuel factory or my coal power down here. You can see, look, that's nearby too. And my batteries and everything. I have learned to bring the power to me. The thing that I'm constantly worried about that is most vital to run the entire factory is your power. And that should be wherever your center of your base is, I think. I think it should always be at the center where you can easily access it. Oh, wait, power went off. Oh, wait, I'm already here. Let me go fix it. Unless it goes off when you're way out over there, then you have to come back and fix it anyway. So, you know, it's the same overall. But most of the time I find I'm working away or I'm adding machines or I'm adding stuff, and that's when the power will kick off. And the cool thing is, even if I am way out over there, if I just go to the priority switch over here, I can just very easily tap into my circuit breakers and turn my offline power on. And then that will turn all the rest of this off, and I will get my power back on again, my various different things. Now, another thing you can do is to put all of your, and this is a giant undertaking, all of your hypertubes in their own lines, so you can turn those on and off. All of your trains in their own power lines, and you can turn those on and off. Now, there's also a reverse way of working. Everything that you never want to go off, don't put it on a power switch. Anything that you're okay with that turns off, put it on a power switch. Because it's going to prioritize turning all of this off first down here before it turns off all that other power. So it's going to turn off these factories, which are basically at the edge of the factory itself. It's not in between any of all of this. It's actually way down there. So if I got to turn off this factory down here, it's just going to cut off everything over here. Not my train, just this, because the train is actually running back here and getting its power from back here. So the train will keep running, but this will turn off. And the same thing here. I can just turn this off and that off, and the other one that's over this way, like that, off, and then this off, and then I probably have way more enough power to restart all of my stuff and fix any power that I'm doing. Now, also, we need turbo fuel for a later part of the process as well, when we get into the later game. So eventually we want to do some turbo fuel. Now, I'm not going to do the turbo fuel today, but we're just going to talk about it real quick. And it actually was a very appropriate question because I'm eventually going to get to it. You can see that we're already producing the fuel. So all we need to do is take the fuel that we're using here for this power and convert that fuel into turbo fuel instead. So when we bring the fuel out over here, we can see we got our fluid buffers balancing out that. The fluid buffer is kind of low, but that's okay. It's still working. And then this one over here, oh, perfect. Yeah, it's balancing that out. Nice. That's what it should do. It should be using the maximum amount of fuel, and it should be going up, filling up a little extra, and just kind of balancing itself out, which it totally is. Nice. And so basically what we can do is use that. Now, I could cut the power in half, down to half of that amount. And you can see over here that this is consuming 20 of this fuel per minute. Now, what if we turned it into turbo fuel instead? What would it do? How many of these could we put down? How far could we run it? Now, I would take all the turbo fuel and I would do load balancing with your turbo fuel. I'd get them all to the end. You'd have all your turbo fuel in your thingies, in your things like I have here with my oil. I would stack up a ton of turbo fuel at the end of this whole process, and then I would put the rest of these at the end. And I would backlog that turbo fuel as well. Now, again, if I turn half of this off, and just use that for turbo fuel while I'm doing this, I could get that turbo fuel up and running. Then I could then take this whole side out and do that side. So basically, that's why I have them split in two sides. So it allows me to expand my thing or switch it over to a different type of fuel if I want to later. So basically, that is kind of the next thing we're going to do. And like I was talking about earlier, we're going to be doing some turbo fuel and also all the fuel. We're going to be doing everything, everybody, in the whole game. What's that called? I'll think of it in a second. The new one is called rocket fuel. Rocket fuel. So we're going to be doing all of that eventually, but I don't do fuel unless I need to. I don't do power until I need to. You know why? Because when I've been revamping my factory, I've been using like 2,000 power. Do you think I need turbo fuel for 2,000 power worth of stuff? Absolutely not. It's not like I don't know about turbo fuel after 50 times playing through. I remember when they added turbo fuel to the game. Absolutely do. So we're going to be doing that. So we're going to be doing, all right, oh wait, we already did our heavy modular frames. Hold on, we can take that off the list. So we're going to go ahead and take our heavy, up here. Heavy modular frames, done. GG's. Actually, we'll do computers first. Right here. And turbo fuel. And we'll put it down at the bottom. Not necessarily going to do it in that specific order. But put that down, and now I better write that down before I forget again. Rocket fuel. Right there. Okay, so we got that on our to-do list on the side there. So it remembers thing. And I was going to turn my priority switches on here. You know what? I can probably just take that out now. I don't know. I'll just live without them. I was going to put the priority switches on my radar so I could turn them off, so I could see my little things that I've already put my things on, because sometimes these overlap your own stickers that you put down. But now that it erased all of my stickers, I don't have that problem anymore. On one of the updates, it just erased all my stickers. Or it got glitched out because I'm on a server. And sometimes when you die on the server or whatever, or you get disconnected or it kicks you out of the game or the server crashes, what happens is it thinks you're a new login, you're a new person on there, and then it screws up all of your markers. So that is one of the drawbacks of, you know, a 1.0 game. That will happen from time to time. And there you go. Let me catch up. Twitch will do that. Yeah, you like that? Well, hey, factory building is fun. What up, new fun? What's up, Ice Cold Killer? Deadline coming in. What's up, Deadline? Hi, will you do rocket fuel after turbo fuel is done? Yes, I will. I answered your question. That's why they call me Kismet. Good question, though. I will definitely do it. And I forget who it was earlier who comes in, and I've had several people say that already in this playthrough. Kismet, what are you going to do turbo fuel? You're going to do turbo fuel? And again, sometimes it's like people is asking me, am I going to do turbo fuel? But sometimes it's like an underhanded way of giving me a suggestion. Hey, Kismet, are you going to do turbo fuel? Meaning that I should go do turbo fuel. If you don't think I pick up on that, chat, I absolutely do. I absolutely pick up on the fact that you're trying to circumnavigate this problem right here.
Official FICSIT corporate regulations prohibit backseat gaming. Please backseat when the Learn to Play sign is lit only.
Now, I don't think that everybody does it, but sometimes it feels like that's what's going on. So again, I get that question all the time. Hey, do this. Are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? And it's more like they're asking to see if I'm going to do it, but I've already said that I'm going to do everything in the game. So I think that they already know that I'm going to do that. But hey, I don't mind saying it again, everybody. And I give you the first one for free anyway. So there you go. But again, suggesting any course of action is backseat gaming. It absolutely is. If you're going in and say, hey, Kismet, why don't you go in there and build some more dimensional depot things? And I'm like, hey, I'm playing the game. I'll play it however I want. Part of the fun is not knowing, is discovering things, right? And so if you come in and say, hey, do this, click this thing, click that thing, it also steals away this much of the journey, everybody. So again, if I said, hey, where's that Samor? And by the way, all of you did not tell me, and I appreciate that greatly. In fact, I reward you for not telling me stuff. In fact, right now, I'm going to reward you for not telling me stuff that I don't even know that you didn't tell me. So there you go. But we couldn't find the Samor. Instead of someone saying, Kismet, the Samor is right over there, and thus my journey would have been like this, we went out and we found a bunch of summer sloops, and we found some immerser spheres, and we found a bunch of stuff that we needed as we were running around looking for the Samor, and eventually I just caught it out of the edge of my eye when we were standing around over on this side of the base, because I was going to go down there and work on my quartz stuff. So way over here, I just happened to glance over there, and I'm like, wait a minute, that looks like a quartz node, because I don't remember what it looks like, everybody. It looks like a quartz node, and wait a minute, that's not a quartz node, because if I go in and I search for a quartz node, I mean, I've got it on my bar now, but if I search for a quartz node, it wasn't in that direction. So that tells me it's not a quartz node, but it looks like a quartz node. So I ran over there. Oh, there it is. So I ran over there and I found it, and it's actually right there. It's right there. I found it. I got a little bit of it, and then I could search for it now. So when I found I could search for it, well, guess what? Because I hadn't put up my radio beacons yet. And of course, once you put up your radio beacons, then you know where it's at anyway. And then, bam, once you find a little bit of it. And then I found there was one even closer to my base, and I didn't even need to use that one way out there because I found it pinged everywhere around here. I was like, oh, there's one right there next to my base. I had no idea it was there. That whole entire time I was playing for like 100+ hours. And that is fun. That is really fun because there's all the stuff that happens in between. That's the meat and potatoes of both life and games, everybody, is to have that adventure in Throne and Liberty, everybody. Did I get to 50 on day one? Absolutely not. In fact, it took me 29 days. Why did it take me 29 days? Well, really, I'm only playing 2 days a week, and actually 1 day at the start and 2 days at the end. Actually, I think I played for about 3 or 4 days to get started. But basically, I'm not playing it every single day, 15 hours a day, so I don't burn myself out on it. I'm enjoying the journey. I did all the storyline. I did all of that. I did the side quests. We ran around and did a bunch of events. We did a bunch of bosses. We did a bunch of raids with the team. We did a bunch of running around in the different dungeons with the team. We did all of that fun stuff and squeezed every bit of fun out of the game. That's what I say is my favorite thing. And that's why I ask people not to backseat game. Is so I can squeeze as much enjoyment out of that journey on every single playthrough that I do. Especially when it goes full release, like it is. And I appreciate you not telling me as well. I appreciate that greatly. Okay, so again, we're going to work toward our nuclear power. So again, what do we need here? We need a bunch of stuff here. So AI limiters is the other thing that we need next time. Right here. So AI limiters. We need computers. AI limiters. That's easy as well. See, all of this is easy now. Why? Because I spent all this time doing all this other stuff, getting all the basics going. And again, I need that next. My next thing will be turbo fuel, but then we'll get into nuclear power. So now we can open it up in the codex. AI limiters, quick wire. Told you eventually we're going to need that quick wire. Quick wire and copper sheets. And we can just split the copper sheets we're already running and then run it along with quick wire, and bam, we're making AI limiters, which is actually one of the things we'll be making right over there. Right back out behind there. And again, we'll just run it on the logistics level underneath the base, run it all over there. We can just run those two things over there and let it run an infinite amount of time, as long as we want to let it run, and then have boxes and boxes and boxes of AI limiters. And then eventually let the computers run and have boxes and boxes of those, and then eventually run and then have boxes and boxes and boxes of supercomputers. And now you know the next things that are going to be in those boxes right next to where the circuit boards are. Again, those are kind of the next level things that I typically work on. Now, eventually, you can get these alternate recipes, and the alternate recipes are awesome. Highly recommend it that you at least play at least one playthrough with alternate recipes. We're going to do that when we get to our mega playthrough. Now, we're going to start all over again from scratch, not today, but eventually. We're going to go ahead and play it way through the game, check out all the cool stuff in there, and then we're going to go insane mode. We're going to tap every node. We're going to basically make every process. We're going to do every single thing in the game, every single nook and cranny of every single place we're going to explore until the end of time, and we're going to, again, squeeze every bit of fun out of it along the way. Because this is one of my favorite games of all time. Absolutely phenomenal in every single update along the way, and then also in release as well. Now imagine, if you just imagine how much awesome stuff they've already put out for it, how many more things they could add to the game over time? How many more shapes and objects? Now, my number one thing I think they should add, and you guys let me know in chat, because, I mean, sometimes I think stuff is obvious, but I find that other people don't find it as obvious as me. I don't know. It's just things that I seem to, you know, be able to visualize that other people didn't think of. And one of those things is to use the track tool for foundations. Now, why would you want to use the track tool for foundations? Well, the track tool, if you've ever done 3D before, everybody, is what's known as an extrusion tool. It's extruding a shape. If I get my scroll wheel to go down to my top, come on, scroll wheel. Basically, it's an extrusion tool. It's extruding a profile. And the profile looks like the side of the track, right? Let's go over here. I'll show you what I mean. Now, imagine if you could take the track tool and connect it here on the edge of this foundation, and it was the same shape or even half the size of the foundation, half size, full size of a foundation, and then you could just go and take this railway here like this, but it's a foundation, and run it over there, and it would curve the foundation. So the foundation would be all one piece, and it would just curve it around. And how would it do that? Well, basically you could just change the profile of it. That's this part right here. Just make it a rectangle. I mean, it's obvious to me. I mean, they already have the technology. Obviously, they can do it. All they'd have to do is change it from the track tool to the rounded foundation tool, and then change the profile. Half-size rectangle, full-size rectangle. And then pull out your arc, and boom, you've got a rounded walkway. Now, you can do it now in game by doing all sorts of futzing around, which I don't like to do. I don't like it if it's not really a clean way of doing that thing. I'm not a big fan of it, but you totally can go in here and just rotate this stuff out. Oh, let's do this first. You can go in here and rotate these things out over here first. And then get another catwalk. Then hold down control. And it's going to be awkward. And rotate that out like that. Like this. And then take this and you aim it at this, and now you got a rounded walkway, right? But this particular one has a gap in it, so you want to watch out for your gaps. You want to go ahead and start it a little earlier so that you can actually run it in the direction that it's going. So you'd probably want to run it from this side over here, and then run it into this side. So like this, and then control, like this. And watch the world of difference, everybody, from this to that. So now it's going into the foundation and whatnot. But you got this ugly thing right here where it's overlapping. You could not have that if we had a track tool, which was also a foundations tool, that I could just, instead of doing this crap, I can just click here and then click over there, and it makes a perfect arc, bam, because it uses this like the straight tool, right? You can use that straight option, and bam, you got yourself a curved line right there. It totally can be done, everybody. The one thing that I know in life is all the times people say it can't be done, I'm the one that proved it can be. And I know that can be done. I know that can be done. I can do that in a 3D program. I know they can go in there, change the profile of that thing, and make that tool absolutely a rounded foundation tool. So you can make it go 10 blocks or how many ever the maximum length of this, or they can make it longer. But you could be making rounded objects and make rounded foundations. You can also be making wider foundations. You can make it too wide if you want. Again, you could change the size of it and all of that. So that would be a foundation and work like a foundation. Because again, like railways, you have this awesome arc you can do, right? So you have arcs, arc lines you can do, and line those arc lines up to the edges of foundations like that. Now, of course, if you want it to be perfect, you'd want it to line it by the middle like that, or maybe you want to line it up to the side. But look at that beautiful arc. Wouldn't you love to have a foundation that was like that instead? Just adjust the profile, and when you snap it, it snaps lower, so it's the same width as whatever profile you're doing. So if you want a 1 meter one, or you want a 2 or a 4, you could just have that profile be that square be bigger, and just run the square. And there you go. I mean, obviously it works for the track tool. Again, I think that's an obvious and amazing addition to the game. If they added that, that would be insane. And you just know all the creativity of all the builders would go out of this world, everybody. They wouldn't have to trick it into doing the rounding and trick it into doing the thing. It would actually have that ability built into the game. And I think that's probably my #1 thing I want to see from them, is to have that track tool also function as a rounded foundation tool. I think it would be amazing. Amazing, amazing. But I think we got a lot done today. In fact, we got way more done than I thought we were going to get done. We got a massive amount. Let's go see how our boxes are looking. Oh, half full. Oh, 2 lines. Oh, yeah. When we come back, they're all going to be full, everybody. Very excited about it. Very excited about having all that full. Same thing here. Oh, man. Crushing it. Again, we did all 5 of these resources today. Or actually all 4 of these resources, because the 5th one we had already done last time. Yeah, that's right. So we did all 4 of those resources just today, getting those going. We actually have 5 resources going, because we also have our... whoa, okay, that one's catching up to those ones. It's going so fast. Nice. And then again, we have this massively overclocked. We're using our summer sloops. We're getting our most efficient run out of that. Instead of making 10 of those, I just make 1. And then I just make it go faster, because then I don't have to run any more lines or anything like that. Very tempted to do my computers, but I'm just going to go ahead. Actually, let's do something smart. Oh, we're out of summer sloops. Gotta go. Okay, hold on. We'll do this one more thing. You know how it goes, everybody. One more thing, and then you turn it into an 8-hour stream like I am doing right now. That's how those one more things get you. But what we're going to do is go back over here. Where was I using these? I think I was using them over here. Just for fun. I think I'm good now. But I can grab some summer sloops back from these, from the biomass. And that makes it where I don't have to collect as much grass or as much wood. I can just go ahead and double up on it so I can collect less and produce more. But we definitely want our computers to be producing at a double rate. An interesting thing about computers, though, is they only use 3 inputs as opposed to 4. Right there. So let's put those in there so we don't forget that next time. Maybe even put in our overclock stuff. Really get that going. And crank up some serious amount of power there. And again, I would rather use 1,000 power, or in this case, 738 power on 1, because I didn't have to run multiple lines and do splitters and mergers and all that other stuff, than to spend the time doing all of those line runs. You know what I can do? I can go make more power. I prefer to make more power than to make more manufacturers, because manufacturers are time intensive because of all of the splitting and merging that you do. Now, another cool thing that you could do is basically make it where you make a factory for your thing, and that's what I did last time. I made a blueprint out of that thing, and I put the, it just barely fits, by the way, on the 4x4x4, but now you can do the 5x5x5 and put the manufacturer in there, and then do all of the inputs and outputs and get all of those set up so that you have them already set up to go into the machine, and then all you have to do is run those lines like I did, and then you have both input and output. You could add storage, you could add all of that stuff, and you have all of your power runs, so you connect one wire and it connects to all the stuff you need to run out. Which is very useful. But I could also just put the thing down and attach the stuff and I'm done. I don't even need a blueprint. You saw me do it. It wasn't that hard. Once you have all of your resources nearby, or an easy way to run to your actual resources. Again, I'm backlogging them like crazy. And I think that's good. We'll come back. We'll do computers tomorrow night or later tonight, depending on your time zone. What is it? This is Wednesday night. All right, time for the Kismet Love Trade. Let's rock on. And on top of doing all that, everybody, we illustrated the production of encased industrial beams, which again, I will try to get out at the end of this week. or maybe next week, Monday, to my patrons as well. And I'll probably give you another update on those blueprints if we do any more blueprints later tonight as well. Or maybe just the updated thing. So we're going to roll on out of here, everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and let you guys know my schedule. Again, my schedule is pretty much the same. It is Satisfactory on Tuesday, Wednesdays at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is about 8 hours ago I started. Really, it's 9 hours ago. Because normally I start at 10 p.m. I actually started a little late because my credit card company is a bunch of idiots. So there you go. Then I don't want to get all into it again, morons. But we're going to play some 7 Days to Die on Thursday at 10 p.m. And then, of course, back on Friday with a bonus stream, which is not on my schedule, with Throne and Liberty, doing some raiding with my team, just having the greatest time with my crew in Throne and Liberty. It is free. I highly recommend you come and join us on the North American East servers called the Oath server. As I call it, renew your oath and come and join us. It's very, very fun and it's free, everybody. Free MMO. And I really like the storyline. I highly suggest taking your time, play through the storyline, enjoy the storyline, tons of cutscenes. It really draws you into it. I really had a great time doing that, and I just finished it, and I can't wait to see what more story we get later on. Also, 7 Days to Die, team play on Saturday and Sunday with my crew, and the Thursday one is solo play. So that's where we're going to get going on, and right here, you can help out the stream by just taking a quick moment if you haven't already done so. If you've been slacking, pop on over there to youtube.com/KismetBP and hit that subscribe button. Pop over to twitter.com/KismetBP and hit the follow button. Basically, the subscribe button is the same thing, the follow button on YouTube. So go over there and hit that love. Now, of course, the more you all do that, the more giveaways and other cool stuff I get to do here in stream. Remember, it's free, so again, it does help out the stream tremendously. Anytime you interact with tweets and retweets and all of that stuff, also very, very helpful. Speaking of, let's go over here and see how we did on those retweets. Oh, we're one away. I'll give it to you anyway. Here you go. Give it to you anyway for being awesome and hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. There you go. I'll give you a bunch of kids cats for getting close on that one. They can also check out my website, kismet.gg. Bunch of stuff up there. Free games, links to all my stuff in my studio. Also information about the Tycoons, which is my gaming team that's been together for over 20 years. So feel free to check that out. And you can check out patreon.com/Kismet if you want to go above and beyond, get exclusive stuff over there just for my patrons, including the stuff you saw me illustrate today. So very cool. Or if you didn't see it, well, then you'll see it over there if you become a patron. So there you go. Of any level, by the way, even $5 or $1 or whatever. Again, it's for everybody over there. And if, you know, as much as you feel comfortable supporting over there on Patreon, I appreciate it big time, because that is the best place, because Twitch takes half of everything, and it is a massive amount that they take from each streamer. I think it should have always been 70-30, especially if you're a partner with Twitch. It should have been 70-30. But you know, they're losing money over there apparently. But again, they don't care. That's their job. Their job, they're just trying to stay in business. I understand. All right, we'll go ahead and give you guys some more love for staying out all the way to the end of the stream, hanging out tonight. I appreciate everybody chilling out in the channel. And I will see you guys on later tonight, Wednesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See y'all then. Man, that was fun. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norma. Thanks for watching. This is the sky.